And this is the series for you, especially game number 1. But ultimately, it was BLG coming out on top of things. Later on into the game, they were able to find pick after pick onto E-Star, who fell apart, and you could see Wings on the Aphelios. He got real fed towards the later stages, and there was nothing that Xiaoxi and Wing could do to shut them down. It meant that BLG found themselves the Baron and were able to waltz on in with a game 1 win. Later on into the series, though, game number 2, we saw Xiaoxi get his Blitzcrank, and we all know how good Xiaoxi is when he can find these hooks like that one onto Best. It set a Wink up then to get 2 early kills on this Ezreal. And we all know what happens when Ezreal gets a double kill early. Keep your eyes on Wink on this Ezreal during this fight, because he was able to do anything he wanted. Fofo tries to pressure him, but he can't. Wings is stuck out off to the side, and Wink able to just flash forward at the end, get an early kill on, or get a late kill onto Fofo in this fight, and able to snowball this lead into a win for E-Star, evening out this series. And a lot of fans would have thought that that should have been the final fight of the series had they won game number 1. Then, game number 3, we saw BLG looking like the potential of BLG that everyone talks about. Every so often they have a perfect game, and this was exactly that. Fofo was able to get so fed on this LeBlanc, doing so much damage during these fights. There was no way in for the carries of E-Star. And BLG, when they look like this, they look like a top team, and they were able to take the series in the end, 2-1 over E-Star. In week number 3 of the LPL, we had a matchup between RNG and the spring champions of JDG. And honestly, nobody really knew what to expect coming into this series. RNG took it 2-1 in the end, after both of these teams have had up and down performances so far this split. RNG looking fantastic, but JDG, in game number 1 at least, looked like the spring champions once again. They were able to start things off strong with a lead on their Aphelios. Loken doing some excellent work during the fights, and Zoom as well on this Mordekaiser became practically invincible later on into the game. With this early lead that you can see though, they were able to find themselves a Cloud Soul and force RNG into a fight in the late game. There was nothing RNG could really do though. Betty too far behind on the Ashe. Xiaohu couldn't do enough, and you could see the amount of shurikens. We all know what happens in 200 years. But then, game number 2, we saw RNG come back with a vengeance, and look at Betty in this fight. Flashes over the wall and goes Assassin Kalista mode, getting himself a triple kill in this fight in the end, and setting his team up for success. Then, similar story in the late game fights up against JDG with 3 Infernal Drakes and an insane wombo combo with a Wukong and an Orianna. Betty was able to just dance around. Nothing Zoom could do to stop him doing whatever he wanted during these fights. It meant he was able to shut down the members of JDG and net RNG a team fight win, and off the back of that, they were able to snowball. The new member up in the top lane for RNG decided it was his turn to shine with this 1v3 against JDG. Lumao doesn't let him escape, but it's much to Lumao's dismay, because he immediately gets cut down and Nu walks away with it. In the meantime, the rest of his team is taking the rest of the map, and this was just a sheer snowball off the back of Nu's hard work. You see Betty popping off on the Kalista once again, and RNG, maybe they finally got over Uzi. Maybe this is the vision of the roster that can look great in playoffs once again. FPX versus WE ended in a 2-1 victory for FPX, the current world champions. But if there is any series you need to watch the highlights for, it is this one, because this was utter chaos the entire time. We saw this first game actually started relatively slow, but it was all about FPX managing to get themselves an invincible Ornn in the top lane. Khan was practically indestructible, and off the back of lots of small fights like this, they were able to start getting objectives themselves. If you look at the gold and the kills, it was incredibly even at that point in the game, but that fight led to a Baron, and then FPX could set up yet another fight, finding a pick onto Missing to start this fight off. Teachama desperately trying to save his teammates, but ultimately He went down, and then that fight led to a snowball that led to the end of the game. Game 2, though, everything looked terrible for WE until Jomon got that arrow exactly, set up an insane wombo combo, and look at the gold. They were still behind after this fight was done, but WE could find a Baron off the back of this fight and find a way back into the game. Khan was on this Kale. He was starting to get some items, but it wasn't enough, and you can see this late game team fight with 3 Mountain Drakes with the Mountain Soul. WE became basically invincible at this stage. Morgan jumped in on by Teachama, and suddenly everything fell apart for FPX in the late game. Then game number 3, everything looked pretty okay for both teams. We had 3 Drakes though for FPX after a very slow early game, and WE had to fight them for the 4th. They couldn't allow Soul to go on over, but they were too far behind, they were too weak, and couldn't take it on. With a Mountain Soul in the pockets though, FPX looked great coming into the fights. Morgan doing his best on the Wukong, but ultimately, Khan on the Mordekaiser just took over everything, shuts down Jomon during the Death Realm, comes back out and just brings the smackdown onto the whole squad of WE. FPX finally are starting to look a little bit more like their 2019 form as they took a 2-1 victory. Week 2 and 3 really had some insane series. That's all we got time to recap though. Let's have a glance at where we stand at the end of all of that action. You can see Top Esports and LGD are right at the very top of the table. 3-0 right now and looking good. And across the board, there are some names that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be where they are. OMG yet to pick up a win this split, and E-Star without crying in the mid lane, 2-2 right in the center of the table. But we're only, 2.5 weeks in. There's still plenty of time to see what will shake up across the rest of the split. So with that, bringing our show to an end. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Munchballs. I've been talking you through all of the action. And if you've been watching this on Twitch, make sure to check out the LPL YouTube channel. If you've been watching this on YouTube, however, make sure to check out the LPL Twitch channel because we're probably live right now. There are 7 days a week of LPL action, so make sure you're checking it out. That's going to be it from us. Make sure you tune in for the next episode of the LPL Recap.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. watching, it's starting up again. Pulses racing, you're moving on ahead, chasing the dream, suddenly so far.
Welcome everybody to the LPL. We're rocking through our summer split. We're already in week number 4, and there are plenty more weeks ahead of us. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by the Dagonator on my left as we get into, we've got some big games today. We've got lots of top teams going ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we've got DMO versus JDG to kick things off, and then we've got IG versus LGD, which is my match that I've been looking forward to the most.
It's going to be so good. It's going to be so damn good. Let's look at what happened yesterday first, though, as we had some kind of surprising results. I mean, the first series was expected. The second series honestly could have gone either way.
I mean, look, who doubts V5 at this stage? Picking up their 4th win in the LPL, putting themselves in that 2nd place, which is absolutely amazing for these guys, because we had no expectations really of this team coming into summer. For them to be looking so good is amazing.
Sam D and PP God stepping on up, crowd favorites already. But then the second series, RNG managing to close things out. Game number 3, not so one-sided, but the rest of the series, dead even.
It really was, and it was very back and forth throughout, where, as you said, it could have looked like E-Star picked up one of those wins in those 2 losses, and they would have been skyrocketing ahead. But RNG barely managing to hold on until that game 3.
Certainly were, and where that puts us now, as you rightly mentioned before, Victory 5 climbing up that ladder once more. They've got 4 wins to their name, but they do have a loss as well, which means Top Esports are going to be alone on the top spot for now. But there are some notable names that are playing today, such as JD Gaming, that are way down on that scoreboard.
Which we really wouldn't have expected. Our Spring Split champion sitting in the 12th place right now, and haven't been looking strong at all, even in the 1 win they did pick up.
Yeah, they're going to be going up against DMO, so you would hope that this should be the series for them to even up their scoreboard and maybe start to turn things around for themselves. That series later on, though, you do not want to miss it. LGD against IG, both of these rosters just stacked with raw talent.
And I think a lot of people are watching this LGD match to see how do they fare against those top teams. We've seen them against Top Esports, they look good, but now they got to go against IG, and a win here could really be, at least give us an understanding of where they might lie in that grand scheme.
Honestly, it's going to really be a telltale series for either of those 2 teams. But let's focus in on our first series of the day. And I'm going to start with JDG over there, because I want to focus in on their jungle specifically here, because when you look at what happened in spring, it was all about Kanavi. It was all about setting him up. But this split, we've very much had a jumbled jungle coming out from JDG.
Yeah, it's very strange to see how JDG have fallen to the wayside, because when we were in Spring Split, this entire team was about playing around Kanavi. We even had clips of Yagao gifting kills over to Kanavi to make sure he was having a strong early game. And then the whole team dynamic was, we've got 3 carries. We've got Loken, Yagao, and Kanavi who try and carry from the jungle. But this time around, this team is not playing towards Kanavi in the jungle anymore. And he's been caught out several times, and it's just not looking like the same old JDG.
And so much of those issues seem to be coming from lack of coordination. And these clips are going to prove exactly that, as they keep on missing Rift Herald. It has happened to them 3 times where they're the ones to get Rift Herald. This one clip, RNG do a decent job of denying it at least, but the other 2 clips, they just forget about it.
I don't know if there's a lot of construction going on beside the JD Gaming house or whatever it is, but these guys do not look like they're awake.
Past it.
Constantly walking past these Rift Heralds. As you said, 3 different occasions now we have seen this, where they're just gifting over what should be an advantage for them, and they're not getting anything from it. So realistically, these guys do need to wake up. They need to start paying attention, because look, I know we're still relatively new into the split, but we are approaching that 3rd way through the split, and you've got to start picking up these victories.
I mean, this is the spring champions.
Yeah.
The champions that we were praising them endlessly on how smart they were, how coordinated they were. They were the smartest team in the LPL. Smart teams don't just miss Rift Herald when they... Like, it just
baffling.
doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
Baffling. I haven't been able to figure it out either. I don't know what has happened in this offseason, but they have not looked strong, and I thought maybe it was just MSC. Maybe that was all.
Yeah.
It would come back into Summer Split and look good, but as we said in opening up this segment, that their one win that they have against Suning, they should have lost both those games. It was Suning's to throw, and unfortunately they just couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah.
But it, by all intents and purposes, was a JDG loss in my head.
In terms of the quality of gameplay. Maybe they've got a bit of a G2 vacation thing going on right now. But on the other side of the board, before we get into the series, let's talk a little bit about DMO, because when you look at this roster, compared to the hyped-up DMO roster that made a scene when they first got onto the LPL, we've very much had a changing of the guard. This is no longer the same team.
Yeah, it's very much that old legacy roster. Well, old legacy roster that came into the LPL in spring 2019 has completely gone, apart from Twyla and Xiaopeng. So we're now losing the kind of the Friends crew that was there when they got promoted to the LPL. And now as well, they're struggling to find a starting roster on this team. We've got Shubin coming in once again, Chalitza in that top lane. So this is a roster that very much is still trying to find its footing and hasn't found success with it. I mean, fair dues to Twyla, he has been looking great on this roster and he's been the staple player, but around him, everything else just seems to be falling apart.
And they keep on changing things up, which you got to give them credit. At least they are trying to change things with not a single game win on the board. I can understand making roster moves at that point. One of the players that has been consistent all this time, though, is Xiaopeng. And him up against Kanavi is very much a matchup to keep your eyes on here, because this is kind of a matchup of jungle difference, and usually I would say that all goes the way of Kanavi, but when you look at the stats, especially kill participation, Kanavi's been struggling.
Kill participation is the big surprise for me, because if you look at his stats from spring, he had 75% kill participation. He was right up there when it came to junglers. Now he's sitting bottom of the group in 17th position, and I want to see a lot more coming through from Kanavi, but Xiaopeng, as he said, has been having some good moments and has had a bigger impact on these early game junglers.
It really has been a struggle. Honestly, for both of these junglers, it's been a bit of a struggle. Xiaopeng has looked good in small amounts. It just feels like quite often the game is falling apart around him. His Nidalee certainly looked good. Kanavi as well, though. Like last split, you would have had a million clips to choose from. It was honestly hard to find good B-roll of Kanavi in Summer so far.
Well, that's the thing, right? We're talking about JDG not having the strongest of wins in their games. And when you look at their lead at 15 minutes, they only have it in 29% of their games. Less than a third of the time they're winning their games at 15 minutes, which is absolutely insane for a Spring Split champion.
Yeah, and a lot of it seems to come down to whether or not they're able to help Kanavi in the early game. Like the thing that was, I guess, the most stylistic thing about JDG back in spring was that they would always play around Kanavi in the early game. He would call for his laners to move into the jungle. They would work as a unit to find advantages. It doesn't really feel like that's been happening so far.
No, it really hasn't. And even Kanavi getting caught out in weird positions, lazy back timings, and as we pointed out as well, the not picking up the Rift Heralds, giving away advantages that should be snowballing JDG's advantages, but never really seems to come to fruition. On the opposite side, though, DMO, as we talked about, a lot of movement in that roster. And honestly, Xiaopeng and Twyla, because they're the mainstay here, these are the guys that have been on this roster since that promotion in spring 2019. I expected a lot from them, but I haven't really seen Xiaopeng get to grips with having the support of his team. An awful lot of the times he seems like he's trying to fight on his own towards these Rift Heralds that are being taken away, and especially towards these Dragons as well. So now I want to see if DMO, with these new roster changes coming in, can actually start to help Xiaopeng when it comes to these objectives.
Well, we've got a Rek'Sai ban to start off the draft here, Dagda, and it's something that I still don't understand. I don't get why there's so much priority on Rek'Sai, because I really don't feel like he's been particularly winning games for teams.
It is an indication that you're tending to go towards something like the Lee Sin, because he does very well against Lee Sin and at least takes that early game aggression off the board. So maybe JDG want to pick that up for Kanavi, but this is what we talked about. I'm surprised that JDG, with the meta as it is right now, aren't going towards Graves and Kindreds, and what made them so special in spring.
Yeah, giving Kanavi the carry. They're going to start things off giving Loken a carry, though, in the form of that Aphelios. And this has been standard now for a little while. We're seeing a lot of Aphelios, a lot of Ezreal. Kalista did make it through the bans, so you could opt to go for the Kalista instead of that Ezreal. Also things like Ashe available, but she's typically been kind of fourth fiddle.
Yeah, I mean, what you would basically say with this Kalista pick is DMO is that we're going early game. We're going early to mid game. We want to fight you nice and early. We want to have these skirmishes where we can bounce off of the one item that Kalista has and really start to get this snowball rolling.
Well, Mitsuki's going to grab himself the Thresh. It's something he's played a couple of times already this split alongside the Nautilus and the Yuumi. Now JDG, they're going to have to stylize their composition a little bit. The Rek'Sai ban does lead you to believe that potentially that Lee Sin could come through.
Yeah, you can see they're hovering it, trying to decide between the Lee Sin or the Graves. Lee Sin will be locked in. I mean, I'm still surprised Kanavi isn't going towards the Graves and the Kindred, but look, this is the style that JDG want to explore. It just hasn't been the best of explorations so far.
I mean, ultimately, I have faith that Kanavi can carry a game on the Graves, on the Lee Sin, sorry. It's not something where I don't think he's a good Lee Sin. Like, clearly Kanavi has proven that he's a good Lee Sin. It's just such a different style to what we're used to out of JDG. Now DMO looking towards their third and final pick of the first phase here. Twilight is a bit of a weird mid laner. He's not going to go for the Asol. They're going to lock it a jungle.
I mean, why would you not go for the jungle here? You know you're up against the Lee Sin. You can take this Trundle here and still give that counter pick towards your mid and towards your top lane as well. Wukong taking off the board is pretty nice for kind of both these teams because he can be such a nuisance when you want to have these kind of mid-game team fights.
So we've got relatively standard first rotations here coming on through. We've got that Leona versus Thresh, but we've got our bottom laners and jungles on either side.
I think for JDG, I'd be eyeing up the likes of an Ornn pick here. So maybe DMO want to take that off the board. You've got some super strong engage. With that Ornn, you'd have a really strong front-to-back team fight. Not only giving the extra little bit of Ornn items over towards the likes of the Aphelios and your late game scaling.
We could see DMO either ban that or just pick it for themselves. Bear in mind, Chalitza, is going to be more than happy to just go for something. He's played a lot of the Wukong so far, but obviously JDG started things off by banning that one away. But Yagao being targeted here as his LeBlanc, that's his signature being taken off, and this Twisted Fate.
He was undefeated on that LeBlanc in spring, which is why we're seeing a lot of teams just try and get rid of it, but that Twisted Fate as well, now limiting that pool. Still have the likes of that Ornn up and available if Sue wants to go for it, but you do always have to be careful because since Ornn doesn't have the strongest laning phases, we're seeing the likes of these Kales and some of these late game scaling picks go into that top lane against the Ornn just because you have such a free time.
So now, second rotation, the Lissandra being banned is a bit of a weird one, especially since LeBlanc was already taken off the board. Typically, you see Lissandra as the answer to LeBlanc. We have seen, I mean, Knight played Lissandra, did a really good job with roaming around the map, so kind of a similar thing to the Twisted Fate.
It also very much guarantees your early game fights, right? Because you can go in with that Ice Claw, set up with the Frozen Tomb, and then you're almost guaranteed to have some sort of fight. Let's go!
Yeah, enough about Lissandra. Let's talk about this, because Volibear is finally locked in.
And I have been so excited to watch this Volibear pick. So, there is a couple of different strategies you can go with your Volibear. You can either go for press the attack in lanes where you're against something like a Wukong where you're looking for that straight up burst. I imagine here for Zoom, he'll be going for the Conquer build instead. And you do so much damn damage as this Volibear in the early stages of the game. It is absolutely insane. I cannot wait to see this pick.
Well, the final lock-in is going to be Azir to go up against Yagao's Corki. And this is going to be a bit of an interesting one here. As, I mean, I just want to talk about the Volibear. How is Volibear going to fit into a composition? This is the first time we're seeing it since the rework in the LPL.
So he gives really strong engage. So you got your lane bully part of it. He'll give that strong engage in team fights. And especially when you're looking at the likes of an Azir, where you want to try and get into his face and get on top of him. That Stormbringer ultimate can close that gap super effectively. You've got a very strong combo in the auto attack resets you can get off your Q, off your W, plus them applying all those on-hit effects. So this becomes a very potent pick if it can get into your backline. And this is why the rework for Volibear is starting to see a little bit more play. He actually has engage options in getting in on top of him.
Not to mention that obviously his ultimate Stormbringer is actually going to reset the duration on your Thundering Smash as well, your Q, so you get to charge on forwards, then jump, then continue to charge forwards to try and get your stun. Not only that, we also in the top lane have a bit of a lore matchup here because it's Ornn against Volibear.
True.
That is the battle that this is all based around.
I mean, it's exciting stuff to see either way. I'm not going to lie, I'm not following the lore too closely. I'm more on the analytical side of things, so I'll let you tell the story of the lore, and we'll focus on the story of this game.
I can't say I actually know the story. I just know.
So you just decided to try and throw me under the bus with
Ornn used to give him armor, and then Volibear was like, sod your armor, I'm a bear. and I think that's basically the end of the story. So now they're fighting. Let's get into the game, though. JDG versus DMO.
So when we do have this volley bearing, you're looking at a pretty heavy mid-game spike for JDG. You've got the Corki, who's going to be able to come off of the Triforce build and then have more than likely the Mana Moon here, so you hit that nice 2-item spike. Same with your volley bear, you are still going to look usually towards a Triforce build first on your volley bear. Have seen some Bramble Vest coming in nice and early. You don't need that too much here when you're going up against an Ornn, but I still expect this 2 to 3 item spike to hit really hard for JDG, and then they can look to have some of these fights early. There is also the option here for Knavi to play towards Zoom in that top lane and really set Chalitza behind and give Zoom a lot of options. He's actually gone for the press the attack, which is this super burst heavy style of volley bear, where what you're trying to pin together is an auto attack into the Q to get the stun. Your W then procs that third press the attack, and then you're just swinging haymakers at that stage.
And I mean, just to clarify, not as in the set haymaker, just as in a really big punch.
Yeah.
But also, you can see a Doran's Ring in his inventory. Don't be fooled. He will not be going full AP Volibear. It's just, you scale pretty well with it on your W.
Yeah, well, it's one on the shield that you get off your E, it's on the damage that comes off of that, but also your passive does a lot of damage there, where what you're able to get is just a couple of 5 stacks of it will start to spread across and do a little bit of damage to your laner.
So let's talk about what's happening on our screens right now. Forget Volibear for a second, because DMO going for the late invade to try and grab this red buff. It's still not reset. Followed Kanavi all the way out. DMO going to be happy with just delaying the start here.
I mean, both junglers are going to have to walk back, so it's going to slow either side down. So when all is said and done, it's still equal on both sides. But there you go. So this is what we're going to be looking for, is that Storm Splitter coming down the E. So what it does is it gives that slow, and it gives a shield based on the health, or well, how much health this Volibear has. So you can trade pretty aggressively, and makes it difficult for anyone to really go against them.
Oh, he's going for this one. He wants to go for the battle on Chalitza, who's in serious trouble. The Lightning Claws proccing already from the Relentless Storm. And this is going to be a nightmare for Ornn, because that passive damage is going to actually be pretty significant.
It does a lot of damage, and don't be fooled when that Storm Splitter, the E, is on your screen. It is seen for 2 seconds for us. The opponent only gets 1 second to see it, so you don't actually have a huge amount of time to avoid it, which is why it looks obvious that Chalitza should move out of the way. Not so obvious when you're playing against.
It's kind of like parallel convergence, right? Where we can see it as a spectator, but they only see it once the grenade is in the air. Same deal here. You can see it for 2 seconds. The player can only see it for 1 on that Sky Splitter. And well, so far so good on the Volibear pick. He's 3 CS up, so I'm convinced Stagda. It's looking great.
So one of the big things and why we're seeing Volibear brought in is the changes to his ultimate. So the turret disable duration was upped by from 2 seconds to 3 seconds at level 1, and from 5 seconds to 6 seconds at level 3. So a lot more duration to try and use that passive. But as well, the epicenter radius, where you deal all your damage, was extended by half a Teemo, about 50 units. So you had a little bit more buffering, I'd say, with that. And then your base damage as well has gone up from 250 at level 1 to 300. You're getting an extra 25 damage at level 2, and it's still the same at that third stack. So you're getting a lot more leeway when it comes to how Volibear can operate.
Yeah, and you may have seen Volibear in your games before the update, and you may have seen it in some of the regions and felt like it wasn't that good, because it wasn't, right? But now with the buffs coming on in, it feels like he's found a little bit more strength. He's found a way to get into the meta. And in case you guys haven't been watching, LCS, it's been pretty much 100% presence.
Yeah, it's been doing very strong over there. Same with the LEC, has been seen a lot of it, and you can tell why. I mean, our Ornn, who was our assassin mage tank thingy mabobber, is no longer looking so pretty when it comes to having an easy time against this Volibear in the top.
I don't know what to tell you, Dagda. Ornn came out in Season 9. New Volibear is a Season 10 champion.
True.
So I think he's been out-seasoned in the top lane.
But we already talked about, look, this Volibear enough. We're going to see him looking really, really strong for a large portion. He scales relatively well, not massively, so we're still looking at JDG trying to run off of the likes of this 2-item spike for Yagao and then wait for a couple more items on towards Loken. When we look over towards DMO, they've got some nice scaling in their toolkit, because you do have the Ornn here, you do have this Azir, who will be able to do very well when it gets to that late game point. Matched somewhat, I will say, but
yeah. It's kind of a weird one, though, because to have a Kalista and an Azir, you're like, one of them just really wants to scale, one of them really wants to fight in the mid-game, so it's a little bit disjointed there.
It is slightly, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, Orin still does a lot of work just because of how strong his Call of the Forge God is, as well as his kit can provide quite a lot of damage. So Orin's kind of good to fight a lot of portions of the game, so you can still try and play off Shubin, but I still agree, once you do get to that 2 items, that's where Kalista really starts to fall off. And when you've got the likes of this Volibear who's going to be trying to get on top of Shubin, you've got a lot of long-range damage that can come from Yagao, and Loken will eventually be able to beat out this Kalista as well. Shubin's kind of caught in the mix here, so I would have expected if they had this idea to go towards this more later scaling composition that they could have gone for the Ezreal instead.
Did opt to go for the Kalista. Maybe it was a bait from JDG, who have been aggressive in this bottom lane. Nice sidestep, though, from Loken to dodge the Zenith Blade. Kanavi hanging around because this dragon is onto the map, and Ocean want to start things off, and Kanavi will be the man on the scene to grab this one.
So Kanavi will only clear out the ward. If you actually look at the levels, Xiaopeng's been doing a really good job of clearing out while we're discussing everything that's going on the map. So Xiaopeng is actually in a lead here, and looks like Kanavi going towards mid, trying to help Yagao back and pick up some of this mistakes.
Lumao might be in trouble in the mid lane, though, because Xiaopeng's coming on in. Death Sentence goes wide, though. That means Lumao should be able to walk away with his life here. Nice damage from Yagao to push Twyla away. And now we could see a flip on the scoreboard as DMO might move towards the dragon instead.
I imagine they will. I mean, they can start this up straight away. You got the Kalista, who pretty much guarantees it with the Rend, as well as Xiaopeng. So even Kanavi can make some sort of miracle play here. It's not really worth it. So DMO do a good job of figuring out what JDG were trying to do and setting themselves up for Dragon.
Very nicely done. And let's bear in mind, the expectation here is DMO are coming in 0-8 in games, 0-4 in series. They're up against the Spring 2020 champions. So your expectations as a viewer coming into this series should be very heavily in favor of JDG. So for DMO to start things off, reading the map so well, getting this first Dragon, it's a really good sign for them.
In this top lane, though, you can see the downside of Volibear passive is kind of like your Tristana AD carry. It makes it very difficult to try and freeze the wave, because ideally you want that passive to stop working, so then you can actually stop hitting these minions across the board and pushing the wave, but it's not able to do so.
It's worth mentioning as well, both your Q and your W proc on-hit effects, so it's not like you can even use your abilities to not auto and stack your passive. You're going to get 5 stacks on your passive pretty much no matter what you do.
It's a bit unfortunate, but still, I mean, you're looking at a nice CS lead already opening up for Zoom, and they still have a lot of leeway in these team fights to start using this Volibear. So although you're waiting on a lot of these items to be completed for Yagao, for Loken, if JDG want to play towards the top side, they can do a reasonably good job of just using Zoom's pressure to pick up the likes of Rift Herald with Yagao, rather than having Loken and Lumao try and jump.
And that's going to be your standard combo that you just saw right there. Go in, get this done with EQ as you drop the Sky Splitter, and it means that they're going to be stuck in, get hit by the lightning. You get a shield. It's a nice, easy trade.
And you really need to back away at that point as well, because the W does have that 5-second cooldown, so you're trying to play back while that big ol' X is across your body, because you will end up giving a bunch of healing and a bunch of extra damage to this Volibear if you manage to stick around or at least stay in range of the extended auto attack range of the W.
So let's take a bit of a recap of where we're at on the map right now, because Loken is going to be doing a fine job on this fellow. So just grabbed himself a turret plate, already has a BF sword, so the damage is going to start coming on through. Twyla might be in trouble in the mid lane, because Gao has the package to work with. Chunked out. Kanavi, he really wants to make something happen. This is the second time we're seeing him hovering around a lane, but I just don't think that there's going to be much of an opportunity against an Azir.
Yagao is trying to base in Twyla, but Twyla's not having any of this, and especially when Twyla's gone for this Arcane Comet, you're actually just looking to poke out and be a little bit more obnoxious in lane. So these short trades where he's just able to get a couple of auto attacks down onto Yagao are going to work out a lot better. You can already see he's doing a good job of keeping this lane in check. Bit of a CS lead for himself, as we talked about. At least JDG, with Zoom's pressure, being able to control Rift Herald, they're going to start it.
Yeah, this will be the real test for JDG, because they've been struggling to pick up Rift Heralds that they win so far this split. Kanavi going to go straight on. Twyla kicks him the wrong way, though, and knockups across the board from Chalitza. Zoom now finds himself completely alone, and he might be Volibear, but he's not invincible. There's a lot of damage, but he's still gone down for first blood. Herald resets. but DMO are in charge. Flash over the wall from Shubin as they get onto Kanavi. CC should be there, and a kill for the Kalista. Now onto Yagao as Lumao goes in, but the solar flare hits nobody. Twyla's alone, burning on down, can't finish the kill onto Yagao himself. And this is absolutely nuts. Yagao is going to die to the wolves. Jumped on down. Now onto Mitsuki. Somehow it's 3 for 3.
As Xiaopeng manages to get the Rift Tower to the back of this whole thing, that was super messy across the board. But DMO, they do come out with, well, kills apart, that Rift Herald, and now they can start to get a bit more gold into the back pockets of these carries. Twyla would love to be the benefactor of some of this gold, because if you can accelerate this Azir, so you're still kind of on at least a little bit of a power spike for this Kalista, and your Azir is online, DMO will be in great shape. But we're watching this replay, this is all over the place. Our Kanavi goes in aggressively, but Zoom now tries to run for Kanavi, but can't get the ult range to actually get onto Twyla. He's not caught out here and has to use his ult to try and escape away defensively, but there's no hope there. At least I know you get a little bit of that health as the volley bear when you do ult. It's next to nothing at this level. And then after this, DMO have gone that little bit too far forward, so JDG are able to collapse. Loken solos out Shubin on the back line, comes across and picks up the double, but
well,
yeah, this has been all over the place.
I don't know. I feel like this was a bit of a mistake coming through from the side of DMO, especially from Xiaopeng. He went and did the Herald. If he comes in there, Loken walked in through past the Herald, basically, to get into the fight. If Xiaopeng is there, maybe he can't get the kills.
It has to be a call, right? There has to be a, we are going to fight or we are going for Rift Herald. And it looks like it's super split there. Now, whether it's Xiaopeng who's making this call of go towards Rift Herald and the rest of the team aren't following, that's one thing. But definitely they needed to be on the same page here, and that was not the case.
And now that the Herald dropped in this mid lane, this might be able to be a tower going down. DMO committing pretty heavily to this one. The minions won't quite finish it. One more hit from the Herald will, though. Tower goes down. Solar Flare isn't quite going to connect, and Jalitza should walk away from this one. So nicely played by DMO. And honestly, a pretty poor response from JDG.
Yeah, late TP from Zoom. They're not able to get anything from it. You see Shubin on this bottom side as well, who's been free pushing this whole time. So nothing really committed from DMO. But you will have JDG turn on towards the Dragon. DMO can just give this.
JDG going to be able to smite it. Just Xiaopeng flashed for it and is going to force Kanavi away, but the damage is massive from DMO so far. They have a huge gold lead. Xiaopeng falls though. Keep your eyes on Logan. He's getting chased down, but he survives for now. Shubin can't get onto him. Zoom looking to get over the wall. He still has his flash available. Stormbringer, or Sky Splitter, sorry, comes through. Keeps him shielded. A JDG, honestly, I feel like they get away with that one because they were 2k down at the start of the fight.
Well, they managed to get those kills back. They get that Dragon as well, so they do manage to turn that around. And Zoom, at least in that front line, tanking up so much damage as the volley bear, does give a little bit of opportunity for Loken and Yagao to tear through DMO, but very disjointed fight from DMO.
Look where the gold is sitting for JDG. They are a bit behind in terms of overall gold for the team, but when you look at individually the carries, you got 3 kills for Loken, you got 2, 1, and 2 for Yagao as well. It's not the same story on DMO's side. Shubin wants to change that though as he goes in onto Loken. He's locked up by Lumao himself though. Shubin's in trouble. One more hit would do the job, but Loken can't quite get in range. In goes Yagao with the Valkyrie TP, and that's a double kill on the Corki.
And now JDG can look to run away with this. They can start to push in on this bottom side. You got the right guns for Loken here to tear through these structures. So JDG will look to get their first tower of the game.
And you expect Loken to be able to just blast through this one. Uses the Q on the last bit of ammo, and then he gets the shurikens to just annihilate these turret plates. And it's Loken and Yagao that are going to be able to happily sweep up all of that gold.
I mean, you were just highlighting how fed these carries were in JDG. 4, 1, and 2 for Yagao. 3, 0, 3 for Loken. And DMO aren't really able to answer anything on this top side. You're a Trundle and an Ornn. You can't do anything here.
And I mean, again, in terms of gold, we're now even. JDG have managed to catch up with that. It will go slightly in favor of DMO with this tower dropping, but ultimately it's a lot closer than it was. Look at the gold between the carries though. Mid lane is just about the same, but the bot lane, Loken is so far ahead of Shubin.
And that's it. Because you've got the Trundle and the Ornn there, it takes so long to get through the structure. Well, now you've got JDG who've got first back. They're getting back onto the map, and they can start to make plays off of this quick tempo timing that they have, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get much damage on this mid lane turret. You can see Xiaopeng moving across here to make sure those waves at least stay off this tower for the moment.
Xiaopeng moves into the mid lane there, and we've got a bit of a reset here. 7-4 on the scoreboard as we head towards the 15-minute mark here. And, you know, it started off pretty badly for JDG, but they have very quickly got back on top of things.
That's true, but look at the gold right here. I mean, DMO is still in the lead. They still have a lot of those turret plates that went over in the favor. You're looking at a CS advantage in that mid lane as well, which is helping out. So there's still a bit of gold that DMO have available to them right now.
So let's just talk scaling for a second here, and let's talk in a vacuum, right? If we do get to a situation where we go super long, hang on, we don't have time for this. Chilitz has been found, and Zoom is here to block his escape. I mean, this is just going to be one dead Ornn. He doesn't have any teammates near him, and he falls down. Zoom actually using the ultimate there, perhaps a little overzealously.
Trying to make sure that Chalitza didn't flash away. He was trying to make sure he was unstoppable with the ult, but I think, yeah, a little bit over the top. You still had Loken there who's going to be able to catch him off the side, but DMO stealing away some of these camps on the bottom side and looking to just protect Twyla, who's going to be shoving into this bottom lane, but they do need to keep this mid turret up.
Xiaopeng moves in, Masuki as well. Lantern goes down there, but I don't think he's going to be able to grab it. Zoom keeps the CC chain rolling, and now you mentioned the mid tower, JDG straight onto it like a rash.
I'm surprised to see that Xiaopeng hasn't opted in towards Merc Threads here. You've got so much CC that's coming through from the Leona, from this Volley Bear as well. I think maybe opting for some of these tenacity through, or at least tenacity somewhere in the kit, could have worked out well for him.
Well, Dagda, if we didn't have enough action already this game, it's going to be the Infernal Soul coming up, or the Infernal Drake coming up in 45 seconds. Whoever can get 3 of them will grab themselves the Soul, which means that we've got a little bit more incentive for these guys to go toe-to-toe. My big concern, though, for DMO is they're the one with the AD carry that's meant to spike right about now. He's meant to be doing a ton more damage, but Loken is 3-0-3, so even on Aphelios, this carry that's meant to be scaling is way ahead.
And remember what we were talking about with that scaling, right? You want to get these 2 items onto your Corki. You already got the Mana Moon. Triforce now completed. So this is where Yagao is incredibly strong. You're looking at, again, that Aphelios, as you said, he's got the Zeal. He's working up towards that Ruin's Hurricane. So he's getting to the point where he's incredibly strong. The question that, oh, okay, that's where I was trying to see what the build was going to be from Zoom. He's gone for this Black Cleaver into Righteous Glory build. So he's looking to just run headfirst into DMO. And as he talked about, the ult giving that Q reset means you can get very quickly into DMO, especially as you level the Q second. You get that extra little bit of movement speed. Get into the mix to DMO, you then can at least stun up some people, and when Twyla then tries to ult you away, or you out Mitsuki's trying to keep you at bay, you can ult in over that CC.
Sky Split are not quite able to land as the Drake is started up by Xiaopeng here. But this squad from DMO are not that tanky just yet, with a Black Cleaver for Zoom already. The armor will be shredded real quick. They're on to Zoom, but that's not really the ideal target. Knockup goes wide on everyone. Chalitza not able to find it. In goes Lumao to start this fight off. Shubin dodges the stun though. In goes Zoom onto everyone. There's a bear in town, and his name is Yogi. Double kill comes down for the Volley Bear, and now Kanavi could be in trouble himself as Shubin is desperate to carry. Zoom gonna chase him down. Kanavi's there with the Sonic Wave, and Xiaopeng falls as well. Suddenly it's all JDG.
A clean ace for JDG. They will turn towards the Dragon and pick it up as their victory prize. They can even run straight towards this Rift Herald as well, which is on the cards. You can see Yagao already leaving to start pushing in this mid lane. This is what we expected from JDG coming into this.
Well, so far so good for JDG. After a shaky first few minutes of the game, it has to be said, they have very much come into their own. You mentioned the power spikes on Corki, you mentioned the power spikes for Zoom on one item. They're very much showing us what that's all about.
Yeah, you can see how big Zoom is in these fights. Having the run-in capability off of the Q, but also that long range, well, somewhat ranged, say, engage, at least with the ultimate as well. It means that Zoom can get onto the likes of Shubin, on this Kalista. You can get past Mitsuki as well. And you see here, Zoom does get locked up, pops out of the fight for 2 seconds, but the movement speed is about 35% for Zoom right now, so he is tearing through these fights, and there's that big engage straight onto Mitsuki. That because you've got the larger range now, that ultimate hitting everyone in these fights and setting up JDG for success.
Shubin just nothing he can do about that one as he gets chased on down. And this is at the end of the fight was just a sheer matter of outnumbering, but really great play from Zoom. I'd say he was the one that got hooked right at the start. He kind of got forced out of the fight a little bit. Finds his opportunity, and DMO, maybe you need to read the map a little bit better and realize that you're against a Volibear. You can't stack like that.
And now it's only going to get worse. That Righteous Glory is completed for Zoom, so if he gets on top of you, you've got that AoE slow, and he can even, if he wants to, just ult in, mass AoE slow off the Righteous Glory, but here we go.
Lumao goes in once again. Emperor's Divide is going to keep the rest of his team out, though, so Lumao is alone and taken down very early on in the fight. Twilight is stuck, though, pushed back. The turret isn't going to help you anymore. Wrecker, baby, as Zoom is still going to fall down, and it's going to be 2 kills going the way of DMO. This is the way to turn the game around, but Natural caught out and finished off. That's the Kanavi we've been looking for.
They managed to get the kill onto Mitsuki. Now Yagao running for the hills. They're a little bit cautious of Chalitza. They don't want to go in too aggressive here, but you can see Zoom a little bit caught out in the middle there. Wasn't sure if he should try and get onto Twilight, get that second bite down, the W, so that then he can get the healing, but that indecision ended up costing him to get stuck underneath the turret. But JDG, the engage wasn't the strongest. We're looking again.
Kanavi's gone in onto Xiaopeng here. The pillar slows him down, and he's not going to be able to connect.
Kanavi still has the kick. He's going to be looking to see if he can get onto Shubin, but not quite going to be able to launch the AD carry into Yagao and Loken, so they will back away. But yeah, he's still seeing a few cracks for JDG. Lumao going in overly aggressive in that fight, gets caught out as a result because nobody can follow over Twilight's Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, Lumao going a little too far in that fight, and that is always going to be one of the issues with Leona, right? You've got a lot of ways to get in there. You don't have many ways out afterwards if it all goes wrong. So Lumao feeling the wrath of that one, but not going to be the end of the world for JDG. Next Inferno will be spawning in 2 minutes, but you have to bear in mind, with an Aphelios, this Baron is always an option. Hang on. Nice little play there from Mitsuki. Fakes call out of Shubin just to keep his support alive.
Yagao does need to back though. He's kind of been sitting out on the map for a little bit of time, and I'm not sure how much gold he has accumulated, but still should be able to spend a little bit of gold.
It's really rough right now that Shubin still doesn't even have the Hurricane on this Kalista. You'd be expecting Kalista to be spiking super hard, be able to clear these waves relatively effectively. To be so far behind in gold against an Aphelios is a dire situation in that bottom lane.
Looks like he's just there. Yeah, gonna back and pick it up now, so at least has got the runes. But as you said, I mean, Agility Cloak already in the hands of Loken, so this Kalista is falling off, and this is what we're talking about from DMO's perspective is, well, if you're going to go with this Kalista who wants to be spiking off these 2 items, well, you got to have a team that can facilitate that. But when you've got an Ornn and an Azir and you're playing much more towards that later portion of the game, this isn't really the matchup to play Kalista. So now instead, you're looking at, okay, Shubin has hit his items, but Loken's already starting to go ahead. You maybe have Twilight coming online, but not as heavily as Yagao and Loken. He's not going to be able to match 2 for 1 when it comes to that scale.
And I think a lot of this goes back to the draft for DMO, because we saw them hovering the Ezreal.
Yeah.
It looked like it was going to be Aphelios Ezreal, as often we see, and then they were like, hang on, the Kalista's not banned. This is our... it was almost like they've been peer pressured into the Kalista by the meta. And like, everyone else is prioritizing the Kalista, maybe we should too, but they haven't drafted around that priority pick, and now feels like it's a waste of an AD carry.
It's also interesting to see because Ashley Kang did an interview with Teddy and he was talking about how Ezreal does pretty well into this Aphelios because he can keep it at arm's length. That's not what Kalista does.
No, and it's not what Mitsuki's doing right now either. Box to try and keep himself safe, but the Sonic Wave is there. Kanavi not going to feel it. It's going to be Lumao. Support combat here as we go straight on in with everybody else. Nice Emperor's Divide though to try and turn things around, but it's not going to turn anything around. DMO running away with their tails between their legs at this point as Shubin and Xiaopeng. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Baron is on the cards.
You can hear the police siren from Zoom, but it's DMO who need an ambulance. JDG, after that fight, will turn towards this Baron and gratefully pick up what should be a nice way to close out this game. Yagao hovering a dragon, though.
And he might just be able to 2v1 this, honestly. Maybe not, though. Halo Blades is going to do a whole bunch of damage. All he needs to do, though, is deter this dragon. He doesn't actually have to.
He killed Xiaopeng.
Oh. Xiaopeng, you knew he was there. You knew he had rockets. I don't know what you were thinking, mate. Needed to go for an early smite at very least. Here we go, though. Yagao wants the 1v1. Oh, look at his damage onto oh, my days. Just about gets away with his life. The Valkyrie's on cooldown, though, and the whole squad is here from DMO. Goodbye, Yagao. This could be the Dragon, but now JDG have bought enough time. Zoom and Loken are here. Kanavi off to the side as well. Twyla wants to contest for this one. I don't think he's going to be able to find much of a way in, though. Bear in mind, Xiaopunk's still down, so this should be the Dragon going the way of JDG. It's just if there's a fight afterwards, that's where we could have some trouble. Fate's call from Shubin. The Dragon is about to go down, taken by Kanavi. Now they go in. Great Emperor's Divide, trying to get damage out, but he's just not fed enough. Shubin dancing around, but again, these carries don't do anything. Twyla and Shubin both fall down, and that's going to be the support staff taken with him.
Yeah, everything's gone disastrously for DMO in this one. 23-7 on the scoreline. And when it actually started out looking pretty good for DMO, again, we see when it gets to this mid-game point, they just can't quite keep up.
Now straight down the mid lane for JDG, and this is a little bit more of what we wanted to see out of this squad. It's felt lackluster so far in summer. It's felt like the team wasn't really firing on all cylinders, and granted, there have been some mistakes this game. Granted, they're against DMO, but hey, a win is a win is a win, and at least it's convincing.
It is convincing once we got past the early game, and I think that's the problem when I want to agree with you, but I just can't. When I look at what this team was in spring, the smartest team on the ridge, able to pick up like 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 gold leads without dropping a single kill.
Able to pick up Rift Heralds.
Exactly, able to pick up Rift Heralds and not turn towards fights and lose them willy-nilly. But this is a fight that they can at least be proud of. They did play it quite well. I was a bit skeptical about Zoom here. Not having that ultimate available as a volley bear means that you're actually losing quite a lot of your HP and your innate tankiness when it comes to these fights. But JDG are so far ahead at this point,
Yeah.
it doesn't even matter.
Honestly, I feel like this was less of a really great play from JDG and much more of DMO not realizing that that's a fight they absolutely can't take. Twyla gonna get the Empress. You can't keep him away from you. In with the Stormbringer and down with the Emperor.
And you can see now Zoom even opting towards that death stance. He's got enough tankiness in that Righteous Glory, enough engage in that Righteous Glory. He's going to be happy to start pushing forward now into that more damage-oriented volley bear we love to see. And DMO, they're falling by the wayside here. Shubin not really in a position now to try and carry. You can see that Twyla is struggling on this Azir to really be a factor in these fights, with just how heavy this engage from JDG is and how relentless Kanavi, Zoom and Lumeo are.
Now down the top lane they go. Bear in mind that mid inhib was already taken, and Loken's just going to force that wave in the mid side as he moves on up to the rest of his team. He's got a blast going to get there as well. This will be a second inhibitor. Just, ladies and gentlemen, look at the gold difference. There is no universe in which DMO can win a fight against JDG right now.
There really isn't. It's painful to watch, but DMO are going to struggle to keep these Nexus towers. One final engage.
Chalitza finds a knock-up, but there is absolutely no follow-up. And that's just going to be on all down.
Nice, cool.
Suboptimal engage! Loken! That's not allowed! That shouldn't be allowed!
He managed to hit the Q, he manages to get the damage, and Mitsuki is going to be the benefactor of a big old amount of shurikens. Shurikens? Shurikens.
Is that when it's a hurricane with shurikens on it? Yeah, I like it.
Twyla's gone in.
Nice little knock-up from Twyla, but ultimately Zoom is practically invincible. Solar Flare as well, and the carries are here. Down goes Xiaobong. Chalitza's not tanky enough. And Yagao, he's going to survive with the heal. This is going to be the Nexus falling, and this is going to be game one from JDG. Not a perfect game, but a win nonetheless over DMO.
JDG will pick up the victory off of that strong mid-game where they were able to get ahead. So Yagao and Loken getting super fed in these early stages. And once you get to a point you've been accelerated towards that Manamune, Triforces, this Corki, you're also very quickly getting towards those three items as Loken. There's never really an option for the enemy team. You are going to be able to beat them.
Yeah, as soon as we got to the mid-game, Loken was 3-0-3, and on the other side, Shubin on the Callista, that's meant to be way far ahead at this point, was kind of falling behind. It was like, I don't, like, even if they're even at that point, it looks really good for JDG. Never mind if the Callista's behind.
Well, what do you try and do here as DMO, right? You've got this Callista that you want to try and play around, but unfortunately, you're not really in a matchup in that bottom lane where you can try and do a huge amount. And then as well, the rest of the map, Zoom is taking over in the top lane. You've got a fairly even struggle in the mid lane. You're not really going to be able to accelerate this early stage of the game to allow Kalista to do anything. And I think, again, coming back, should have just gone for the Ezreal when all was said and done.
Yeah, and I don't want to put too much pressure on Xiaopeng here, but I really feel like a huge portion of this game could have gone very differently if Xiaopeng doesn't commit to the Herald, comes and joins the fight on that very first one that went 3-3. If he's there, stops Loken getting into things, that's a fight in favor of DMO. They can then go to the Herald as a team. Maybe it's a completely different story for the rest of the game.
It feels like Xiaopeng, though, doesn't really slot into this team, and it's not a fault with Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng has always been very objective-orientated. He'll always try and go towards dragons and these Rift Heralds, but at least with the new squad, and maybe it's just, you know, the rookie spur that comes into this, where you want to fight, you want to get the kills, you want to show that you belong in the LPL. They are very bloodthirsty, and unfortunately, in that case, where Xiaopeng wants to go back and go for these objectives, the rest of the team is gung-ho into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but I just feel like whether you want to play objectives, whether you want to play aggressive, just do it all as a team. Just at least be on the same page. You can see JDG absolutely were, but the damage out of Loken is insane. I'm actually impressed by Yagao that he was able to even be close to Loken.
Yagao did a really good job in making sure that he stayed relevant in relation to Loken, but I think when we do look at JDG, the early game wasn't exactly the strongest. We did see a lot of hiccups, and for me, I know we talked a little bit off air about this, I wanted to see this as JDG getting onto the right path again, starting to right themselves, stop them stumbling, and we're still seeing little bits of that. So coming into game number 2, I want to see a much cleaner early game from them and run away with it like we expect them to. I don't think anyone's particularly surprised that JDG were able to pick up the win here, but I definitely want to see a cleaner version of that.
So let's see if they can get like a flawless early game coming into game number 2. Certainly felt good, though, for JDG to have, like, beyond a couple of, like, I think the key word that you mentioned there is hiccups, right? Ultimately, the early game mishaps that happened for JDG were just that, like, little mishaps. It never felt like they were falling so far behind that DMO were going to run away with things. We saw a 2K gold lead for DMO right at the very start of the game, but that was very quickly rectified by JDG, and at that point, it was like, oh, right. They've got Aphelios. I feel like they're going to be fine in the later stages. And honestly, let's just take a minute here and talk about the Volibear as well out of Zoom. Clearly, he's been practicing. Clearly, he knows how these trades go. And the big thing I want to talk about is maybe this reduces the priority for Ornn, because there was nothing Chalitza could do in the top lane.
Yeah, I agree. The Volibear works very well into this Ornn matchup, and I think we will start to see it coming in a little bit more as a punishment into the Ornn, but I think there's still a little bit of growing pains when it comes to the Volibear. You see Zoom in a couple of these fights trying to get onto the likes of Twyla at that Rift Herald fight where he couldn't quite close the gap and then gets caught out because he can't use the ults. You see as well in some of these engagements where he goes that bit too far, doesn't have the tankiness built into the kit, can't get the heal again in some of these fights off the W, so he ends up going a little bit too far forward. But overall, I definitely think the Volibear is now something they can go towards, but you can still see he's just a few more hours, few more reps on this champ.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to come with time as well. We'll see. But Zoom, I'm glad that he's just brought it out. I'm just glad we got to see it. We'll see if it's going to be more present in this series or if it's just going to be banned away right after the break.
在你想不到的位置，看一下正面团战，小虎被抓到了，反身开虚弱，但是还是保不住。这一波蹬进去是一个
小薇，
好是盲僧，
但是正面呀，这一波安静没接得住，小薇这边摸过来再做一波殴打，可是正面的一个 news 打了很长时间。
但是这波只能说微微打得好啊。
达德
动开撕了，
对的，哎，都定到了，但这边灯笼能不能捡？哎，直接插针眼，哦，最后还是捡到了，很熟练。这里的话，可是一波爆发杀已经把那个杀死了，最后的一个嘲讽是没有打到对方的一个 Fuji 往家里赶。
个人
这波可以注意一下
选择后退，那这样的话可能要形成两边打野拼惩的架势了。惩戒乐言这波是赢了，而正面战场的话，巴德的大招定到了双 C。
好，第一线定到人了之后，飞机这边输入有点少，这边闪现竟然控到4个人。
但是爱的输出环境还可以 ，VG 这边要选择反打进场以后 ，BB 杠的先进场，卡住iBoy 这边输出环境不太好啊，第一时间被秒掉了，只有 Cube 的尸体在选择输出。那这样的话，这波团战打完1换3的团战，
正义必胜。
看一下小龙宝这边能不能拯救自己的团队呢？
要偷家吗？
选择偷，这边是小虎先踢过去，可以让 Betty 来刺引，输出伤害给的还不错，但反手要处理一下自己手里的吸血还不错，哇，把对方的一个辅助换掉了，而且要处理对方Ezreal倒了，
Betty
这一波 Betty 他可以收，
而且这波感觉如果打一团是要一波的 Betty 这边看一下卡住冷空的位置，慢慢在输出，小龙宝这个位置惩戒没有抢到，但这样没有抢到的话 ，Betty 可能有一些危险了。Betty 这边看一下能不能尽力再输出，
哇，但是被龙喷死了。
Shut down. 信念与你同行。
RNG 现在需要的就是奋力一搏，看一下怎么搏，直接是震到了双 C 哦。看一下纷纷这个位置配合上 Mink 都好像要死了。Mink 这边看一下清风夜灵开起来以后。 这后面是怎么了？突然站定不动，但是男枪秒掉猴子的进场是带走了左一，但是铁男蹬进去以后一跑子直接是踹死一技能再蹬回来。看一下这波真不好说，这个团既然能打成这样，6这个时间又站了出来，靠着自己的被动内圈烫外圈刮，但是 Wink 这个装备太好了，2枪直接炸掉了 RNG 所有的残血以后，再配合上锤石，完成了对 RNG 阵容的收割。
Double kill.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do,
Another day, another dollar here for JDG as they take a relatively simple win over DMO to start this series off 1-0 now. And while it wasn't the perfect early game, they were able to get things rolling and get going in the mid-game. I'm Munchables. This is the Daggertron to my left. Talk to me a little bit about what we need to see from DMO here, because the draft especially felt a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, it felt like they kind of had a mischaracterization of how they wanted to approach the game, where they get the Kalista in that first rotation, they go for the Thresh, super strong bot lane, totally sound, and then they move over into these later scaling champions with the Ornn, with this Azir, and I'm like, okay guys, now this Kalista doesn't really fit in here. She's a bit of an awkward spot where she can't match up with how Azir wants to play the game, how Ornn wants to play the game, and unfortunately it ended up slipping away from them then in those early stages where JDG were just able to power through with this volley bear, with Knavi on the Lee Sin, and even Yagao performing relatively decent on this court. Yeah,
absolutely, and we can have a glance over at our MVP for game number 1 coming on through. It's Loken. You already knew it. 11-0 and 11. Aphelios aside, that's an insane scoreline for anyone.
That is absolutely nuts. And he looked incredible in this game as well. I was super impressed with him. Continually throughout this game, he was able to get into the right position here. You can see soloing out Shubin at the top of your screen. He's then at that last team fight able to find these small holes where he's able to fling a couple of these Calibrum shots through and set up kills for himself as well onto Mitsuki. He was really strong in this game.
Yeah, able to get so many shurikens off of his Moonlight Vigil as well. So it means that, I mean, that's the thing. Like, when you group up like that against JDG, they've got a Volibear, they've got an Aphelios, they're going to do all of these ultimates together, and suddenly, with a billion Shuriken, Loken's going to clean up.
Well, that's the problem with this comp that DMO are running. It's difficult for you not to group up because you've got this short-range AD carry, you've got these 3 melees essentially with the Thresh on your Ornn and your Trundle, so it's only really Twyla who, even as an Azir, you have to go pretty much into a little bit further forward in the composition to try and place your soldiers in the right position, so it's a comp that needs to sort of operate at a very short distance, and ideally when you got an Azir you kind of want to be playing back a little bit, so you're kiting away and you're creating space, but that's the complete opposite of what Kalista wants to do, so it was very back and forth with the DMO.
Yeah, it was a little bit all over the place. JDG though, managed to bring the Volibear out, managing to get a win. 100% win ratio so far in the LPL over the 1 game it's been played. And I'm curious, Dagda, what's your assessment off of the first game? Are we expecting to see this suddenly have a high presence in the LPL?
I think so. I mean, it fits like an LPL champion, right? It's a bruiser that can control the lane, very similar to a Renekton. You've got great engage with them, as you saw with that ultimate, and I think he can do a lot of damage if he's allowed to, especially to press the attack runes that we saw from Zoom. He was tearing through Twyla on this Azir, was tearing through this Ornn in the early stages as well. It is so difficult to try and fight against this.
Well, JDG are going to be on our blue side once more, so we'll see if they are going to prioritize this Volibear, whether it is going to be first pick once more. DMO do have the opportunity to ban it away if they want to stick with this Ornn. I'm really curious about this Volibear and the potential matchups here, whether or not some of these other bruisers in the top line, things like your Renekton, for example, are going to be able to actually take the Volibear on, or whether he's just going to be too strong.
The Renekton can deal relatively well with them. It's more champions like Aatrox that can struggle a little bit, and then into your set definitely struggles with them. Oftentimes you'll see the Volibear taking Conquer into that matchup because you do just have to go so gung-ho into continuous trading thanks to the set shield. But we'll have to see if we do get a couple of these other matchups, or even if we see the Volibear again. Maybe a case of that it does get banned away, or we just don't see JDG or DMO go towards it.
Very similar draft to start things off here. As you see the Rek'Sai taken off the board once again. DMO with this standard red side ban to start things off with the Varus. They're going to block the Zoe as well. And I mean, Xiaopeng, we mentioned the one jungler that stands out for him is that Nidalee, and so far since that first series, pretty much everyone's banning him away.
Yeah, and not wanting him to get his hands on it. And it's funny because when you think of DMO, it's usually Bless that we think about for the Nidalee, but Xiaopeng definitely looking good on that champion. But we are going to see back to basics here when it comes into the draft. Aphelios is open, Loken will get his hands on it, and he is looking happy on your screen.
He's like, they let it through, guys. I can't believe it. This is unreal. Locks it in. And we'll see now if DMO will fall into the same trap. If they'll pick the Kalista just because it's open, or if they do lean towards something like the Ezreal instead. I mean, there's also the option to just leave that AD carry pick until third, and it gives you a bit more time to figure out what you're up against.
Say Xiaopeng here. I imagine you're going to go back towards your AD carry here. I like the Ezreal. I would prefer to see Ezreal here. It just means that you're not guaranteeing yourself into any sort of point in the game, right? You can still wave or get through the early game with an Ezreal. You just don't try and fight particularly much. But then when you get to that mid game, you're looking super strong. And whereas if you go towards the Kalista, you need to have this aggressive style where you want to be getting onto JDG, and not locking yourself into that composition right now works quite well. There we go.
Graves comes through for Kanavi. This is what we've been wanting to see. We have seen it a few times already from him, but it's very much like when I saw Graves coming into the meta, the first person I thought of was Kanavi. It's like, great, scaling carry jungler, it's perfect.
And because of how quickly he can farm through his jungle, you even see, I mean, as we talked about, the laners, Zoom and Yagao, giving up some of their farm and some of their experience to help get him ahead. So this feels perfect. And now we're seeing Luma's power. This is like the champions you associate with each of these JDG players picked up for them right now.
This is absolutely beautiful from the side of JDG. We get Lumao's Bard, which is a masterpiece every single time. It's what he got the MVP for Spring 2020 Finals on. And we get to witness it once more. Xiaopeng goes for the Lee Sin to round out their first rotation here, and now we're moving to the second phase of the battles.
I am just watching Kanavi's summoners. He does have the Ignite. I expect him to change to Flash, but I know after the E-Stars
like
one,
this.
I'm a little bit concerned.
He's got a month's salary on the line here, boys.
Yeah.
At least he has the smite.
Yeah, he still got Smite. He'll still be useful, but I don't know if he wants to take the Ignite. But
It's possible. Right, let's move on from the summoners. We can come back to that. He's got plenty of time to change it. LeBlanc taken off the board. This time JDG, they're giving Twyla a hint. They're like, look, the Azir's not working for you. Go for something else, mate.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where you're kind of going, okay, if you're going to ban away an Azir, JDG are probably going to be looking for this very heavy engage style of composition where you can already kind of expect it when you've got Lumao on this Bard. He's very good at setting up for these engages where you can find picks. But if you think about it, look, you can go back towards this Volley Bearer Zoom, you can go towards something like the Ornn as well, and have this very strong engage and team fight style that JDG have been looking for in their last couple of seasons.
What I would love to see here is Chalitza throw down the gauntlet, lock in the Volley Bear yourself, pick it blind. And I'd love to see Zoom then go for the Ornn and basically say, look, I'm willing to take this matchup. I'm willing to see the other side of it. But no, we see Twyla going for the Corki, very standard passive mid lane.
The Wukong is still up and available though, so there is the opportunity here for Zoom to just go towards that Wukong, and maybe you don't see the likes of the Volley Bear come through for Chalitza, so maybe you have a Renekton come over instead, and it kind of throws at least a little bit of the wrench in the works for DMO, but it still gives them a nice 2-item spike that they can run off with their composition. And it looks like JDG are going to go towards that Wukong. We'll have to see what they decide to pick up here for Yagao.
I like that they're optimizing here from JDG because you can see Zoom has the Aphelios, Yagao has the Bard, so they've got to lock in the top laner for Loken and the mid laner for Lumao, so that the trades, there's only 2 trades that are needed there. It's optimization. I like the min-maxing here for JDG.
I mean, that's what separates the good and the great, right? Is figuring out exactly how to min-max your draft. But we are going to see potentially the Sylas here locked in for Yagao in against the Corki. They can do reasonably well, can farm up okay, and then you've got, as we talked about, that heavy dive style of composition from JDG, which is kind of indicative from the Azir ban, but definitely they are looking to get into your face and try and just cause so much disruption in these fights.
Chalitza goes with the Ornn once again for a second game here. We don't get to see the Volley Bear, unfortunately. But hey, we still get to see some pretty interesting compositions. I'm a little bit worried about Loken, though, in this one, because as his team dives in, he could be left out to dry a little bit.
He definitely could be. I think he should be relatively okay, though. There's not really too many people on DMO's side that can pressure that backline. As you've talked about, like Twyla is going to get rockets pumped into the likes of Zoom, into Yagao, and even Kanavi to a certain extent. Looking at Shubin as well, he'll be firing into the front line. So Loken should have a reasonably good time in positioning. It's not like you're up against, like, say, a LeBlanc or a Syndra who can put pressure onto the backline.
Look, all I'm going to say, Dagda, is Kanavi hadn't changed his Ignite.
Yeah, that's I'm a little bit worried about. I'm not...
We'll see.
Are you sure?
We'll see as we get into game. We could see him messing about with Lumao. They were trading the Bard and the Graves back and forth. This feels intentional to me, because he had Flash in the last game. He's not like still stuck on Ignite and Smite, so we could see some seriously aggressive jungling coming out from Kanavi, which is exactly what I'd love to see in this matchup. Bear in mind, this was our head-to-head, the jungle diff between Kanavi and Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, actually stats-wise, had looked better so far this split than Kanavi. In this series, though, Kanavi definitely with the edge so far.
Yeah, Kanavi's been doing a great job as of right now in dictating that map control, and I think in this game he should be able to do so again. What you've got so far is a very aggressive team fight from JDG, where you are trying to get in with that Wukong. You are still waiting a little bit for this Aphelios to come online, obviously the main damage dealer, but your Graves will give you a lot of skirmish power here towards that top side, alongside the mid picks here for Yagao. So I think you can definitely have a lot of these Rift Herald fights that weren't quite going JDG's way in the last one, at least have a bit more control in this time.
Man, I would just love to see a little bit more life out of DMO. Look, the Observer's seen it as well. Kanavi has gone for the Smite Ignite. There's a month's salary gone, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, he has the Ignite. Sorry, he has the Smite, which is the big thing.
This is on purpose.
Well, I haven't seen it before.
There's no way it's not on purpose, right? He had Flash in the last game. He had Flash Smite in the last game. So he's gone into a lobby and he has actively changed that summoner.
What if he wanted to pick Shaco and couldn't get it?
Well, he could get it. He has all the champions unlocked. It definitely wasn't bad.
Maybe he was like, look, I'm going to stick on this if you don't pick me Shaco. But
I mean, you've got Quick Draw, right? And he's got Phase Rush. Maybe he's just deciding, look, I don't need the Flash. Well, I'm willing. I'm an open-minded guy, Doctor. I'm open to the possibility.
At least for me. I'm looking at like these hooks. I'm looking at this big engage from the Ornn, and if you don't have Flash, like right now, you'll be in a little bit of trouble.
We've got a little bit of a weird audio thing going on, but we'll be able to fix that hopefully for you guys. And we've got First Blood coming up, I've just been told by the announcer. It's going to go the way of Xiaopeng. Yagao going down to start this one off.
This is not the start for JDG, but well played by DMO to spot out that this was potentially going to happen. And I mean, this is probably something that they've realized when you do see the Ignite and Smite. Kanavi, at least with this combo, should be looking to be more aggressive. I mean, it's what you expect from junglers who use this, like that Shaco, who wants to get into your face, wants to try and duel you. So having the phase rush here as well to try and keep up with Xiaopeng. But when we get to the later stage fights...
Oh, nice catch there from Loken. It was going to go wide, but he managed to step into it at the last possible second.
Yeah, but you can see anyway, still that Guardian with the buffs that it's gotten are doing a lot of work right now in the bottom lane. It's currently, because they're at that level 1, you've got 80 shield rather than the 70 shield you had before, but it's more the tether range, or the trigger range even, is so much higher that it's going to be super hard to try and trade against it at these early stages.
Yeah, it can be very difficult, especially during the early laning phase. DMO, with that First Blood going on to Xiaopeng, they're going to be feeling good about that one. And I'm hoping, off the back of that, I'm hoping Xiaopeng will be a little bit aggressive in this early game and try and snowball that lead. Once he's been able to recall, grab his jungle item, I'm hoping he'll be quite aggressive and maybe try and 1v1 Kanavi a bit.
Well, we're going to have to see how this does go, but here we go.
I don't think it's going anywhere. Twyla already flashing, but Lumao to follow in with the Q, but it's only going to be a slow. Yagao gets the kill, though. Xiaopeng in 1v3 and gets a kill. So actually trading it back.
1 for 1, and both of those mid laners going down. With where the wave is, it's going to be a win for Twyla. Top lane, there's some trading going on.
Actually, I thought it was going to win the trade, but in the end, one last little staff slam from Zoom and a flash with a death sentence. Xiaopeng is already huge here. The TP is suboptimal, to say the least. Jumps into the middle of 3 of them, but Kanavi is here DPSing away. Shubin jumps into the fight as well. Loken is here on Aphelios and could sweep up some kills right now. He's looking for Belisa, but he won't be able to get onto him. Mitsuki, sorry. Belisa a different player from a different league. In they go, but back Yagao is once more. Xiaopeng will fall as well, and Loken grabs his first.
That was so messy.
What is this series?
I don't know what's going on, but when we look at it, okay, Twyla has now got 2 kills. Oh, wait, we're not done. Lumao is still hunting here.
Oh, my goodness. Twyla's here. No flash available. I think Valk's on cooldown as well. And Lumao steals the kill.
Yep, I suppose.
I don't know
guess that's where we're going.
The really daft thing, is there's not even an objective available. No. There is no reason for these guys to be fighting.
I mean, we've fallen a long way from JDG being the smartest team, haven't we? But we are looking at, okay, so 2 kills have gone over towards Xiaopeng. He's got nicely into a position now where with these extra kills and how Graves would like to get involved in his jungle, try and get this Ignite to work for him. Xiaopeng having 2 kills will get him into a decent spot where he can survive relatively well against any sort of aggression from Kanavi. You're looking at Twyla as well, who's now got 2 kills himself, working very quickly to stack up this tier, go towards the Triforce like the last game. So when all is said and done, I kind of like that Twyla's getting fed and getting to a point where he'll be strongest, because you want to be building off the 2-item spike on DMO, Twyla and Shubin. That's where a lot of your damage is going to come online. So if you've got some of these items coming on quicker and faster, you can look to use these big engages like Chalitza. And now you're looking at, when we go to these fights, Kanavi not having flashes available. You're going to be looking at Loken, who can struggle a little bit because of these big Ornn ultimates and being pushed back thanks to pressure from Suki and Xiaopeng. Look, I'm really liking the way DMO are playing this.
I'm liking it so far. JDG on the other hand, I mean, let's be honest, the gold is dead even right now. So certainly no massive advantage on either side of the board, because when we look at the mid laners as well, it's just about dead even in CS. It's just about dead even in the scoreline as well. It's important to take that call into account as well, though. Twyla is very much investing in the later stages.
It is hilarious, though, that both mid laners are below the junglers in CS because of all the funny business that has been going on. But yeah, the call coming in, as we talked about, look, DMO, we're looking to scale to that 2 items, so you've got time to get that call to pop and then be useful. But we go Zoom top lane.
He already used the Warrior Trick, so that's going to be the Cyclone used now as well. Chalitza gets the knock up here. Xiaopeng with the Sonic Wave in. Will find his hat trick now. Kanavi wants to answer, but he can't do anything 2v1.
It doesn't have that level 6 either.
Oh,
Lumao is here.
It ain't 2v1. It's 2v2 right now. Lumao is going to get knocked up. Sonic Wave on in as well. So close to finishing him off, and Chalitza going to flash to try and get the kill. Not the greatest flash, I have to admit, but they might still be able to finish this one off. Exhaust down onto Xiaopeng. There's a Volcanic Rupture, and now onto Kanavi as well. Sonic Wave would finish the job. He's not going to find it. Hook goes down, though, because Yagao is looking to answer. He's got a couple of rockets to work with. Not the ideal ultimate for a Sylas here. Xiaopeng walks away. There's nothing Yagao can do 1v3.
Very well played from DMO. Mitsuki getting the flay on Yagao, stopping him from closing the distance, and they managed to get that kill onto Zoom. Nearly get a kill onto Kanavi as well, so DMO, they're about 1,000 gold up already, with Twyla still shoving this mid lane.
And, you know, I've just realized that Corki ultimate is actually pretty decent in a long fight for Sylas, because it procs his passive. So he's able to, like, I think he gets, what is it, 7 rockets or something?
Yeah. He basically gets the full armory, but Shubin
able to arcane shift away. Actually flashes.
I'm surprised. Local already
was
backed away.
Near,
yeah, so Shubin just being a bit wary. Wasn't entirely certain that he's going to be able to escape away from that. So Lumao gets that flash, and this has been an action-packed early game, Munch.
I think the phrase you're looking for is fiesta. This has been an absolute fiesta.
I'm trying to put a positive spin. I feel like I've been a little bit negative this series, I'm not going to lie. And
like, positive or negative, this is not exactly the highest quality League of Legends we've ever seen. Out of JDG of all teams, this is not what you typically expect.
As bad as it sounds, it does look like a bottom of the table brawl, doesn't it?
Kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the teams, DMO, you expect that. But right now, JDG, we have to remember, these guys are 1 and 2 on the scoreboard. They are not playing so far they split like the Spring Champions.
They will get this Dragon, though, and at least start themselves onto the right track going towards that Dragon Soul. So we're going to be looking at either the Ocean or the Cloud in this game, and Ocean Soul will definitely be contested on both sides. But I'm liking the way, as we said, the DMO will scale towards that point where you're fighting for that third Dragon. You got Twyla and Shubin, who will be super strong at that stage. So as long as you're not having Loken accelerating like he was in the last game, DMO can look to exploit that.
And also, they've got an Ezreal this time. So even if Loken does start to scale really well, at least they can match it somewhat. At least Shubin is also going to scale exceptionally. And with Coles in 2 lanes, like, honestly, DMO look great in the late game, if they could get to that point.
You do have the Ornn as well, which can help them, and Twyla would definitely do a lot of work when we do get to that later point, so I still give that late game slightly to DMO, but it is close.
There is a Dark Passage available, so it's going to be safe as Kanavi moves in towards this bottom side of the map. Hooked up, and it's going to do absolutely nothing because he still gets the ward anyway. But Kanavi just trying to pressure because he knows Xiaopeng already got the Herald. Now they're moving in onto Zoom in the mid lane. Sonic Wave. Got the wrong one though. And Xiaopeng actually uses that to get himself to safety. Not going to commit to the Herald.
But you can see that JDG have swapped up the lane assignments here with Yagao moving towards the top lane. This is actually something we see a lot in the LCK, the Sylas versus Ornn. And you can survive relatively well as the Sylas here against Ornn. Plus you've got access then a lot of the time to that ultimate from Chalitza. So if the Ornn tries to TP down, you've got 2 Call of the Forge Gods to try and answer for those plays. But it does mean Zoom will not have the best of times against Twyla because has that Tiamat now, so can clear relatively well under the turret. But Wukong still struggles when he's consistently shoved in, which is what Twyla will be looking to.
Well, Xiaopeng's moved up to the top side of the map, and I think they're going to be able to just finish this tower off before Zoom ever arrives. Very nicely done here by DMO. And for the second game running here, they're the ones to get the first tower.
Mitsuki's in mid here. I was trying to see if he was going to go for anything spectacular, but unfortunately not able to make it work. And it does give, with all that pressure on the top side, time for Kanavi to move in and try and steal away a blue buff. But you're losing towers. You're not really worried about a blue buff.
Yep. Bonus charge there onto the tier 2 as well. Not going to be too impactful, but it's always nice to have. Shubin once again feeling the pressure in this bottom side of the map. Dark Passage is terrible from Mitsuki, but it's going to be good enough. Now pulling them in, gets the play onto Lumao, forces the flash. Twyla has arrived. Yagao is waiting off in the wings. I don't think this is a particularly good fight anymore. Tempered Fate now onto Twyla. There's no follow-up available. Chalitza arrives, gets the knock-up onto Loken. They're going to try and turn this one. Double stun from Lumao. And this is why we call him the Bard King.
Oh, Shubin taken very low. So Xiaopeng.
Xiaopeng's in trouble. Zoom. I don't think he can quite finish this kill off, though. Safeguard to the ward. And Xiaopeng gets away barely.
Just about, but it is still JDG coming out on top in that fight. Now they should be able to crack open this bottom lane turret as well. Answer for the one that was taken on the top side. And JDG again, early game, not so hot, but it starts to get to that 12 to 15 minute mark and they're coming online again.
They're feeling good about this one. Look at the CS difference in the bottom lane. You have to bear in mind, Kanavi has been sat there the entire time. So it's not like Shubin can't CS, but ultimately, that is a huge lead when it comes to the AD carries.
Xiaopeng on this top side. Once Zoom shows, Xiaopeng could go in, but Chalitza actually shoves that wave super quick, so Zoom says, right, I'm going to back right the way away from this and just collect it underneath my turret for safety. So JDG are going to hold on for a moment. You still got a minute until that dragon is up and available. You got that teleport for Zoom, which is why he's now in that top lane against Chalitza once again.
So let's just revisit the fact that this is 2 games in a row now, Dagda, that DMO are able to get a gold lead in the early game against JDG. But last time around, it was about this point in the game. It was the second Herald, it was the second Dragon that things started to swing the way of JDG.
But I think here DMO should still gift over this second Dragon. Look at the items that Shubin has. He is so far behind where he wants to be right now that the Ezreal's going to do no damage in these fights. You kind of have a point where Twyla's starting to come online, but unfortunately, just with that Ezreal in the position they're in, I think DMO need to hang on for a little bit until Ezreal comes.
I think also, ultimately, there's no rush, right? This one Mountain Drake is not going to change the game for you. You have a ton of scaling across your entire team. You don't need this second Drake. There is no reason for you to risk losing a fight over this second Drake. DMO, I beg you, do not fight for this second Drake.
They're going to fight for the second Drake.
I know
They
that.
move Chalitza down. They're looking for the engage here.
They're going to go for it anyway. JDG are here.
Look at where Twyla is, though. He's stuck underneath this tier 2, so not going to have him here for a little moment. No TP, but now walking across as Zoom joins in the kerfuffle as well.
You know what, Dagda? Forget the Drake. Let's ARAM. That's what this is all about right now. Twyla's moved in. They're going to be spotted on this control ward. Just going to clear vision for now. DMO are the ones that have vision control of the Drake. They're going to pull it out of the pit as well.
So Twyla does have package, which can at least help with the deficit that this Ezreal's in, but needs to find a really strong engage, or at least a big moment to use this as Twyla to try and save this fight.
It's important to say as well, Chalitza will be able to do a lot to disrupt
Dragon's
this
gone.
fight, and JDG, they're going to respect the lead that DMO have, I guess. I really feel like if they could have got a flank from Zoom, this could have been a beautiful fight. They had a ward behind the Dragon Pit.
And they have so much engage here as well. With Yagao seeing what they call it, the Forge God, you got Zoom with that double Cyclone. It could have just been a case of your seed for days and JDG can clean up, but they're not opting to go for it.
Partly though, like exactly what we said about DMO kind of applies to JDG as well, right? Look, we're not in the position where we have priority. We scale pretty damn well. We got a Graves, we got a Silas, we've got an Aphelios as well. We don't need to risk a fight that could go horrifically here. I heard the Ornhorn. Oh, it was in the mid lane from Yagao.
I think the Observer got confused as well. It's like, checks
like,
notes. It's like, no, it's the Ornn who has that.
I'm sure none of these champions are Ornn.
But it's the, oh, actually, I was going to say Loken. Yeah, he's still fine in this top lane. I thought the DMO might have committed, but not going to be the case. And we're still looking at this point where the Ezreal isn't looking too strong compared to Loken. He's going to have that Zeal worked very quickly into his kit. At that stage, you're kind of missing your mark as Ezreal.
Do you know what, Dexter? I'm a little bit disappointed in the fact that we've got this Smite Ignite jungler and we've seen basically no action from it. This feels completely unimpactful so far.
Well, it's hard, right? He tried to get in and make that play in the early stage of the game, got buried first because Yagao got caught out. Then he wasn't really able to do too much. Now we're getting into these team fights where he's going to struggle against the engages of Chalitza, has to be careful with Suki hooks, and I'm still convinced that this might have just been an error, but if it's not, this is not how aggressive you needed to play this, and definitely not having Zoom and Yagao play towards him to enable the Ignite means that, again, he's just going to be in a weird spot.
Perhaps it's just like a, I don't have to build Mortal Reminder, I can kill an Aphelios kind of deal. Here we go, Shubin's oh my goodness gracious. What is that? Yagao just annihilates Shubin. Now onto the Herald, Xiaopeng realizes he's got to get out of dodge. Zooming a 1v1 that he is not winning against Chalitza right now. But Yagao could just 1v5. Mitsuki in a whole bunch of trouble. The box did so much damage from Yagao. And ultimately, Kanavi got the Herald.
And they picked it up. So now JDG can move in towards his mid lane turret, crack that open. Yagao is putting pressure on the top side too.
I want to take something back that I said before, Doctor. If Yagao can do that kind of damage, there was no reason to wait on the previous strike. They could have just fought. I was not expecting that level of burst.
Yeah, well, they do get the charge in the mid lane. They're still looking to crack through this. Chalitza can't really do too much. Twilight is eventually going to clear the wave, but it's too little too late. And JDG now still putting their stamp on this game. That gold lead that is still relatively even is now starting to get slightly in favor of JDG.
Yeah, and basically all of it is in Yagao's pocket based on his damage. And, well, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit worried here because Shubin hasn't looked particularly good so far this series, and a lot of this win condition for DMO is in his pocket.
And the thing is, Ezreal actually does relatively okay against this Aphelios. The whole idea is that you can use these Mystic shots, you can use these auto attacks and just stay out of range of the Aphelios, scale to your 2 items where you become incredibly strong, and then you can take over in team fights. But Shubin, not quite able to do that when it came to this game. Now he's in trouble.
Uh-oh. That is a lot of damage onto Xiaopeng. He's kicked back and runs away. Nice splash on the collateral damage, and Twilight's there to keep him safe as well. Yagao makes the attempt. And that's the Ignite burn from Kanavi.
So Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell. When all is said and done, Flash gone, Ignite gone. And you did get the 2 ultimates out from JDG. Now, they will be back up in time for the Dragon, but maybe not Lumao's Bard ult.
That was a little too close to comfort on that one. If I saw that correctly, Bard ult actually stops you taking Scryer's Bloom. It had a little golden glow around it. I think it maybe makes Scryer's Bloom invincible too.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really a trade I consider, to be honest. If you, I don't think it's worth using a Bard ult to save your Scryer's Bloom.
But you could do it on like a Blast Cone or something. If it does work that way, I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that, but it looked like there was like a golden glow around it. Not the full Zhonya's effect,
you could ult the person running away and then shoot the Blast Cone. And then just kill the person.
Or you could ult the Blast Cone for style points. Now you're thinking with portals. Yagao is in a little bit of trouble here, but it looks like DMO not going to be willing to pull the trigger. They don't have vision on enough members of JDG. In the meantime, while they're committing 3 members top lane for nothing, Dragon is spawning on the other side of the map, and Kanavi's going to start this one off.
Yeah, they're going to be here to collect it nice and early, and yeah, as you said, you're committing several members towards top side. Off of the back of what they just saw at Yagao, though, I'm pretty sure they don't want to fight against JDGs. And you have that teleport available for Yagao, so they're like, look, we're going to gift over the second dragon anyway. Try and get to a point where we can actually fight against this team. But right now is not where we're comfortable.
So let's revisit the conversation of these power spikes for DMO here, because when you look at the scoreboard right now, we've got a Triforce and a Muramana for Twyla. We've got the Mana Moon finished now for Shubin alongside his Frozen Gauntlet. So he's going to be feeling, or Iceborne Gauntlet, sorry. They're going to start to actually feel a little bit stronger, especially Shubin. He's actually going to start doing damage now. So we are getting to the point where DMO can consider actually going for these skirmishes and starting to fight against JDG.
Especially since Chalitza nearly has that Abyssal Mask completed as well. A little bit of help against Yagao. So they are starting to get to that stage. Actually just finished off for Chalitza there, that Abyssal Mask. So they can fight, and they may need to, because DMO are starting to, or sorry, JDG are starting to posture around this fight.
Oh, they found a pick. The magical journey is mystical and wonderful, and Twyla hates his life right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Tries to back away, trying to play it smart, but JDG are already in the jungle, and now you're a man down as, well, Loken's trying to finish off red, but see again, JDG completely controlled Baron.
That pick just nudged the chart up by 2 or 3% right there. The kid was like, I like that pick. That's a good pick. Hang on, Zoom's in trouble though. Cyclones knock up Xiaopeng. Flashes away from the call of the Forge God. Xiaopeng not willing to commit to this one though. Sonic Wave landed, but he knows the Cyclone was there, and in the meantime, JDG pressured the mid lane.
But again, DMO are blowing these big ultimates and not getting anything from them. Now JDG are happy to pressure in this mid lane, because all they have to try and avoid is the hook from Mitsuki. And when we talked about, look, Loken is on this immobile AD carry. You've no flash on Kanavi. You need to be using these ultimates as DMO in team fights so you can try and capitalize on these plays, rather than throwing them out, trying to get Zoom. And Zoom without flash doesn't really matter when you're trying to come back from behind.
And you have to look at how these two teams actually want to start a fight, right? As you rightly mentioned, with that Ornn ultimate on cooldown, all you can really rely on is Mitsuki finding a miracle hook. And Zoom has been, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about that one. Just CC'd finished off. Yagao teleports in. Xiaopeng going to be jumping over to the rest of his team. Safeguard available. Knock up only onto one. DMO are going to get away with this one, so nice capitalization here.
But I don't understand why JDG are committing to this. You just saw 3 members of DMO on the bottom side. You could just take Baron. But instead, they're TPing with Yagao into this bottom lane for a tower that, when all is said and done, if you protect it, it doesn't really matter.
Well, they did protect it.
But why? It's a bit of
just
gold.
for the bants, Dagda. Just for the bants, innit?
This is
no
our
man left behind.
But it's a structure. It's not even a man. It's inanimate.
Well, Zoom isn't a man? How dare you? Look.
He was dead.
Okay, he's a monkey.
He died already. He was already left behind. He's been so far behind that he's back at the base respawning.
They had to get vengeance. Well, they had to at least try. It was about the emotional state of the team. It's not about the map state. It's about the morale.
Avenging Private Ryan is what we're at this stage.
Avenging Private Zoom.
Private Zoom.
But they didn't avenge him. It has to be mentioned. They failed miserably at avenging.
This is the thing. This is our Spring Split champions. This is the team that we talked about being so incredibly smart in how they position the map, getting their waves in order, using that pressure to take wins without lifting a gun, an axe, whatever the hell they have on their squad. But again, this is not what we're seeing in this game. They're investing resources where they don't need to. They're not trying to play smart in this game. And it's really upsetting to see, because we all had such high hopes for JDG coming into this Summer Split.
And let's just take it in context, right? There's still time. There is still time for JDG to get back on form. The big question, though, is just what happened? How did they go from this team that was just I don't know, it felt like they were a hive mind. It felt like they were all on the same page at exactly the same time. They all knew the game plan. They all knew exactly how they wanted to play. Does not feel like the same team right now.
Yagao is in behind DMO here. This could be perfect angle for him.
They're going to go for the straight-up 5v5. Chalitza gets the knock-up onto Loken in the meantime. And Yagao can't actually finish anyone off. Zoom with a huge Cyclone, though. Oh, and he's won the fight by himself. Look at that. Double on the monkey. Chalitza cut down as well. And that is Baron open wide for JDG.
They can move over towards that Baron. They actually have Yagao moving down, maybe, to go and pressure on towards this Dragon, but it decides instead, with a couple members of DMO still up, they don't want to try and trifle with
Xiaopeng and Shubin here. Moving on into the side, but Yagao is there to stop them contesting. He's trying to start the fight himself, but Zoom's in trouble. Damage coming on through, but Shubin can't quite finish the kill. Sonic Wave there. But that's the smite now, unavailable for the fight. Loka with the 1v1. One more auto, but he can't quite find it. This is what you were talking about. Oh! The Calibrum snipe!
They just about managed to get Shubin. They will get that Baron. They will get the Dragon, putting them onto Soul Point as well. An heroic effort from Xiaopeng and from Shubin to try and stall that, try and stop them from being able to take that objective. But it's not going to be enough. So we may still have more fighting on our
I feel like Shubin should have won that 1v1 though. He just needed to dodge the Calibrum. Like, in that situation where there's no minions, there's nothing to block the Qs, Ezreal should be winning that one. Shubin looking a little bit more like a bargain bin right now, because the Dragon started up. Xiaopeng isn't here. This is just smiteable for the side of Kanavi. He doesn't have Flash, but he does have Smite. And that's going to be both neutral objectives here for JDG, and the gold lead is building up more and more and more.
It was a good fight from JDG, though, to start off where they could turn towards the Baron. You had Yagao well positioned, no wards available for DMO to spot out this Sylas. Takes away the kick from Xiaopeng, boots Twyla into the fight. You're going to see it here. And they end up looking great. So Twyla now has to burn his flash to get away from all the engage, which means when Zoom comes in now, all he's got is the Valkyrie, but it's not enough to get away from the Monkey King. And it's the rest of JDG then who can continue this aggressive stance forward and run through DMO.
And honestly, without Chalitza keeping Loken out of that fight, that would have been over a lot quicker and a lot more decisively. Really well played on the Ornn just to try and keep Loken away, but then he turns around, the fight's already over. His team's already dead, and it's already done so.
And when we talked about the kind of even scaling that we're coming into here for DMO versus JDG, well, Shubin's super far behind. Twyla as well is not really getting to a point where he's strong. So Loken has been so far accelerated. He's working towards that death stance now. He's in great shape.
Xiaopeng makes an effort for it, but it's not quite going to be able to get a kickback. It's just going to go sideways on that one. And now they're going to try and continue this fight. Anyway, Chalitza just charging on forward. Tempered Fate, though, ruins everything. JDG keep him at arm's length because they've got Yagao in the bottom lane right now, who is just going to be wailing all over this turret. He's got himself a Medjai's, he's got himself his Proto Drake and his Zhonya's. He is massive.
And he's got himself a Corki ult now as well, so to do some work underneath these structures. But now you're going to see JDG taking that turret top, moving in. Xiaopeng trying to make something happen on the bottom side. Means it's 4 versus 3 on the top.
Yagao could be in trouble though, because Xiaopeng wants to get on into him. Sonic Wave available, and he will land it onto Yagao, but he can't win this 1v1. Needs Twyla to catch up sooner rather than later. So needs to use Kingslayer, will be able to keep him safe as Zoom comes in as well. Cyclone as he gets kicked away, but he still knocks up Xiaopeng, and Yagao finds the 1v1 in the meantime. Goodbye, the Baron minions blast him down.
And you're still losing topside as DMO as well. JDG are taking everything, Munch.
This is a disaster for DMO, and JDG once again break the base. As soon as these guys get Baron, they will take everything. Both sides of the map now being torn apart. They don't have minions in the mid wave, but they might be able to just keep things going anyway. I think that they're going to back away, though.
They're going to back. They've got what they came for. 2 inhibitors down. You've got a little bit of time before any of the objectives are up, but you can still pressure this mid lane super aggressively, have Zoom and Yagao escorting minions on both side lanes, and it becomes pretty much impossible for DMO to try and stop.
And like, I want to clarify something, as we've been pretty harsh towards JDG so far in this series. And for any of you guys at home that haven't been watching a lot of LPL, that aren't up to date on who these teams are, the reason we're being so critical of JDG while they're winning is that these guys won in spring, being the smartest team in the LPL. And when you look at the standings, DMO currently are 0-4. They haven't won a single game in the LPL. When you compare those two teams, the very bottom of the barrel versus the spring champions, DMO shouldn't have a shoe-in. They shouldn't have any chance in this series.
Also, when Kanavi has been in the conversation of best jungler in the world, this is why we want to see so much from him, especially as the meta shifted towards these carry junglers. But it has been a far cry from the Kanavi that we saw in spring, where he's just not having the performances that we expected. The team is not enabling him to the same extent. And it felt like with the way things were going, JDG would be set to take on the world. Instead, we're getting this mixed bag from them where, yes, they're closing out this game, but it's been far from clear.
It's the early games that have been the issue so far for JDG, but we could have a fight on our hands. Nice Tempered Fate from Lumao. It's going to set everything up and flashes across the board, and everybody gets away. Loken knocked up. But Redemption is going to keep him healed up, and he's got his Bloodline passive, I'm sure, available to keep that lifesteal on the go. Shubin trying to get some poke down, but ultimately, nothing's going to land. Those two Ocean Drakes really working out for JDG.
Yigao back off in this top side, still trying to escort minions in, just creating numbers advantages in this middle.
And if this inhib falls, that might just be everything, honestly, in the way of JDG. Mitsuki misses the knockup. They get onto Lumao, but he just hops over the wall and keeps himself safe. In the meantime, Yigao has a 1v1 with Xiaopeng that he's not going to win because he's kicked back and forced. He's outnumbered now. Can they finish this one off, though? Oh, the double Zhonyas comes on through, keeps himself safe. And that's why we love the Silas coming in here. Twyla doing some work with the package. Loken's still alive, though, and that's all that matters for JDG as they start to cut everybody down. Shubin flashing to safety, but one more auto. He gets onto the fountain and keeps himself safe. That might just be enough here as they start to take some members down. Loken's still on the turrets, though, in the meantime. Shubin has got to do something about this Aphelios. The Nexus is going to fall. DMO down 2-0 as JDG grab themselves their second win.
JDG managed to find the second win of the series. It wasn't the best of early games, but still, it's going to be a second win on the board for them when it comes to our standings as well. I think JDG still have a long way to go, but at least they're still picking up these wins.
It's still a confident win here for JDG. Like, ultimately, when you look at the scoreboards at the end of the game, when you look at the mid-game and the late-game coordination, it is there for JDG. They are team fighting well. Yigao especially looking incredibly confident on this Silas. The only question marks are around that early game. When we look at a top team like JDG, you expect them to control things from the word go. That's not what we've seen today.
Well, coming back to your point on the individual performance here, Yigao looking great. Loken as well, looking absolutely fantastic again in this Aphelios. It was something that we praised him a lot for in spring, but definitely he's stepped up again when it comes to this pick, and you saw the 1v1 versus Shubin looking really strong. So I think fair dues to Loken and Yigao, who, as we talked about, haven't been the mainstay carries for this team. They've been substituted or at least working with Kanavi, now stepping up and being their own carries.
I mean, Loken especially looking great on the Aphelios. You saw it during Champion Select. As soon as that was locked in, he was laughing to himself. He was like, I can't believe they give me it twice. And I mean, looking amazing. Both games, he got the MVP in game number 1. I think it was like, what, 11-0-11 or something along those lines. Game number 2 looking just as great on the Aphelios.
Yeah, and taking over the game once again. I mean, they even in the bottom lane as well, we saw how far behind Shubin was put. This was just off the pressure from Lumao, from Loken, and great on them to be able to put that pressure down. Lumao on his signature bard as well, helping out massively there. We love seeing him on this pick because those Tempered Fates look great. The Cosmic Bindings can be amazing as well. So even if the whole team isn't coming together, at least we're still seeing some standout performance individually.
Yeah, and ultimately as well, Kanavi here, I don't know if we're going to start seeing more of this Ignite Smite Graves coming up through, if this is just some kind of crazy thing that's been happening in solo queue that's about to become meta, but if not, this is just Kanavi saying, look, there's no way we lose to DMO. I'm just going to mess about. I'm going to play with Graves. I'm going to bring Ignite to the table.
Yeah, he's got a style on him, and didn't really get that opportunity, though. I mean, we got that one invade where Yigao ends up dying at level 1, and you're kind of looking at the 4 members of DMO moving in here, and you can see the calculations of, wait, we've got no flash on our jungler. How the hell do we get out of this 3v4? But it's Yigao who ends up paying the price, and from that, though, Kanavi couldn't really get into the jungle, which is why we saw, at least until that 15-minute mark, that we were still fairly even on gold. Even actually for a large portion of the game, we're fairly even on gold. But eventually, JDG do hit that point where they find that team fight, they get the dragons, they get the barons, and it's all said and done from that point.
Yeah, and so much of that early game, so much of that mid-game was down to Yigao on this Silas. I mean, we saw the fight, it was around the top side of the map. Yigao basically just like 1v2'd, 1v3'd, and you can see there on the damage, he was the one right at the very top, which, you know, against a Corki and an Ezreal with an Aphelios on your team, topping the damage table as Silas is damn impressive.
Especially when you've got the likes of this Ornn, you've got Lee Sin's, the Thresh. Lee Sin can do a really good job of kicking you away, Thresh can keep you out, Ornn Ultimates can be a nuisance, but Yagao did a really good job of navigating these team fights and getting himself into a position where he could be the big carry for the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really well played from Yagao. And across the board, for JDG, like, sure, it was not perfect gameplay, but ultimately, it's a second win on the board. They're now going to be even on the standings, and this early in this split, let's bear in mind, this is week 4, so we're getting towards the halfway mark, but going from 1-2 to 2-2 is a bit of a moment where you can breathe out, right? Like, at least they're even. At least they're going to be around the middle of the table. And with a 2-0 victory as well, they now have a positive win-loss ratio with 5 wins and 4 losses.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got to look at their counterparts here, right? DMO, unfortunately, now sitting 0-5. Haven't been able to, as you said, pick up a single win there, so 0-10 in game score. They're starting to look very much like the V5 from Spring, and this is not where you want to be. And when they're still trying to figure out how do they actually want to play, what's this roster going to be, who's going to be playing where, it's not looking pretty. It's looking very, very similar to the stories we had for V5 in Spring.
It's not quite as bad as V5 yet.
Yeah.
Let's bear in mind that V5 were playing Nico AD carry by this point, and
was it at this stage already?
I'm not sure, to be honest, but they gave up, as far as I remember, they gave up pretty early in the split and started playing Mole in every single lane and just messing about with it. At least DMO is still playing proper League of Legends. At least they're still playing the meta. At least they're still clearly trying. It's just definitely, there seem to be some issues when it comes to the way that they draft, but also the way that they try and execute those drafts. We saw in game number 1 going for the Kalista, and then drafting a composition that Kalista didn't really fit into. Then game number 2, their draft was way more cohesive, but they didn't really play around their spikes. They didn't really play around their win conditions.
And that's where we're kind of looking at it here. And even their team fighting wasn't quite there. It would look like maybe they'd have the opportunity for Twilight to carry on this Corki, but not getting the wards down to spot out where Yagao was meant that he could get into the back line and then it's just straight onto Twilight because he knows that's the mainstay carry. I think as well, when we look at Shubin and Mitsuki, this bot lane for DMO has been a big talking point because they just don't seem to be able to match up. And for anyone who doesn't know, it's both Helper and Shubin were the DMO youth AD carries who got brought up onto the main roster, but they just haven't been able to catch up with the caliber of teams that we have in the LPL, and caliber of bot lanes we have in particular.
Yeah, it's not been working out for them. Twilight as well this series had a bit of a hard time because he was up against Yagao. Well, we've got some highlights of Yagao because he just looked insane on this Sylas. So many ridiculous moments from him this series.
And this was the one time we saw Kanavi's Ignite actually coming in, manages to give over that first kill, and from there, Yagao just went absolutely nuts. That was him demolishing Shubin. And then in this fight as well, this was the fight that set up JDG to take over. You can see Gold dead even at this point, but off of that nice kick onto that nice kick onto Twilight sets up Zoom for the engage, and from that JDG are able to pick up so many opportunities.
And it was just that Yagao was completely fearless this game. He was always going in. Quite often it felt like Yagao was essentially a frontline character for the side of JDG because he had so much healing.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what the Kingslayer does, right? You're able to get in super aggressively into these fights, and when you're ahead, you feel so strong. That's with the HI Associator, you can see there, picking up a few more stacks for himself, but yeah, Yagao, well earned for that MVP.
You criticized them trying to TP down to save Zoom early on in the game, but then, because of that, Zoom makes his move up to help Yagao later. They scratch each other's backs, you know, they're a team here. 5, 3, and 8 for Yagao as he grabs himself the MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you can see kill participation super high, the damage percentage as well, nearly 30% there, and especially on a Sylas, which does struggle to have some big impacts in these fights, especially when you get to the later stages, and there's a huge amount of CC on this DMO side. You get an amazing job of being able to hit that carry spot.
Yeah, I mean, Sylas ultimately, a lot of the time it's just down to what ultimates you can get, right? And yeah, he was definitely managing to make it work out for himself. Did you see the box damage? There was one fight in the mid game where he gets the box from Thresh, drops it, and it did like half of Thresh's health. But Suki was just like, all right, I'm out. Sod this. I'm not fighting you anymore. But yeah, fantastic win here for JDG. Confident win for them. And maybe a few things that need fixing in the early game. But ultimately, against DMO, this was an expected result. I came in here today expecting a 2-0 from JDG, and that's exactly what we've got at the end of the day.
The thing is, though, we still have to see them face off against a lot of these top teams, right? So they already have a loss to Top Esports, they have a loss to RNG. We're going to be looking at them in the future going up against the likes of FPX, IG, these sort of squads. And if you are giving across this early game to these top teams, teams that they beat in spring, you are not going to be able to bring it back. These are teams that will lock you away the second you give them that inch. So I'm curious to see if JDG, when we do get into these upper echelons of the ranks, how they will fare at that stage.
All right, well, Dagda, our first series is done and dusted, and that means it's time to go to a break, but make sure you stick with us, because after the break, we have LGD against IG, two of our top teams going toe-to-toe. This is going to be a bloodbath. Don't go anywhere.
冲入这个塔，一大波线进来，小五直接把团开起来，进场他报的是一个辅助，反手一勾，勾到这边铁男会被秒，有点危险，铁男被秒了。这边一个清辉夜宁，银焰的一个效果打了一波爆炸 AOE， 后续这边
但是 iPhone 进场，一个 R 没推到人，只剩下马哥在 A。
推了2个，但是水银秒解，马哥还在滑，但是这个位置队友已经不太行了。
厄斐琉斯这波伤害很高，还想追，
有银焰这个位置，
直接烧死了，还在暴击2个暴击，哇！配合辛德拉直接是拿到一波收割，
应该是想要开团的。
是，但这波感觉打龙也还可以，看一下怎么说吧。 这边打龙的速度
勾到铁男要开了，
勾到了。这边大招进场，马哥这边大招也开出来，先瞄准这边中路直接倒了，这波感觉有机会操作。马哥还在滑，闪现往后拉，但被猪女被动盯住。224轮回绝境处理完之后再往外面走，
还有战斗力，
蓝了，侯九山走了。
小鹏这边能不能跑？
技能这里有个表扛一下，但是感觉活的位置不是特别好，
感觉没有输出啊。
临死前再打一个被动，猴子这边也有一定战斗力，该交闪拉扯一波回塔下，再一个 E 拉回来，哇，这波
是的，
那卡莎还有双招跟大招的，
哎，这波感觉要去偷家了呀，再不把团打起来，
哎，这边勾到了
阿水，那阿水有闪现，这边进场偷了一个大招，一脚踢了3个，这波卡莎也进场，虽然西野这个大推的还可以，但队友已经全死了，又是滔博打出一波团灭。
是时候夺回我们的东西了。
哇，这个登陆很关键。
是的，而且他逃生的一个位置选择也还是不错，直接刷3个，
直接腹地进入3步刮过，这波老干爹一波完美配合，南墙一个大往后跑，再交一个闪，但这位置还是跑不了。
我的毒没有解药。
永别了，老龙。
别以致用。
哎，但是这波好像不想让你走啊。
没有2塔呀，这边。
哎，这个捆
还有没有登陆？能不能救一手？
哇，这个推了3个。
这边举枪一个大招掩护队友，但是伤害感觉不是很够呀。史克拉姆先杀猴子，大招进场，这边想收皮纳特人头，一丝血直接是烧死了。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Well, that's our first series done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 to JDG in the end. And that means it's time to buckle yourselves in, boys and girls. It's time for fight night. We've got IG on one corner. We've got LGD on the other corner. My name is Munchables. This is Daxamillion. And we're ready to jump into an absolute bloodbath.
I have been looking forward to this series so much. LGD, one of the bloodiest team fighting teams in the LPL, versus Invictus Gaming, the solo lane killers in the Shy and Rookie.
Yeah, we're ready to get a little bit silly because believe your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be insane. In the early game, we're going to see battles back and forth between our junglers, between our laners, because let's bear in mind, this is LGD, this is IG, stacked on either side.
Yeah, and this is where we want to see that individual performance shine. We want to see what Rookie can do, we want to see what the Shy can do, and if Longxing and Xie can match up against their
And you know what? You mentioned Rookie. Let's head into our fight card matchup here between our mid laners. We've got Xie on your left there. We've got Rookie on the right. The babyface assassin up against the solo king.
And this is where we're going to be looking. The weight of these guys is unbelievable. The strength of these guys you can see in their height. But what we're going to do is talk you through their reach, which is the champions that they can play, how deep they can go in that champion pool. You can see fairly similar across the board here, but definitely when the difference comes to it, Rookie is looking to dominate that lane. 32 solo kills from Spring, whereas Xie looking to play more of that team fight orientated style, help out his squad, and only managed to pick up 8 of his solo kills in Spring.
Yeah, but take a look at the strike success right there in the middle of your screen. You've got on one side Xie, 130%, still pretty respectable. But on the other side of the board, Rookie, almost 200% on average. That is insane.
And that is absolutely nuts. You never expect someone to be able to throw that many punches and land them successfully.
I think he's been throwing punches at the referee, if I'm completely honest. There's something else going on right here. But let's take a look at some of the highlights between these two players because they are very capable of grabbing themselves some solo kills.
They most certainly are, but what you're seeing on your screen is some of the highlights from Xie in Spring on this LeBlanc, what he was capable of doing. But we've seen him teeter back towards the likes of these Cassiopeias, the Twisted Fates, these more team fight orientated styles where he can help out the team and try and make, like we saw against Top Esports, these big Cassiopeia plays, 3-man ultimates to allow for the engages of LGD, the team fights where LGD shine.
Yeah, we saw the Jace solo kill there from Rookie back in Spring, and then we've got a couple of these clips. The pro view replay of Rookie just annihilating the Ezreal on the enemy team. Rookie, I mean, he's in a class of his own, honestly.
He is, especially when it comes to the mechanics. His ability to play champions like this LeBlanc is next to none. His ability to pick up those solo lane kills as well. And that's why we see him highlighted here for Invictus Gaming, because he has been the one carrying them when it gets to the skirmishes, when it gets to split pushing and being able to just outperform the enemy.
And it's important that you mentioned the skirmishes there, because let's talk about the fighting styles for these two squadrons here, because we have two very different types of teams. We've got IG on one side, very much looking towards those skirmishes. LGD, though, they want 5v5s.
LGD love 5v5s. Longxing on these big engage tools like the Heckrums, like these Ornn, where you can set up them for success, and then you're looking at the rest of the team trying to come in and provide that damage. Whereas when we look over towards IG, they are very much based around these skirmishes, where they can shine with individual performances of the Shy, of Rookie, and a standout performer as well in their last series in Ning. His Lee Sin was absolutely incredible, as you can see in your screen.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate the coordination from that squad, but LGD coordination is exactly their biggest strength.
And exactly what you said, Munch. Looking at the way they can find these coordinations in team fights, turning as one, using the veterancy and experience on their roster, they've been able to outperform so many teams in those team fights and early able to take down top esports in game number 1 with just that style. The issue with LGD though is that macro play. They can fall behind when it comes to organizing the map state, making sure the waves are in order. And to be honest, IG, especially with Rookie in their last series against DDG, did exactly that. He was playing off in a side lane as this LeBlanc, making it very difficult for the enemy laners to try and operate and taking over that map state then with taking inhibitors, taking kills, taking names and drawing blood wherever he could.
You can see here LGD on your screen. They're going to be ready. There's Kramer getting ready for the series up ahead of them because while the LGD roster is stacked and we've seen them really popping off so far this split, they have a hell of an opponent up against them. You can see we've got Langshink stepping on in, moving away from RNG to join the squad. Peanut, Shie, Kramer, and Mark moving over from DMO. And you have to say, Mark has made the biggest possible team upgrade I've ever seen.
I mean, look at DMO versus LGD. You can definitely say that is going to be the case. And he has been finding some big engagements for this squad as well. We'll be looking to see if he can have that performance here again. But my eyes are drifting towards those junglers as well. As though we highlighted the mid lane, Peanut versus versus Ning. I'm already going with RNG versus Ning. Ning had an incredible performance against EDG. His Olaf looked great, his Lee Sin looked great, and he was back to what was that 2018 World success. Now I want to see if he can do the same against Peanut, who more than likely will be playing towards that top lane to try and punish the shot.
And you've got 3/5 of that 2018 World squad on your screen, the Shy, Ning, and Rookie. But then Puff and Southwind came in to replace Jackie Love and Bao Lan. And so far, so good for them. This split especially, I feel like Puff and Southwind have stepped up to a new level where it feels like they are a respectable threat on IG as well. They are a facet that can win the game for IG.
Especially when Puff gets his hands on this Aphelios. It has been his most played. He has looked incredible on it. And it's Puff and Southwind, at least for most of spring and summer, have been the backbone that allows the rest of IG to go nuts because they have been the ones with consistent damage. They are the consistent bot lane. They're not going to lose out too heavily against their lane opponents. And when you're playing against Kramer and Mark, well, I don't expect a huge amount of action down towards this bot lane, but where I do is that upper half of the map.
Look at the respect as we come into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Syndra banned away, Orianna banned away. Shie is shaking in his boots as he heads into the mid lane here. We'll have to see what the bans are on the other side as well from IG, as Varus taken off the board is completely standard. We've got the Wukong there, a third mid lane ban from LGD, and now IG have to decide whether this Kalista is something that they need to get rid of.
Could go for the Kalista. I feel like you're looking more when you're at Kramer towards the likes of the Ezreal, towards the Aphelios. He actually hasn't played that Kalista yet this split, so I'd prefer to see them again as you're looking at that mid lane, targeting out Shie, making sure that he's not able to get his Twisted Fate, because what we saw from Scout on EDG is the best way to try and play against Rookie is by not playing against Rookie. Go with Twisted Fate, go with the Gallios, try and have impact elsewhere, because if you end up in this solo lane against Rookie, he will take over.
And that's exactly what I would expect out of Shie anyway, just because when you look at his champion pool, he's already played Twisted Fate 3 times this split, something he's very comfortable on, and it's something he's looked really good on as well. But we'll return to this mid lane matchup because we've got the Aphelios locked in as our first pick. Trundle and Ezreal is the response from IG.
Now look over towards LGD. I imagine we can still see Peanut go towards something like the Graves. It will be the Kindred coming in for Peanut. So this right now is a super strong composition for LGD in team fights and getting towards those later portions of the game. You've already got that double 80 carry there. Now you've paired it with an Ornn as well who can provide all those ornaments. LGD are looking to go late, and IG now will have to try and respond. Potential here for Rookie to go towards something that could be a little bit more mid-centric with the Ezreal. The likes of a Zoe could work out really well, or at least something that can control that mid lane and still pair strongly with when Ezreal comes online.
Yeah, the other option is Yuumi, of course. With an Ezreal locked in, it's always a great pickup, and it's always going to be something that is exceptionally good in the mid game, in the late game.
And pairs exceptionally with this Trundle as well. This is something that Trundle struggles with, is trying to have some big impact in these later stage team fights. Well, having the El Kitty on the Troll's shoulder means that they can get in, have that last chapter come across several members here of LGD, and give Ning a little bit more agency in these fights.
So when we look towards the bans here, we've got Nautilus and Leona taken away from Mark. When you think of Mark, those are the two picks that jump out at me from Spring. But it's important to mention, he has played 3 games of Thresh so far this split. He's with an Ophelia, so he's going to be more than happy to go for a hook champ.
We are again looking though at LGD banning towards that mid lane. We talked about Zoe providing some nice poke alongside the likes of the Yuumi and the Ezreal here and providing that mid game spike that IG could potentially look to exploit. But now with the Azir coming off the board too, so this is where Rookie's going to be going way down into the depths of his champion pool, but it is Rookie.
Yeah.
He's got so many things available.
Look at that. 5 mid lane bans against Rookie. And do you know what? It's still possible that they could wait till last. No. They're going to go for the Karma. We've seen this in the meta a little bit already.
Well, this could just be IG going full poke comp, right? You just take Jace for the Shy in the top lane, and now you've got Karma to run and speed you away. You've got Trundle who can provide this disengage. IG have set themselves up for a super strong comp.
You can see it on Kraber's face there. He's like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
What have we done? What have we done? Here we go. Xie looking towards the Galio potentially as Bard is locked in for Bard.
I love this. So LGD here have realized, look, this is probably what the IG comp is going for. We need to guarantee engage. We go with the Bard. We've got that Tempered Fate to lock them down. We have that Ornn here as well. Guaranteed engage with the Call of the Forge God. Honestly, I wouldn't be completely against shoving that Ornn into the mid lane and going even for the Volley Bear in the top lane for Longxing. Just going all in on get onto IG. The more engaged, the better for LGD right now.
I really like this Galio, though. Xie has proven that he's the kind of mid laner that wants to roam around the map. This is the first time he's playing it this split, but ultimately, Galio is not the most difficult mechanical champion. It's much more about how well you're doing at reading the map. And I mean, if any of you have seen any series from IG so far this split, the Jace is very likely in just about any matchup, but it's going to be the Aatrox locked in here for the show.
Surprised to see the Aatrox. I thought we were going to see this style where they just go full poke, but instead it looks like IG are going to try and at least have some sort of opportunity to fight when it comes to that mid-game state. So you're going to have, again, Aatrox doing well on 2 items, Karma and this Ezreal doing really well too, and you now have a decent team fighting comp where they have some aspects of poke, but still looking to fight in this mid-game before LGD can fully take over when we get to that later game portion.
I'm honestly very excited for this bottom lane right here because we have Puff in a composition that is all about setting him up for success. And we talked about how Puff and Southwind have stepped up a little bit more this split to be some of the primary carries, and now IG drafting a team composition, not an individual strength composition, but a team composition built around Puff carrying.
It will be Puff looking to carry, but the problem that I'm seeing here is that in the very early stages of the game, you're going to not have a huge amount of agency for either team down in the bottom lane. You've got an Ezreal Yuumi who's not going to do a huge amount. You're looking over on the opposite side. You've got Aphelios who's still going to try and do some things, but not quite. So realistically, again, we're looking towards this top half of the map to be where the action's going to take place. Xie has got great getting set up when he's being able to get out of lane with this Galio towards the top side, can enable Peanut, can enable Longxing to go aggressive with this Call of the Forge God. And I'm a bit worried that the Shy sees what happens with the Shy usually, gets bullied out in this top lane, doesn't have the support from the rest of the team, and LGD can put this Aatrox behind and run over when it comes to team fights.
Well, Rookie is on an uncharacteristic support mid laner here with the Karma up against Xie on the Galio as we head into game number 1 of this big ticket matchup. LGD up against Invictus Gaming. Let's get onto the Rift.
Now we want to see, how do IG try and play this super heavy solo style, this skirmish style, when you've got the Aatrox, you've got this Karma and this Trundle. At least when you start to get in towards these Rift Herald scuffles, where you can try and use this 3-man unit, you've got a nice speed up to try and collapse onto Peanut, onto Longxing, but the issue is, as you try and get aggressive with Ning, with the Shy, you're enabling Xie more and more with this big ultimate. So I'm going to be curious to see how IG are trying to avoid what Xie is bringing to the table in these skirmishes.
It's really going to be a curious one because this is not the kind of composition I was anticipating IG to bring to the table here today. But when you look at where the strength is in the early game, as you rightly say, you'd expect Ning to be looking towards the Shy in that top lane. And Longxing is going to have a lot of work on his plate when it comes to just surviving this early game. If he gets too aggressive, if he pushes too far out, you know Ning is going to come in.
It's going to be Peanut going up there as well, though. You've got this Ornn that can enable ganks super effectively with the slows, with the CC he can provide. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Peanut at least at some stage making some trips or towards that top lane. But with the pathing he's taking at the moment, he will be teetering down towards this bottom side instead, looking to try and at least use the pressure and the push potential that Kramer and Mark have right now to secure that bottom lane scud.
It's great to see Peanut on a carry as well. Just one of these champions like Kindred that can really influence the game, can really have his way if he can get the ball rolling, or even just at the late stages of the game. Kindred is pretty much always going to have a huge impact. And it's interesting to see how, you know, we talked up Shie. We talked him up as a player that's going to be trying to influence the map. Well, the Galio is exactly within that wheelhouse, and it's great to see them acknowledging this and setting up Peanut and Kramer as the big characters.
Well, Shie is going to struggle a little bit in this lane. You're already seeing that poke coming down, but especially just with how quickly the wave clear can come through from Rookie, it can be a bit of a nuisance for the Galio to shove out these waves. Main Dematerializer on both sides as well means that he never really gets a break from this onslaught from Rookie. So at some stage, we'll need to see Peanut coming into this lane, helping Shie to get control against Rookie, so we can actually get this Galio out and maneuvering around the map.
Langshan going to have the push advantage in this top side of the map to start off with. You know, we've talked about it plenty of times on broadcast before. Ornn at level 3, arguably the strongest champion in the game at that point. But Peanut wants to make things happen. He wants to start this game off with a bang, moving towards this mid lane. Rookie would definitely be the one to shut down if they can, but he's in a great position on the map right now. He doesn't really have to step up too much.
Right now, Peanut is just trying to keep Shie safe. Was a little bit nervous about Ning coming across and looking for a gank with the shield and the roof from Rookie. He's got great setup for Ning, but all safe there. Peanut will just instead move down, pick up a scuttle of his own. And now with Mark roaming though, LGD could be looking for something.
We've got some aggression here. This is the power Bard, but Rookie just inspires himself, which I'm sure a lot of people would love to be able to do. And he's going to walk away with his life. Now he's able to potentially freeze the wave, although I think he's going to move back under tower. Kramer kept away from the lane, though, by Puff and Southwind.
Shie will get this cheater recall, though, because you don't have a huge amount of pushing power Rookie right now. He's quite low in mana. It's also a cannon minion in that mid wave, so you can see Shie walking back to lane, trying to make sure that when he hits this level 6 point, he's still got access to that teleport to get around the map as well.
Yep, so you will see Shie moving back on in. And obviously, once you do hit level 6, as you rightly say, with the heroic entrance, you can do so much to make big plays around the map, and your teleport just allows you to lose so little when you do go for those plays. In the meantime, we're just going to have a bit of a back and forth in the top side of the map, and I'm really curious about how the Shy is going to play this game, because there's been a lot of conversation about the Shy in this split so far, especially in the first couple of series. He was having a really bad time. He seems to have picked it up a bit more recently, but in this matchup with Peanut on the Kindred, as you rightly said, we could have action towards the top side.
Bit of action towards this bottom side as well. Shie dipping down into river, trying to get some vision control down. They're looking to spot out where Ning is so it doesn't turn out into a party in the bottom lane. They want to try and use this numbers advantage, but at the moment, we're still taking it a little bit easy. We're still waiting for these big ultimates to come up. We want to wait until we've got full control of the bottom side for LGD, but it's just letting the tension, you got to let it boil a little bit first. You know, you can't just jump into your noodles straight off the bat.
I'm not going to lie here, Dagda. I was really hoping for a 2-minute brawl. I was hoping that they were just going to go toe-to-toe from the word go, which I didn't realize rhymes.
Poet, and you weren't even aware of it.
With the Galio in the mid lane, as well as this Karma, you don't really expect them to be doing too much in the early game. Shie, though, once he hits that level 6 mark, that's when maybe he'll start to influence the rest of the map. We could have some action.
It is interesting to see how much Peanut's playing towards Shie, though, making sure he is babysitting this lane.
I mean, he is against Rookie at the end of the day.
True, but it's also making sure that Ning can't try and get Rookie any sort of advantages here. So Peanut will now start up this dragon. You can see the backs are coming through for Puff. They realize how low he was on mana, so with the Felios coming back to lane, they'll be all good to get this first dragon under their belts.
So let's talk about how we... Hang on. Ning's here. Mark is moving up. I think Ning has decided better of the situation. No, he's going to move back in. Doesn't find the smite for himself. Mark can't get a stun or anything, so it's just going to be the dragon going the way of Peanut in the end. And Ning is just going to deny the honey fruit. Make sure that Peanut has the worst time that he can possibly give it.
So we're looking at Longxing in this top lane. He is going back towards what has kind of become the Longxing special, which is going towards the more team fight orientated build. Not going for the lane where you go for the Bramble Vest against the Shy. Instead picking up this Bammy Cinder. So he is looking for getting out of this lane and impacting the rest of the map. So all signs for me are looking at LGD trying to find a fight sometime in the near future, because otherwise Longxing would try and get these grievous wound stacks on the Shy and give himself a little bit of an easier time.
You know, you always know just what to say to make my day, Doug.
I do.
We're going to see.
But the problem is, I'm
perfect
setting
phrase.
up these expectations, and we've just done a ridiculous segment. I had a tie in my head, Munchables.
Yes.
And if we don't have a fight and I've had a tie in my head, I'm going to be a little bit.
We literally called this series Fight Night,
Night.
and that wasn't just for the memes. That is because when we look at how these two teams have played so far this split, I mean, IG, this is not even to do with this split. IG just always want to fight, especially during the laning phase. LGD, they have actually been a little bit quieter in the early stages of the game, but they are all about the team fighting. They are all about grouping up, especially when it comes to the neutral objectives. So I was not anticipating the draft to go this way, and I was expecting IG to be the ones drafting aggressively to put pressure on LGD and force them to react in kind.
And we got a Karma. That's what we got. We got an Ezreal, a Yuumi, and a Karma, the most aggressive of team fighting from IG. But we are going to see this Rift Tower coming up, and I think, again, we're already discussing the three-man combo between LGD and IG on that top half of the map. So we could see some brawls happening around that, but I think IG definitely, to begin with, won't be trying to move Puff and Setwinds up to contest this. As in Ezreal and Yuumi, you just want to sit down on this bottom side, and it looks like LGD, realizing that, will already begin to move their bot lane up.
And you can see that maybe this is like a, okay, if we want to be good again, we need to change our styles from IG, because they've got two culls across the scoreboard right there. The Shy having one in the top lane, we've got Puff with one on the bottom side of the map as well. And Peanut is going to have control of all of the neutral objectives so far this game. He's going to find himself this Herald. He already got the first Dragon of the game as well. Next one will be Infernal. So we're going to have defensive souls here. We're going to have either an Ocean Soul or a Mountain Soul.
Oh, no. This is where I want to see a little bit more aggro. But I think, look, the reason that we're so hyped coming into this was in LGD games. Oh, hang on. A little bit of trading. But
oh, we had an auto attack.
We had an auto attack, yeah. Whew. But the reason we're so excited is Peanut has been the man for me that I'm looking at on LGD to get all these things started. In LGD games, they have a 70% first blood rate. 100% of that has had Peanut's involvement. So when I'm looking to see where LGD are going to make these plays happen, I'm always looking towards that jungler to see how he wants to make the map his. Right now, though, LGD are kind of going, right, well, we've got this super late game scaling comp where we've got the double AD carries, we've got an Aphelios, we've got an Ornn. Well, we're happy to just match you in this slow-paced early game, while IG are still looking to get the two items from Rookie, from Puff, and the Shy.
We could finally have some action, though, as Longxing goes in. World Ender to dodge the knock up there, flashes away. That's going to be that.
I feel like this is a setup. I feel like what they're trying to do is
get... set me up.
I'm setting everyone up for basically myself to fail. But what I think is going to happen here is the Shy, with that summoner spell now burned, Xie having a little bit of an easier time to shove in this mid lane, now has an opportunity to try and go for these plays on the top side of the map. But again, we'll need to see if they are going to be able to use this timing window.
We'll see if they can. Infernal up in a minute's time here as Peanut just going to be running around the map. So far, only one Kindred stack for himself, so a long way away from being able to start to spike in this game. When you look at the junglers, it is Ning that's ahead when it comes down to the CS numbers. We could have a fight for ourselves, because Peanut's moved to the bottom side of the map. He's not been spotted, but he's autoed that ward, I think, so they will know he's there.
So won't be able to make too much of it. Even with that Tempered Fate, it becomes very difficult to try and gank onto Puff and Setwinds. So much mobility there, the cleanse as well. So not really going to be able to get too much out of the IG bot lane. And surprised to see Peanut spending time, honestly, down here. It's more so, I believe, to get control of this bottom river for the dragon that's about to spawn. To see Ning and Rookie moving down as well in this bot side.
I love how Kramer is just like, look, dude, I've got Severum, I've got Crescendum. You don't get to fight me right now. If I hit Q and then swap to my Crescendum, you're gonna die.
That's the confidence play right there, but Rookie and Ning do control river right now. Xie was backing, so has that Hextech protocol completed? Mark?
We're building up. We could have a fight on our hands here because everyone's here from LGD. Tempered Fate not quite going to land. Puff now gets to walk away.
Look at Longxing though. He's made his way down here. Don't forget the Shy still has teleport, but doesn't have his flash available. So if you can have Longxing pincer onto IG and River, this becomes a very dicey situation for them. They want to be able to kite back to a certain extent, especially if the Shy is not involved in this fight. But now he's made his way towards the mid lane. But Rift Herald is placed in the bottom side.
So split call here from LGD as they drop the Herald down in the bottom side, but Peanut and Mark still moving in to try and contest. Good smite comes out from Ning to make sure that the Scuttle Crab is theirs. But that means smite is on cooldown now for Ning. This is a big deal. Peanut is on the scene. He's got smite available, and that means Infernal will go the way of LGD now for the fight. It's LGD flashing away there. All of their members. Rookie is low, and he's going to be knocked up. No, flash over the wall. Ning now caught. He's knocked up for days and days. Kill goes the way of Peanut, and you kept up the first blood rate.
There we go, LGD find the second dragon. They find that first blood. They could find themselves this first tower as well, waiting on this next minion wave. You still have Peanut here, and there's only one turret plate remaining on this bottom side.
This could be the first tower of the game going the way of Kramer as well, and so far so good for LGD. As IG go for a very slow start on things, and the Shy has suddenly realized he's completely alone. In comes Shie on the Galio as well. The turret's still surviving. Kramer finally going to DPS that one down, and the Shy will fall. Shie with the kill.
And that's 2 kills now over to LGD. The Shy staying way too long underneath this turret, especially against the Galio. Will end up giving over a bit more gold to LGD, but gold only a small bit in favor of LGD. The minions and that advantage in the CS that IG have managed to gain in mid and in top will ease the blow a little bit, but this is a great fight from LGD. As you said, no smite available for Ning, so now LGD can turn. Longxing in a great position there to set up across the entire team with that ultimate, and LGD find the pick that they needed.
Very nicely done from LGD. They've got 2 Drakes for themselves as well, so setting up for future success here from LGD. And let's remember that these 2 teams have serious talent on the roster. We've got 3 world champions in this game, but we've got 4 worlds attendees on the other side of the scoreboard as well. LGD squadron are no slouch, and when you look at the compositions, this style of this game definitely suits LGD a lot more than it does IG.
Certainly does, and this is why it's kind of a surprise to see this Karma pick come in with how impactful Rookie has been for IG, especially just off their last series against DDG. I expected them to try and bring out a few more of these fun picks that Rookie would be able to control in this game.
Part of that is the fact that they did ban 5 champions away from Rookie.
That does do a little bit, yes. I will agree, that definitely helps. But still, I thought we might see something come through. But right now, it's IG definitely on the back foot, and they will still be waiting until Ezreal has his 2 items. You're seeing Karma now very much getting to a point where she has that Ardent Sensor and can be quite useful, but LGD are perfectly happy at the moment. They've picked up a couple of kills. They don't mind giving over some of these Mountain Dragons to IG as well, while they just wait for the rest of their items to come through.
Now, I do want to say as well that, like, I don't by any means expect Rookie not to perform on this Karma. I'm sure that he's able to play Karma up with the very best of them. It's just that when you look at IG so far this split, Rookie has been the carry for this squadron, and so having him on that supportive pick can be a bit of a concern. Now IG moving in to try and contest this Rift Herald. The LGD, they want the fight. Not the best coordination here, but with a knockup with a taunt, Rookie is gone from the map, and there's nothing Puff can do about it. Ning now trying to get back towards his tower. He's going to be able to deny Longxing getting in.
LGD managed to find the pick, and now they're pushing on in this mid lane. Rift Herald again being popped down. This is looking very much like LGD starting to run away with things.
Yeah, LGD in complete control of this game so far. Herald will go in. It won't quite finish the tower off. And I don't think it'll get another auto either. So tower does survive for the side of IG. But look at the gold. Already 2,000 ahead here for LGD. That tower in the mid lane is just a stiff breeze away from falling over as well. And look where that gold is sitting. Shie, Kramer, and Peanut.
So much of that gold sitting all on LGD's main carries. But I feel like this is kind of IG getting caught out in draft a little bit, right? We could see from a mile away that they wanted to go for this poke style of comp when you have Rookie and you've got Puff, Southwind, all of these poke-orientated champions. And this last tech in towards the Aatrox feels like it was kind of a, okay, we need something to deal with how much engage LGD have drafted here, but an Aatrox isn't really the champion you want to go for in that situation.
It is the Shy, though. So one thing I will say is I've never looked at IG and gone, wow, this team is so cognizant. They're so good at drafting. They always seem to draft the perfect composition for the perfect situation. No, this is the team that drafts Jace every single game blind just because they want to win lane.
But this was a game for Jace.
Exactly.
This was a game.
But, like, ultimately, if the Shy has gone, look, I'm playing Aatrox this game, I'm sure that he is confident in this Aatrox pick. Like, it's not often that we see the Shy picking for the team. So this could very much be something where he feels like he can have a massive impact.
Should have gone for the Callisto the Vayne. See? Then you just go for, okay, well, I got a side lane split push, something that can work with this Karma. But
one thing I will say, maybe it shows respect here from the side of IG, saying, look, we can't just win lane, win game against the talent that is on the LGD roster. Speaking of that roster, they're moving in here because Drake has spawned on the map once again, and IG just going to be fighting for priority in the mid lane. This tower actually could fall. Moonlight Vigil used, and that's going to be flashes out of both of the mid lane and bot lane carries for IG. Now Ning tries to get onto the Bard, but you just can't because it's a Bard. And now on towards the Dragon.
LGD have used way too much. They need to give up this Dragon. No, 3 ultimates already burnt, and IG starting to press forward.
I don't think they're gonna. I don't think they're giving anything up. Flash forward onto Rookie, but there's no follow-up onto the taunt. On towards Lanxing just to get himself out of the fight. And now in comes the Shy. Mark gets through the wall, though, with a Magical Journey, and IG group up towards this Dragon.
The only thing that they have really here is Peanut's ultimate, the Lamb's Respite, to try and counteract some of IG's engage, but IG don't care. They have so much poke that they can keep cutting back from LG.
Ultimate's all on cooldown right here, except for the Lamb's Respite from LGD. They're going to move in, and the Shy is doing big damage onto this squad. Lamb's Respite already used now, and IG can just keep them at arm's length. Bear in mind, they have so much healing, so much shielding from this Karma, Yuumi combo. LGD, you can't win a long fight, and Puff is going to chase you down. There's no escaping from an Ezreal Yuumi, and he's going to keep on jumping forward. Mark, though, is on Bard. So maybe he can walk away with this on Peanut. Forced out of the pit here. Ning desperate just to finish this Dragon off. Will be able to get this Mountain Drake. And in goes the Shy straight onto Kramer. Now Peanut wants to answer for this one. He's dancing around, but he's run out of Qs. One more slam from the Shy would finish him off, but he can't quite get it. Peanut over the wall. Lanxing, though, has found himself alone at this point, and Ning charging on down. The slows are there. Rookie with the root. And then again, gift it over to Puff. Now Peanut suddenly finds himself in the fray once more. You were free. You were home free, Peanut, but it's 3-3 on the scoreboard.
This was so messy from LGD. Disjointed engages, not what we expected from Lanxing, from Xie. They can't follow up, but everything at the kitchen sink is thrown at IG. IG catch it, they throw it right back, and they pick up the Dragon and the team fight win.
And that is just the perfect fight for IG, right? When you've got a Karma and a Yuumi, staying at arm's reach for 20 minutes straight is the perfect situation.
And this is the re-engage, which was even more baffling to me to begin with, but you've now got Lanxing stuck in the pit. He's got no flash, he's got to try and fight his way out. The Shy is more than capable of going over the wall, and everyone else on LGD is gone home. They're done with this fight. So why LGD are willing to commit more teleports, more summoner spells, more ultimates to this fight is beyond me. But again, this has kind of been LGD's issue, right? We've seen LGD where they will just, a minute before Dragon is up, toss everyone up towards the top side of the map, invest teleports, invest ultimates, and then lose out in the ensuing Dragon fight. So this is kind of reminiscent of what LGD have been doing, but still heartbreaking to see.
When you look at the two teams on paper, quite often it feels like both of them are willing to just fight. Like IG, it's not like we know this team for fighting for really great reasons. We just know that they're insanely good mechanically, and obviously when it comes down to it, when it comes to playoffs and whatnot, they'll still make good map plays, but we've seen them fight over nothing a fair amount of times. That's a big weakness for LGD as well. And so we could well see that there's going to be a lot more scrapping across the course of this game. We're heading towards the 21-minute mark, though, here. With Drake spawning in 3 minutes, Baron is available. I feel like I have to say every single game, there is the disclaimer that Kramer's on a Felix.
That is always the disclaimer, right? And he's almost getting towards that second item. The third item is where it really comes online. And this is what we're talking about. You're still waiting on this double AD carries to scale into the late game. You're still waiting on these Ornn items to come in for Longxing. So this is the point where IG are strongest, which is why it was even more confusing that LGD were so insistent on trying to fight for this third dragon. You can give over some of these dragons to IG, give them the second one, fight for that fifth dragon in this game, and that's where you should be a lot stronger as LGD and be able to take those fights.
Now, there's a really important thing to mention about Puff so far in this game. Hang on, we could have a fight here. Peanut dodges away from the Q. Oh, the Tempered Fate. Mark is a genius. Taunt across the team as well. And LGD won this fight before it even began. Ning trying to get away with his life, but there's no chance on that one. Kramer, though, taking a huge damage from Puff himself. Maybe he could 2v everyone this one as the Qs are coming on out. He's got a Yumi on his shoulder. He's going to get away with his life here as the Shy tries to find a 1v1 with Longxing in the meantime. I don't think he has the damage to finish off an Ornn at this point in the game.
He could if he's able to hit a few of these sweet spots, but unfortunately they're eluding him right now. Puff.
Uh-oh. Puff's in trouble here. Exhaust comes down, and that is going to mean that he is all but done for on this one. Teleport channeled. Oh, that is a bad look. The teleport coming on through from the Shy, but he's all completely alone. There's no way into this one. This is the problem with your Aatrox. You can't get into the fray if they know where you are, if they can count you out. Now Mark goes in, but Mark! This was a done deal. He's on the wrong side of the map. You don't have to kill yourself. Now the Shy somehow 1v3ing right now, but Xie with a Justice Punch.
He traded 1 for 1, and that teleport meant that DMO or LGD couldn't turn towards this Baron. So when all said and done, IG, that's a big win in their books.
And honestly, one thing I was going to say right before that fight started, when you look at Puff, yes, he's got 2 items as the Ezreal, but look at the items on everyone else. Southwind has the Athenes. You got Rookie with an Ardent Sensor and an Athenes as well. So actually, Puff kind of has more than 2 items. Knock up here onto Ning. I don't think they can turn much out of this, though, honestly. Rookie is actually... Oh, my days, the damage out of the Karma. That's meant to be a support. True shot barrage, and Puff is on top of the world right now. Kramer has to try and somehow carry this fight, but the final chapter is going to lock him in place. Puff has the damage, and the Tempered Fate can't save anyone, but they're turning things around here, and Xie might just be able to carry. Puff jumps on forward, Longxing barely getting away with his life, and he just might not, though. Puff keeps going on forward. Xie the next target, and this Ezreal is absolutely huge now. Xie can't escape, rooted up by Rookie. One more auto will finish the job, but there's a nice stun coming out from Mark. Now they're diving onto a tier 2 as well. They just don't quite have enough damage to finish the job, but they get onto the tower.
I thought Puff was going to go down right at the end there, but the heal from Southwind comes through. LGD and IG playing on a knife's edge on these dives, but IG still coming out on top, still using this mid-game advantage that they have super well, and will secure this second dragon off the back. I say that Longxing's here.
Yeah, this is it. Oh, Peanut, you beauty! Managing to steal this one away. Lamb's Respite keeps him alive as well, but it's keeping Puff alive too. That's going to be finally the kill, and Shy, I don't think he can do much about this one as Longxing just going to batter him around. Peanut's been found, though, by Ning. Flashes over the wall to try and follow this Kindred. One more auto, but Peanut gets back out with the Dance of Arrows. And LGD starting to find themselves some advantages.
And that was a dance and a half from Peanut. Fancy footwork will let him to escape. And now they can move towards this Baron. You've got 2 members down on IG, Puff and the Shy. No teleport. LGD could get this Baron.
Yeah, and they've got, obviously, an Aphelios who can just stack up those shurikens and start to really blast away at the health bar.
Peanut needs to be careful, though. We talked about how much poke there is that can come through Rookie, from Southwind as well, but it looks like IG don't even want to attempt to contest.
Dude, look at Xie and Peanut's scoreboard right now. 3-0 and 8, 2-2 and 9. 100% kill participation from this mid-jungle duo.
This smite in from Peanut. No jungler to be found for IG. The fight for LGD. And it looks like we're still getting a little bit of questionable decision making across the board, but boy, is it making it exciting to see these 2 teams brawl it out.
This was so nice from Peanut. Jumps over to get the blast cone. He could have just jumped over the wall, but then the blast cone's available coming out from Nick.
Exactly. It is thinking so far ahead. It is beautiful to see. And now LGD, as we get to this 25-minute mark, are sitting with a 4,000 gold advantage in this game and the potential to keep it rolling. The Molten Edge has just been completed for this Aphelios, for Kramer on the bottom side. So this is now where IG are going to start falling off and finding these fights a lot more difficult to control.
And you can see Rookie here, after going for the 2 support items, he's realized that LS might be watching, so he's going to go for that Leandri's as his 3rd item here. Kramer annihilates the bottom lane tier 2 tower here in LGD. Bear in mind, they've now built themselves a 5,000 gold lead. The next Drake is spawning in 2.5 minutes. That would be the mountain soul for them. Puff has been found. Honestly, I'm pretty sure he could just out-damage Peanut at this point, though.
Look at where Shie's going, though. He's been able to push in this top wave. LGD now putting pressure on mid. They can rotate to join Shie on top side if they'd like to, or just keep this pressure mid and give Shie all the time in the world to take down that structure.
They've still got a minute and a half on this Baron. They are getting so much value out of this objective. That's already all 3 tier 2s taken. The Baron power play is unbelievable right now. And this is what we said about LGD. When it comes to the coordinated team play, this is their true strength.
Their macro may be a little bit testy when it comes to that mid game, but if they get a lead like this, that's where the veterancy on this roster steps up, that experience. You're looking, I mean, you talked about how long these guys have been the LPL, 4 Worlds attendees. You have a World finalist in Peanut on this roster. If you're looking for people who know how to close out games, it is going to be LGD.
Not just a World finalist either, we've got Shie there as well, who managed to finish 3rd, 4th at Worlds in a previous year, back when he was on WE alongside Mystic. And now, we're getting to the point in the game where we're just going to have big old fights, back to back to back to back. Well, I mean, honestly, if LGD wins a couple of those fights, the game's going to end. But I'm not going to count IG out just yet, because we said Puff has been stepping up. See, Shie, he's actually going to go for the Morella Nomicon. So we've got the 2 opposite schools of thought here out of the mid laners.
And a bit of a different train of thought from Kramer as well, going for the rapid fire cannon instead of the Death's Dance that we usually see. So looking to try and put a few more of these long range autos into IG.
The Shy, you can't be there, mate. This isn't your jungle anymore. Shie taunts him. He's going to get the Justice Punch, and the Shy's already dead. Peanut grabs the kill for that one. And that, I mean, that is just a schoolboy error.
And it's also the Shy wasting his flash. Shie held onto the Justice Punch to make sure that if the Shy tried to flash, they were going to get him. Otherwise, Mark just helps lock him up. There's nowhere for them to go. IG now trying to push in mid lane while you've got an exposed inhibitor turn in the bottom lane.
You don't win this. You don't win this race, IG.
Not at all.
Like,
not even close.
Look, there's double AD carries for LGD as well. They have a free ticket to an inhibitor right now. If there's no response from IG, they could actually just end. They could just transport that minion wave underneath the Nexus towers. But Puff has arrived now alongside Rookie and Southwind. They're going to try and do something about it, but the magical journey there. Puff just shot his true shot barrage in the wrong direction.
I'm not sure if it was maybe a misclick or try to push that wave in topside, because Dragon is up. They want all hands on deck for this.
I don't know. This is going to be the Dragon going down already. That's Soul. LGD just get the Dragon. No response from IG. Everything's falling apart here. Shie tries to get a taunt, but he's going to miss that one. Kramer now trying to push on in. The Shy is back on the scene. That's going to be final chapter to try and get some lockups. It only gets a route onto 1, though. Shie can't quite get the taunt, but it's onto the Shy. He's gone in once again, and he's cut down once again. Langxing just going to be this giant brick wall on the front line for his team, but he's not got that much health to work with. And Lamb's Respite going to be used just for the heal, but Langxing doesn't actually manage to get himself into that one.
You've now got the wave for LGD. They have a super minion here. IG need to back, or they can just end this game.
Oh my goodness, Langxing is going to ruin everything for IG. Langxing, you genius. And now into the base. It's only Rookie here to defend. Puff and Southwind have just arrived. They've got to make a miracle happen, but there just isn't enough time. And LGD make a mockery of IG.
LGD looking so damn clean in this first game of the series. Being able to at least take a slower pace coming into this early game, but when they got to a stage where they felt comfortable, it was put the foot down, take these team fights, take the game. And although there were a few hiccups, again, LGD looking super good.
And do you know what? We came in saying fight night, we had our ties on our heads. It was macro night. We had some very smart gameplay coming out from LGD, and honestly, that's not the strength for IG. When you think of IG, you don't think of flawless macro play. You think of them bodying people in lanes, and they drafted Karma, Yumi, like, they didn't draft to win the lanes. They didn't draft to just destroy LGD.
Yeah, as he said, this is very strange, especially when you look towards, okay, the Shy going towards Aatrox, still kind of fitting into that style. But when you look towards Rookie, he unfortunately wasn't able to do particularly much on this Karma. And
in case you missed it, look at the bans right there. All at Rookie. So it was kind of out of his control to some extent, at least.
And this is the guy that deals 32% of IG's damage right now. So the fact that he's been put under so much pressure in the draft means you need these other members of IG to step up. But that's not what we've seen. We don't have Puff on this Ezreal being able to deal the damage that we need to. The Shy again on this Aatrox getting caught out, having basically no influence in these team fights as well. And although LGD still had a few messy fights where they couldn't find their engages and they didn't quite coordinate things, it was still enough to beat back IG, get to the point where this Aphelios had his Molten Edge, he had those 2 Zeal items, and was just ripping through everything.
Yeah, there was the one fight that went the way of IG where it was like, okay, really, really long drawn-out fight. This is exactly what IG wants. But we didn't get any more of that. Every single time it was looking like that, LGD just back away and disengage.
Well, the big thing for that fight was we'd just seen everything blown right beforehand, right? Yeah. No Ornn ultimate, no Galio ultimate. You didn't even have the Aphelios ultimate to maybe get a Gravitum. It was all wasted, and that's where, okay, now IG can make their play because of how much poke is in that composition. You don't have to worry about the super heavy engage in the squad. But after that, well, that mistake didn't happen again. LGD were much more courteous in the way that they wanted to use these, much more cautious in the way they approached these fights, and it meant that then eventually they were just able to clean them up. And even in that very last team fight, it was super difficult for Rookie to actually try and have an impact because, well, he's been pushed out, he's diverted because of traffic with everyone on LGD zoning him out of the fight.
That is a heartbreaking damage chart right there. Puff tried his damnedest. And, you know, obviously he had an entire team built around setting him up for success, but ultimately the damage wasn't enough. And multiple times we saw in these fights someone from IG getting caught out before the fight really happened, and Puff was doing a lot of work to try and finish these kills off, but it was after the fact.
Especially on that last fight when you've got the Soul Mountain coming in for the super tanky side of Xing and Xie. Becomes a little bit difficult, and it just meant that last fight was already a done deal, and LGD managing to close it out.
Yeah, unfortunate game here for IG to start things off, and we'll see if they can come back in this series. I feel like this was very much a draft error, honestly, from the side of IG. I feel like give the Shy a carry, give Rookie a carry. Like, if they're going to ban out Rookie, like, this could be the draft strategy, right?
Or even just go towards that poke. Get the Jace. Go all in on that style.
They could have gone all in on the poke style, but ultimately, when you look at the draft here from LGD, maybe they've uncovered something here. Maybe future teams going against IG can replicate this exact strategy. Just ban Rookie out. Because, like, what have we been saying this entire split? Hey, Rookie's going to 1v9. Rookie's going to win this game by himself. Don't allow him to do that, and maybe IG just falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his stats, Rookie's 5 solo kills already, 32% of his team's damage, 680 gold lead at 15 minutes, more than 2 kills worth of gold at 15 minutes into this game. That was not the case here because they had to go for that Karma. He doesn't have as much control. Peanut babysitting the mid lane for a large portion of this game to make sure Xie was able to be a Galio of all things.
Exactly, and like ultimately, it's like Rookie is pretty good at League of Legends, so just don't let him play. That seems to be the strategy from LGD. We'll see if they keep that strategy as they move into game number 2 right after the break.
那这波1star 越塔失败之后，还损失2个人，受到很伤。这里踩住了单环 ，Q 技能回旋伤害收掉了 Maple。
看看啊，马上，但是色题不太好从屁股后面给切回来。奥文先去撞大招，这个撞大招的位置不错，撞到了3个人，连同后面的 Light 也给撞了起来。天使先给小段开启了一波大招，但是自己的位置呢？ 后面的输出环境看一下，但是一个长手猎罗直接猎到了 Light 位置不好，一个轻回点已经是天脸放了。银眼虽然说炸了出来，但是蓝斯方众人齐上，将其成功的击杀。 这个蓝眼睛照了一下红色亮 TP， 落地的是一个绕后的猴子。悲伤箱先承担了第一波伤害，寒冰是被一个圣射弹炸了起来。这波寒冰的输出位置还算不错，猴子的一个真假猴的开团，先要斩杀了一波流行松了。后面有个绕后的铁男，看一下关的是谁，先跟旧梦缠斗在一起，他关的是一个寒冰，寒冰扭身躲过了一个 Q 技能，但是似乎要被铁男的一个被动给烫死了。这波铁男先杀寒冰，再配合队友，最后进行了一波围杀。 一个 Morgan， 一个真猴子成功走掉，是被远见改造给照到。这波林伟翔可以一个人去杀他，对面 B 给他套了一个一技能减速，应该下一波他平 A， 收获一波 Triple Q， 可以成功的拿到这波团灭，再斩大龙。
被交散了，这边一次同时也打了起来。
是的，切到实时画面，盲僧一脚是踢回来了旧梦，这一脚回旋踢太关键了，瞬间一锤定赢，一个深水炸弹炸到一个马老师，马老师也要被压起身，铁男一个技能拽回来2个人，瞬间要杀死这场比赛。
今天不会取得胜利的。
没人可以逃过我的瞄准。
现在两边看看啊，就是这一下想找到男枪的一个位置，同时马老师一个英雄登场，一屁股先配合泰坦先震死了男枪。 刘金松位置也不好，被寒冰所收下。刚说科学，这就来了吗？杜云碧开始响鬼石板甲，再接一个大招爆摔，爆回了踢车马。踢车马人群当中开了一个近身，杜云碧是沐浴了一个天使大招，但是马上有个千珏的大招，跟他5个人全部无敌，杜云碧也走不掉。科学关键时候又发威了。
世间万物皆系于基础之上。我的剑飞向真理。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
Game number 1 is underneath the championship belt now for LGD. 1-0 up in the series against IG. But Fight Night continues. You know what? We were robbed of our Fight Night in game number 1. We didn't get the same level of action we were hoping for, but IG, they're going to change their draft. I've got a feeling. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Margaret Dagda.
What?
I don't know. I was going to go with some kind of Thatcher joke. It didn't work.
No, it didn't really. But what?
Oh, Daggy Thatcher. That was it. There you go.
Okay,
I remembered my joke.
We're going to go back to the game, though, and not the terrible puns that we're seeing. But either way, I still think, yeah, we will get a little bit of a fight here, which is why the ties are back on. We're getting serious here.
For context,
serious business.
Ties on our head equals Fight Night. You know, sleeves are rolled up, no jackets.
No jackets, yeah.
Clearly, that's an MMA reference. Like, I don't know how you can't get that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, neither do I. Don't know.
So,
but either way.
Talk to me about the compositions here, because we saw IG going for this weird puff carry rookie support. Obviously, rookie was banned out in the mid lane, but I feel like there was still some kind of options available.
Well, I think I just want to see Rookie going towards something where he does have some sort of carry potential. I know, as you talked about, a lot of attention put towards him, but I still think there was some things that he could have gone for in the mid lane that at least have some agency there. But maybe at this stage, because you're going so deep into the champion pool, he doesn't have a lot that he's comfortable bringing on the board at this stage. I mean, the meta has been fairly settled for a while, so maybe he's only
just bring out the Zed.
True.
It's the only option at that point. But on the other side of the mid lane, we've got Shie, who looked amazing on the Galio, who's going to be our MVP. And I feel like with LGD, you could have given it to Shie, you could have given it to Peanut either. Both of them 100% kill participation. Just this roaming duo making things happen around the map.
And it looked absolutely incredible from Shie. And we said, hey, look, the best way to fight against Rookie is to not fight Rookie. And that's what Shie did. He was fighting everywhere except against the mid laner of IG. And it really did set up LGD for success. You've got this big engage tool in Longxing and in Mark. Just having that follow-up with Shie, allowing him to close that gap nice and quick. And then Kramer following up from behind with all that damage. It was beautiful to watch from LGD.
It's the kind of thing I live for. This coordination during the team fights. Just mechanical play as well, like across the board. This one moment, not the greatest mechanical play, as Mark literally chooses to end it all against the Shy, but the rest of his team was able to sweep up.
Yeah, and look, either way, LGD now coming into this, we see, right, Twisted Fate was banned away. We're still not looking towards some of these more utility-focused mid laners like Lissandra, but definitely the Galio has worked well for them here, and there's no reason they can't go for it again. This Galio is super good in a blind pick scenario because, hey, look, when you've got a lot of these super strong mid laners banned away, there's very little that can go toe-to-toe against Galio, who's just capable of surviving the lane and having these big impact plays later.
This is a really, really good look for LGD as we move into game number 2. IG, on the other hand, not looking happy with the situation, and you can understand why. Because just consider the expectations coming into this series. Consider that IG, granted, they only came 3rd, 4th during playoffs, or it was 4th specifically, in fact, but they finished the round robin in spring in 1st place. They were the 1st seed coming into playoffs. Didn't really work out during playoffs. Didn't really look that great during MSC either. Coming into this split, it's been a little bit of a shaky start, but ultimately they've been getting series wins under their belt. On the other side of the board, LGD is an organization that it's a long time since this organization looked good. And now this split, they do a whole bunch of roster changes, everything's flipped on its head, and suddenly, with a win like this in game number 1 over IG, LGD are looking like a top team.
But this is why I had LGD in that 4th place spot. It was the consistency of this roster that I really liked. I looked across the board and said, hey, look, every single member on this team is going to perform on any given day. And you can see it now against Invictus Gaming, who have looked shaky, and why I just couldn't put LGD behind this team exactly of Invictus Gaming.
So as we get towards the bans, a similar style from LGD as they ban away 2 mid laners from Rookie. But bear in mind, the LeBlanc is open this time around. Twisted Fate has been banned away. We know how Rookie plays LeBlanc, right? He'll sit and hide in a brush. Twisted Fate can ruin that. So this screams to me that they want to go for that LeBlanc pick. This time around, though, LGD have to ban this Varus on red side.
Will be the Varus ban. Aphelios picked up. More than likely going to see the Ezreal locked in for LGD here. I mean, it's kind of the obvious choice, but I think as well then we get into that territory of what we want to see paired with this. Could be a jungler lock-in here for Peanut as well. I really liked the Kindred in that last game. I think it worked super well. It looks like we might be getting more of the Troll Kingdom instead.
Kramer could be getting a little bit of the the Hope treatment, though, because we saw what Rookie does on LeBlanc to Ezreal's in the series against EDG. We'll see if that's going to actually be locked in, though. Karma taken here, I'm assuming, for Xie.
So I like this from LGD because you've got a bit of flexibility with Karma. You can put a top kind of for Longxing, but mostly it's Xie and Mark that you can flex between. You either have this super strong poke lane in the bottom side, or you can just tend straight into that poke style of composition, depending on what Invictus Gaming want to go for on this first round of picks here. I think still locking in a jungler here for Ning is not the worst idea. I loved his Lee Sin against EDG, and I think again this could provide some real strength. The only issue here is if you go towards that LeBlanc pick, I think you can still have Xie go towards something like the Galio, and then you get into that similar boat of, okay, Xie's everywhere, he's taunting anything that comes near, we don't have anything to deal with it as IG.
The big question to me is, do we see the same bans here from LGD on towards the mid laners in the second phase? And I expect that we will, so it's going to be a lot of onus on Rookie to find something deeper in his champion pool to carry on. In the meantime, though, LGD going to go back towards this Trundle. You'd expect this to be locked in, honestly. It looked... I mean, Trundle has just looked pretty solid in general on this patch. There's very few negatives to locking it in.
And even with the nerf that went towards him, that little bit of a movement speed nerf, he's still looking really good.
86% win rate. Maybe it's not looking as good as I thought it was.
It's still looking good, as the champion in general may not have picked up as many wins as it would like, but definitely the champion is still fine. Now again, we're seeing Rookie left to the end. They're going to just ban him out. I'm sorry, Munch. I'm sorry.
Why are we seeing Karma? I wanted a brawl, Dagda. I don't want Karma. I wanted to see something. Well, obviously the Twisted Fate was banned. I was hoping to see Xie on Twisted Fate against Rookie on, you know, Syndra or something. But it's just not happening here. Bard taken away from Mark, which I can totally understand that ban, honestly. It was Mark played the Bard incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, it gives a nice engage tool / disengage tool as well. And LGD haven't really decided what way they want this composition to go. It's nice to just get rid of things that can mess you up a little bit. So Bard going to be banned away. We'll more than likely see something tended towards Xie in that mid lane, just to try and get Rookie into a really nice spot, because you are going to have to pick your mid laner blind here. So Rookie could go towards something like the Zoe. We've seen him play that before. Something alongside the Corki as well could come out in the mid, but we'll have to see what they do decide to go towards.
LGD banning away Jace from the Shy here. It's kind of an interesting one, but it is his go-to blind pick in the top lane, so it kind of signals, hey, look, we're not going to lock in our top laner yet. We want a counter pick, and we don't want to go against this Jace.
So now LGD will more than likely be looking to lock in that top laner, still keep the flexibility of this Karma, but we could see them just go towards a jungle and try and make sure that Longxing does have a nice time in that top lane. But looks like Renekton could be our blind here.
Yeah, they do have their jungler already locked in there in the Trundle, so the Renekton comes on through. And now we'll have to wait and see. We could see a Quinn. I'm just saying, Quinn is available. It's great into Renekton. We've seen the Shy do it. Literally this split. It would not surprise me at all.
It does fit into what IG like to do, right? Where you now want to go super heavily on that top side. The Shy loves his AD carries and crunchables as...
Do you know what, Dagda? I'll be the analyst for this game.
Okay, I'll let you go for it. Go for it.
I'm a genius. No, but they're not even going to lock it in. All right, well, I'm going home, boys.
Getting baited.
Just as I start to gloat. Oh well,
you never count your chickens before they hatch, man. This is why. This is when you come into drafts. You gotta wait till that lock in. But I do like it here. The Shy now with this Gangplank will go very well against Renekton. It can do a lot of work. It also can do pretty well against if LGD are going to go for this very kind of poke-oriented style and just having them slow down, try and kind of back a little bit. But yeah, this is a IG kind of going for all-in engage through their Thresh, through Lissandra, and trying to have the Shy and Puff be these carries in the later points of the game.
I like this Lissandra coming out from Rookie as the final lock-in here. We saw Knight playing the Lissandra. Lissandra was actually banned away from him by LGD in game number 1 of this series. We've seen Knight using it. Really can facilitate early aggression, things like your tower dives, because you can just lock people up under the tower.
So LGD right now have gone for a front-to-back team fight, but definitely the problems that you have with Renekton against the likes of a Gangplank and a Thresh are going to be alleviated somewhat with Xie on this Karma. He can speed up Peanut and Longxing, and it means that in a style of composition where they would usually struggle, they should be able to get on towards IG and actually get into the fight, especially if you consider Yuumi being paired with either Longxing or Peanut. This becomes a super potent engage tool that LGD can use. So IG will be looking to see if they can have good ultimates coming through from the Gangplank, if they can create some space with Lissandra, or at least freeze a couple of these tanks that are trying to get in so they can operate properly for Puff on the back line.
Honestly, it's strange to me seeing IG draft these team-style compositions, you know, drafting for these fights and for coordinated engages. But with a Lissandra, you do have to bear in mind, this is a roam-heavy champion. This is something that Rookie can abuse the rest of the map, which obviously when we think of Rookie, we think of him in the 1v1 in the mid lane. So very much a style change for IG coming into this series. Peanut looking pretty pleased with how this draft has gone, looking confident as we move in towards the game. His arm folded. I feel like Mark is a very confident player. You know, when you look at where he's come from and the team he's joined, the people he's with, every single time I see Mark on the screen, he's constantly vocal. As the support player among 4 Worlds attendees, it's honestly inspirational to see him so confident.
Yeah, and it's good to see him as vocal as he is. When he was on DMO, it was Mark in that bottom lane when he was paired with Gala that really impressed me the most, and especially stepping away from working with Gala, who he's been paired with for years now, back since 2018 on the Son of Dragons LDL team. So seeing him now step into his own and working well with Kramer is fantastic.
Kramer's certainly appreciating the support in that bottom lane, but it's time for game number 2, boys and girls. A fight night. It's LGD 1-0 up with the Karma in the mid lane.
I think I'm going to have to break your heart a little bit.
They're fighting already, Dagda.
I don't think we're going to have
night, baby.
Fights. I don't think we're going to have fights. I think we're seeing very similar to what LGD, well, what IG were running in the last game for LGD. Where
I saw this chart and I was like, oh my god, it's so what? It's only 7%. It's actually, it looks a lot worse than it is. But hey, the Colonel, he's liking the look of IG's comp right now.
I think it definitely does scale relatively well, especially when you look at LGD, who are going to be orientated towards this mid game. With Longxing getting, well, pretty much past that 2-item spike, that's when IG will be coming online a lot more, about the 25 to 30 minute mark. So you do have this opportunity where LGD can look to exploit that early strength that they have. But once we go towards super late with Gangplank, with the Felios, it will be IG that can have a good time in just the amount of damage that they can churn out.
So standard starts here. Is Ning going to be beginning on the top side of his jungle leashless, so nobody's going to know quite where he is. And Peanut on the opposite side of the board as well. So we'll see where they are going to path, whether we see any action out of them in the early game. On this Lee Sin, though, Ning certainly has the opportunity to try and push an advantage early on.
Peanut has an opportunity to play towards that top side as well. Renekton great at setting up ganks, and the pillar does mess with Gangplank because the whole idea is get rid of the CC with the oranges.
Straight in onto Rookie. He doesn't have the glacial path available just yet. Xie knows that he can force the issue on this one, and Rookie is taken down for first blood by LGD.
LGD innovating on who they want to put in the ground on IG. Every other team has gone for the Shy, but LGD realized they need to get Rookie down. And now, already 1 kill over to Peanut.
And you know what? LGD, first blood 70% of the time, and it's Peanut 100% of the time. Still keeping that title. And he's feeling a little bit like Jankos at this point.
It's a lot higher for them at this stage. It was 70% starting this series. He's now gained 2 more first bloods for himself. So Peanut doing so much work for LGD in these early stages. And now he'll be in such a strong position from this jungle. Has set him a little bit behind when it comes to just clearing out the jungle, but he'll be able to match that up. And then with that gold advantage that he has, be in control versus Ning.
It's Gangplank for the Shy. Not really a champion that you would associate with the Shy. And obviously you can have a lot of strength, especially in the early laning phase. You are kind of a pseudo-ranged champion, so you can often get a lot of harass down with your Grasp of the Undying on your parlays. But ultimately, Gangplank, it's a scaling champion. It's not something that you pick for the early game power. It's something that you're looking towards influencing the map with your ultimate and scaling towards late game team fights.
As you said, that influencing the map point is really interesting because Rookie, if he can get out of lane and go for these dives around that level 6 mark, they can do a lot of work with that ultimate from the Shy, the Cannon Barrage, but you already see Peanut going top side.
Shy could be in trouble here. Nice dodge from Peanut. Flash, but he doesn't manage to get the stun down. Oranges, so it's going to be okay. But the Shy has already flashed. I think he might just fall on this one. Bite on through, and Lang Xing with a kill as well.
And there's that combo we were talking about. It's so difficult for the Shy on this Gangplank to escape away from Peanut. Usually you're fine as Gangplank because you've got that CC removal, but the pillar just stays. It's just a nuisance, and the Shy can't escape.
I love, did you see that? Just after the play, Peanut is waiting just off to the side. He's like, the Shy might TP for this. I know the Shy. Just in case, I'm going to stick around.
He will walk back to lane, though. Will lose out a little bit to this turret, but not too much when all is said and done. So Lang Xing find himself in a nice CS lead, but a nice, at least, advantage in this top side now off of that kill.
Yeah, he's going to find himself first blood on the Renekton, and suddenly that matchup doesn't feel so good for the Shy because Renekton is going to do a whole bunch of damage once he gets himself an item or two.
And think about when we get towards Rift Herald as well. Now you've got Lang Xing, who's already going to be in control, has picked up those Ninja Tabi, so making it very easy for him to go against this Gangplank now, or at least easier. So when we get to that Rift Herald fight, you can have LGD look to control it with Xie and Lang Xing.
Xie going to get a root here onto Rookie, and that means he can set up a Q. The minions are going to block it, so unfortunate for him. But ultimately, Rookie on Lissandra before level 6, all you're looking to do is just clear away waves. But honestly, this Karma, while we're talking about it as a supportive pick, and it is towards the late game, actually has a lot of lane presence.
And its mid game is very, very strong. It's, as you said, when you get to that later portion where she can't do quite as much, but when you've got those empowered Qs, the empowered roots as well, she's shielding herself, getting a bunch of healing back, it becomes really difficult to try and play against it.
When we look at the top lane, though, right now, the Shy has a massive CS lead for himself, doing a really good job of zoning Lang Xing away on the Renekton. Even though he got that kill early, he's got Ninja Tabi for himself, it's still going to be difficult to get close to the Shy. And in the meantime, Ning and Southwind just going to start this dragon off, deciding Peanut can't get in here.
Yeah, this is something IG are very good at, is realizing we've got a pushing lane on the bottom side. We can get Ning in to get these dragons. It's why they've got the highest dragon control in the LPL right now. And it just sets them up nicely for when they get towards that 18 to 21 minute mark and you've got that third dragon spawning. They're the ones that are in control of it. And especially when you're trying to enable at least a little bit Rookie and maybe trying to find some picks using the Shy's ultimate and using Rookie at the early stages of the game, having a base of that dragon can help out in trying to bring LGD into a fight.
Peanut looking to make more happen around the map, but yeah, Puff kind of disrespectful here. Obviously, he's got a Thresh, though, so he's going to be all right. But you do always have to be a little careful. Against a Trundle, he can just pillar your lantern.
Yeah, he'll be fine, though. You can see Southwind waiting until after the pillar had gone down to use that, so he'll be safe. Now, again, though, Peanut super active in this early game. Won't be able to get anything mid, but at least help Xie shove in and get the back.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and force the minion wave in. Xie should be able to just cue the backline in a second as Rookie is looking to just clear these minions out. And once you get a little bit of AP behind yourself, once you get in towards that level 10 mark, Lissandra is so good at just clearing the minions.
The thing is, though, Peanut has spent so much time in and around these lanes and trying to at least babysit this early stage that he's put himself pretty far behind against Ning. He does have that kill, but when it comes to the gold that's going to come from the CS and jungle camps and those levels, it's all in favor of Ning. So now when we're starting to look towards some of these other objectives like the Rift Herald, this Lee Sin is going to have a bigger impact, especially since 20 seconds from now, that Rift Herald is going to spawn.
Rift Herald could be point of contention for both these teams. Bear in mind, both Trundle and Lee Sin are going to do fine in the early stages, so they're quite happy to scrap. It's going to be down to the rest of the team, and when you've got things like the Gangplank ultimate, things like Rookie's ultimate as well on the Lissandra, there's a lot of power there.
There's a big thing here, though, that Xie has just got his back off. He's running to lane, so he's going to have a back buy advantage over Rookie. Could look to try and use it now, but Rookie's moving towards his top side.
Lang Xing and Peanut are already here. The Shy's going to be fine, though, and Rookie with a flank here. Southwind moving in as well. Peanut going to be rooted to start this one off. Gangplank ultimate used, as well as everything from Rookie, but here's Lissandra, so he don't do a whole bunch of damage. Parlay going to come on through. No, just out of range of Peanut, who's going to charge away. Rookie's cooldowns will be coming up very shortly, and flashing from Ning to shut down the troll and make him look like Shrek at this point. Ning gonna back away from this one. Rookie didn't have the damage to take down Langxing, but that's gonna open up this Rift Herald.
And that's the combo that we were talking about, where if you're able to shove in this lane as Rookie, you can get out and move. Works super well with this Cannon Barrage, and it will mean the Rift Herald will go over towards Invictus Gaming. Puff and Setwind even moving up towards this mid lane to make sure that you're not getting anything traded back on LGD's side.
Really nicely done from IG, because they needed to make something happen in this early game. They needed to start to find themselves an advantage, because it was all about Peanut to start this one off. So I'm excited to see Ning grabbing himself a kill here and challenging Peanut. You know, when you think of Peanut, you think of one of the best junglers in the world. Ning stepping up.
The Shy, one of the best top laners in the world, getting caught out again, though.
He's going to flash away, but the pillar is there to slow him down. He's going to do a lot of damage here, and a TP being channeled by Rookie. He's going to lock up Langxing. No, maybe Peanut. Maybe neither of them. He's a little bit too late.
Hey, you got the flash, you got that teleport as well. You're happy as LGD. And Xie now kind of hovering. Not sure exactly where he wants to try and join in here. But it's again just putting a little bit of pressure towards this top side.
Nicely done there. Oh, the turret plate goes down there, but I don't think anybody got the credit for it. So the Shy going to walk away empty-handed from that one.
This is a great start for IG, though. I know we're still looking at the gold being dead even, but the gold is onto the key member, which is the Shy in the top lane. And as this Gangplank starts to scale into the later stages, and you're looking at LGD, that are going to be very telegraphed in the way they want to engage, with Langxing and Peanut running full gusto into them. You set yourself up for some great barrels, you can set yourself up for that Cannon Barrage, and if the Shy is able to uncontested, or at least keep himself in a relatively good state moving towards this late game, he's going to be an issue for LGD.
And we have to remember as well that Puff is on this Aphelios, right? So ultimately, when we talked at the start of today about Puff has been stepping up this split, it was on this Aphelios that we were talking about. This has been the pick that has really stood out for him. When we were coming into this series, hang on, Ning is making a move here, but Peanut's here to answer. Jumps away with a safeguard. Dragon's about to spawn Dagda.
And this is why IG can play towards this bottom side. You can put the Rift Herald down, look to trade aggressively on these turret plates in the bottom lane, but it looks like LGD aren't really sure if they want to try and contest it, especially with the tier and the Cole in Kramer's pocket. He's not really able to deal the damage you would like, so IG can turn towards this Dragon if they want.
And once again, there is a ton of power on the IG roster right now when it comes to these ultimate combinations, and they know that Puff is a lot of the strength on this team, so they're going to try and set him up with a Rift Herald here, give him a bunch of gold. He might just be able to finish that one extra plate off as well. So very nicely done here from IG. They also get to move on towards the Dragon. Langxing looking for a 1v1 onto the Shy in the top line as well. He's going to go for the Dominus. The Shy, no flash available. Cannon Barrage is there. Good amount of damage traded back. Flash forward though from Langxing to get the solo kill on the Shy.
And that's what we wanted to see from Langxing. I'm getting feelings of when he was Xiao Al back on Suning. You put resources into this guy and he can make magic work. Gets the solo kill, now starting to turn this lane around, and it's going to be LGD looking for a little bit more in this mid lane.
Root down onto Rookie, but Rookie's going to jump back on forwards. This is not a fight that you want. Xie's going to flash himself away. The Dragon's Rage is there with a red buff, and another kill for IG. That's 2 in the books.
And there's nothing that Kramer's ultimate can do there. They're not even low enough. IG turning that around. So Langxing getting one in the top. We're getting some turned around in this mid lane. It's a little bit back and forth in this game still, Munch.
Look how close this was as well. The Shy nearly finishes this one off. A nice flash there. And he kind of baited him, right? He pretended he was walking away. He wasn't walking away.
It wasn't at all. It was just a case of, come on, the shot. It looks so juicy right now.
He knew it was fight night. That's what was going on there. He was going to walk away. He was like, wait, it's fight night. I've got to fight. Goes in, gets the solo kill onto the Shy. And as you rightly say, it feels like Langxing is back as a Xiao. It feels like this player of old that when you give him the resources is gonna carry the game.
And that's why I felt like he got a lot of flack when Langxing was on RNG, because he was not getting resources funneled into him. Everything was tunneled into Uzi in the bottom lane or Xiaohu in the mid, but Langxing was left to be this weak side top laner, try and survive on his own. And yes, he learned how to play that style, but originally that was not the case. He had Hacker who was playing consistently towards him on Suning, and now we're getting the opportunity where when Peanut does give resources into Langxing, we see flashes that brilliance.
Puff is going to be locked up here. True Shot Barrage not going to be quite available yet, but Xie is moving in. Puff keeps himself safe. That was a beautiful Moonlight Vigil with the Severum there. And just excellently played from the bottom lane of IG here.
Heal and flash burnt though, so now he's going to be a little bit careful underneath this mid lane, or bottom lane turret.
Peanut wants to make a play as well. They're going to try and clear things up. Oh, Puff is solo flash forward! Kramer making the plays happen. 2v2.
Said he had to be careful. I didn't think it would just be Kramer doing it himself though. Flash instantly from Peanut as Ning tries to go on top of him. But still, LGD picking up the kills. They'll get some of these, turret plates are now gone, which means potentially with multiple members moving down here, they can just take this turret.
This is absolutely beautiful stuff from LGD. They're finding advantages and they're taking it toe-to-toe, but it's 2 dragons for IG right now. Next one in 2 minutes as well. So LGD, they've got to start to get these Infernals for themselves.
And that'll be a nice pickup for LGD, a poke composition. Well, not a poke composition, but definitely a team with a lot of poke in their comp. Can do a lot of work with these Infernal Souls, or Infernal Dragons at least, but IG looking to make sure that by cracking open this mid lane turret, they can get some deep vision, which makes it a little bit harder for LGD to operate, because if you're able to spot out the potential of how LGD are moving through their own jungle, the pick potential between Rookie, Ning, Southwind will take on a new level and be very difficult for LGD to try and get away from when you got a cannon barrage on top of you as well.
Puff's in trouble on the bottom side. His whole team is in the top lane right. That pillar is just perfect from Peanut. And they're going to gift the kill over. Nope, taken by the subjugation in the end, but Kramer would have loved to have it. He's going to move away in the bottom side. It was traded for a tower, though. So Puff, not the end of the world for him, but ultimately, he would have loved to survive.
Kramer's going to go back with a lot of gold, though. That gold just popped, and he's got the assist plus some Terror plate or Terror gold as well. So although IG are going to be able to pick up this Rift Herald, now that Iceborne Gauntlet is fully complete on Kramer, Shie has that Athenes and Holy Grail as well. This is going to be this next dragon where LGD can really fight.
How come LGD don't contest for this Herald, Dagda? Because it was Peanut completely alone, and important to mention, they had vision. They had a ward on that, so like they knew everyone had recall. It's
trying to make sure that if you're trying to fight right now, especially for second Herald, we oftentimes end up in these big 5v5 fights. Kramer's sitting on literally enough gold to full buy an Iceborne Gauntlet. You're not going to be able to try and contest that. They needed that cult to pop, though, to get to that. So instead, they're investing in this next dragon fight. They're not worried about Rift Heralds. They want dragons.
Well, that's going to be on the map for them in 20 seconds. And IG, they've got all their ultimates and they have a big old combo available to them. You'd expect that IG are not going to be ones to allow this one to go. This could be the moment. This could be where Fight Night really kicks off, Dagda.
We got to get it at some point, right?
To be fair,
it hasn't been.
We have had a little bit of Fight Night this game. You know, Kramer jumping forwards to get a 2v2 kill.
A couple of jabs, try and feel
with the 1v1 in the top lane. We've had a little bit of action as well from Rookie and Ning moving around the map. But it's been a lot down to Peanut that's setting the pace. Actually, they're moving up towards the top lane here. Langxing's in trouble, getting already down to half HP, and Rookie is going to move in. Flash to get the Glacial Tomb. The root is there as well. They jump on in, and Langxing is cut down.
Langxing is gone, but the dragon is still on the cards. LGD trying to keep Ning out of this pit.
Ning wants to go for it. Sonic Wave in, not going to be able to get it. Dark Passage, just to pull himself to safety as well. Valiant effort.
Look at topside though. IG are still pushing. They're looking for this tier 2 right now, and if they may be able to get it, you have the Triforce procs there, but maybe not. Either way, they're still putting a lot of pressure here, and you just got Rift Herald timed out. I'm not sure if just put it down there in this mid lane. So again, across the board, IG are putting pressure.
And that's not even going to buy time. They're going to just back away. So getting tier 2s down low at least. It's not ideal for IG, but you know what? It's still a win on the board. Peanut going to be hooked on in and taken back by the rest of his team here. Puff has to jump on out on the Dark Passage as well. Moves up with the rest of his team. So LGD, they've got full vision on this one. Langxing could look to flank.
You don't even need to go for the fight. They can just take this mid lane turret. That's really the prize that they want here.
Peanut looking for a 1v1 with Ning here, but Ning's got some reinforcements nearby. They move in towards this mid turret, but we mentioned it before. Rookie has a ton of wave clear. Kramer with the cleanse keeps himself safe, but that's going to get dicier and dicier as the game goes on.
No cleanse now for Kramer, and not a fight anyway for the next little while, so can wait until that cleanse does come back up. But still, you see IG playing keep away from these structures. They really don't want LGD to be able to get down this mid lane turret quite yet.
It's one thing that is worth mentioning as well. I don't know if we'll see it this game. I don't know if it fits the composition. I suppose you could tell me, Dagda, but Lissandra can function similarly to the Twisted Fate in kind of a split push role. You're very, very safe with the Glacial Claw, and your wave clear is insane.
She will be used a little bit in that respect to just try and create numbers advantages. We talked about the potential for a very pick-heavy style with IG if they want to play around this Lissandra and this Thresh in the early stages of the game, even Ning to a certain extent with the Dragon Kick. So I think you will have Rookie playing towards a little bit of that, but it's not to try and take down these structures. It's more to try and drive, as you can see now, Xie towards the top lane and give the opportunity with that teleport, with this mobility on Lissandra, to catch out LGD in transition.
Well, this bottom lane tier 1 for LGD is about to get taken down because the Shy's moved on in. And realistically, there's no way to protect it. Well, he's gone Grasp. Obviously, you then go for the Demolish as well. So he's going to have a lot of pressure. And ultimately, when you look at the composition, when you've got the Shy, on Gangplank, when you've got Rookie on Lissandra, they can actually go for somewhat of a 1-3-1 if they want to try and create pressure around the map.
Definitely the Shy can, and at least he can poke underneath these structures and push Langxing back enough that he can try and take towers. But we'll have to see. Hook goes wide there. You can see LGD are on the move. And at the end of the day, it's only really the Shy who has pressure to take structures. Xie has too much wave clear. Langxing is going to struggle both against Rookie and the Shy, but at least he's still able to clear these waves somewhat effectively against the members of IG.
Drake's up in 2 minutes, and you can see Rookie recalling. I think he's going to move over towards the rest of his team. Kramer nearly caught out. That would have been a Graviton Moonlight Vigil, importantly. So that would have been a kill if they could get the pick. But Kramer's going to be okay. And look at the cooldown on his cleanse. It's about 2/3 done at this point. So by the time that Drake comes up, cleanse will be available.
And we're really hitting the point now where Xie would love to finish off this Ardent Sensor before the next fight kicks off. You become so strong when you're given this burst of attack speed plus that magic damage to everyone on LGD, because Peanut can use it, Langxing can use it, even Kramer as well can get a good amount of burst out of that. So I'm hoping he will be able to get back just for LGD's sake, because you want to be hitting these two items very strong right now, but because he's invested in the Magi Soul Stealer, that Ardent Sensor is slightly delayed.
I'm really curious if IG can win this game, if IG can look decent in this series. This style of gameplay could be a really good thing for IG. Rookie, is he going to look for a 1v1 here onto Langxing?
I'd be surprised if he did. No, they're both going to back, but this isn't dissimilar from what...
Ships in the night.
This isn't dissimilar from what IG played against DDG. It was just Rookie was on a more potent pick-orientated champion in the LeBlanc and was able to make some of these plays work, but in this team, it's not Rookie who can just solo out someone as effectively as he did. Instead, he needs the help of the Shy's Cannon Barrage, of the other members of IG to be working in conjunction with him, but...
Hang on, we've got a TP here from Rookie. You mentioned the other members. They're going to gang up on Langxing right now. Once again, the Glacial Tomb, the route to follow as well. Langxing has a good amount of damage himself. Rookie will survive at the end of the day, though. Now, trading in the mid lane here. LGD realize they've got to do something about this one because they're going to lose the tier 2 in the top side.
LGD approaching towards the Baron. They're a bit worried about when you've got an Aphelios there. They know he's more than capable of taking down that structure. But Rookie does manage to get the top lane turn as IG run.
This is 4v4 right now because Rookie is nowhere near. Bit of damage onto Peanut from the Shy. And LGD, I think, realizing that they have to back away from this one. Infernal Drake is up on the map.
Langxing has teleport, but he's not up for 10. So LGD would love to have one member go over and solo that dragon, but the risk here is that IG, especially with the guns that Puff has available right now, just turn towards the Baron. They need to be so careful in not over-committing, because against EDG, IG were able to sneak so many of these Barons.
They're looking towards it. The Colonel on his Kentucky Fried chart is looking good for IG right now as Puff begins spamming those chakrams right now. This Baron down to half HP. Langxing has already TP'd in. That will be spotted now. 3,000 health on this Baron is going to go down. He's going to be kicked out of the pit. Peanut denied. Moonlight Vigil goes in, and it's a kill for Ning as well as they move on forward in this fight. Peanut trying to escape from this one. He's quick, though. Won't be able to get away with his life. Slows from Rookie, but he's going to be fine to walk away once again. It's going to be a Baron and a pick for IG.
IG do Good job of dumping all that burst onto Langxing, getting rid of the Croc, and then LGD have to run away. Ning as well, getting Peanut away from the Baron was so crucial there. And this is what we talked about. You end up committing so many members of LGD to the Dragon. IG sneak the Baron.
Do you know what? I remember when Baron was a respected objective. I remember when Baron was difficult to do at 20 minutes. That feels like a distant memory at this point, Dag. Just about every team, every single game I have to worry about 20-minute Baron.
I mean, between Azir, Aphelios, and everything else, but as you can see there, good kick from Ning to separate out this fight. And this is how strong the engage from IG can be, especially with Puff. Runin's Hurricane now completed. He's really hitting his stride, and unfortunately, without some of that poke from LGD landing before that fight kicks off, this composition just doesn't quite have enough to get it over the finish line.
Doesn't quite have the power just yet. Langxing is not having a fun time. And well, 2 and 4 now on the Renekton. He's just consistently being caught out. Southwind, what a hook onto Kramer there. No follow-up available, but he's got a blast code because we're on an Infernal Rift, so he's going to get away with his life. Or is he? There's a lot of chase down potential here, and Kramer knows it as he jumps on forward. Slow onto Ning here. Cannon Barrage won't be able to do all of too much. Final chapter to deter the engage here. Southwind falls. Ning might be the next target as Rookie starts to run for the hills himself. Glacial Path will pull him away, but Peanut is trying to head him off. In the meantime, Baron recall from Ning is going to go through at the last possible second. Rookie jumps back in, but he's taken down by Peanut.
Look at the base, though. You still have Puff pushing. Same with the Shy in the top lane. They only get one tower. LGD, they get the kills. They need to get more, though. On bottom lane turret, seems like the structure for them.
They're moving in towards this tier 2. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to finish anything off, though. Puff's already on their way alongside the Shy. Ning is in a position where he could flank if they overcommitted here. And so LGD just have to settle for a red buff after all of that.
They do get some kills back in their favor, though, which can help with this death stance for Kramer and getting some of these items across the line. But honestly, LGD, you're starting to run out of time here. The Shy has gone this full crit gangplank, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver. He will hurt so much if these barrels connect. Same with Puff. He's now going towards that death stance, decided to pick up an agility cloak, but going for the Caulfield Warhammer instead. He realizes that, look, these fights are going to be long, they're going to be drawn out. I'm going to get so much value from this death stance.
So the Shy, we just saw the animation there, has just finished his second stack of doubloons. So his ultimate is only getting stronger at this point in the game. He's going to be able to do a really, really good significant amount of damage because he's finished that Essence Reaver as well. So the crits are going to be massive. We're getting to the point now where teamfighting looks good for IG.
It definitely does, but you can see here still that even with the Cannon Barrage down, LGD are still more than capable of chasing straight through it with the speed ups from Xie, with the arcane shifts from Kramer. So if LGD are able to get a straight up fight where they're already positioned to get some poke like right now, they can win fights. It's more about IG very quickly closing this gap, not allowing LGD time to poke, and potentially having Rookie split push in the top.
There are no teleports available for the side of LGD. Rookie's not going to commit for it, though. He knows Langxing is missing right now, so decides to back away. There's still half a tower.
But the thing is, Rookie has some great teleport wards that he can go to. Actually, may have just timed out, which is unfortunate, but he would have been able to get into this river in a super good spot to collapse onto LGD and set up that big engagement we were talking about. Now, though, they got to play it a little bit more honest. Push back, give the space to LGD, and make sure they're not taking too much damage before the 40-second mark.
This is so tense between these two teams right now, because the IG I know, probably would have made a play for that tower, right? Probably would have made an aggressive maneuver around the map to try and find an advantage, but clearly respecting LGD here with Dragon coming up in 20 seconds as well.
Langxing's teleport is now up and available, though, just before this Dragon starts. So there is an opportunity here still for LGD to fight while keeping control of this top side. Rookie hiding in the wings, though. All this vision on the top side has expired because there's no Baron. So this is why Rookie knows he's free and won't get caught out sneaking into the backline.
Infernum available here for Puff, so a Moonlight Vigil could win the fight here.
Ning actually uses that Scryer's Bloom to spot out where the vision is for LGD. They don't know Rookie's here.
Rookie's moving in, the Blast Cones helping him find a way on towards the fight. Dragon going to be started though. Langxing behind the situation. Dominus popped. He's going to jump on over in a second. Ning wants to finish this dragon off, but the fight already going the way of IG as they get onto Xie and Kramer. But Kramer's still surviving, still full HP. Xie forced out of the fight here. The Shy gets onto Peanut as well. They're looking to cut down some members. They got themselves the dragon, and now they want the fight. Kramer over the wall. Langxing gets into the backline, but he's just not tanky enough. It's going to be the support falling in trade for a top laner. The Shy survives after a beautiful flash, but Kramer's still going. Shut down by Puff, and suddenly Xie completely alone.
There's not enough damage in the tank for LGD. They can't take down the low health members of Invictus Gaming. And out of nowhere, IG, with all these items bursting from their backpacks, would take the fight. They take the dragon, and they're looking to keep going. Teleport coming in.
Baron's about to spawn in
Teleport from
2
the Shy.
seconds
They
time.
got Xie.
The Shy's found Xie as well. This is just a consolation prize because they were going for Baron, but they get a Xie on top of it.
Peanut is up though. He is running straight for this objective. It could turn down to another smite fight, but it's not been even. Peanut, after these early game shenanigans we talked about, looking to help his laners, finds himself a level behind his opponent. He needs to make the miracle play, but he's in lane. He can't even get there.
Not to mention, he's against Lee Sin, that's great in these smite fights anyway, so it's basically impossible. Let's take another look at this, because this is beautiful from IG.
Look at the Kramer getting caught out by that hook. Forces him to go way far back. And remember we were saying, look, LGD, you want to start poking, you want to start getting this damage down before these fights kick off. Well, Kramer getting hooked there was the go button for IG. Cannon Barrage down, stop the retreat paths. They dive onto LGD, and right here, just not quite enough damage to finish off some of those members. Kramer getting baited into this fight, and IG come out on top.
Beautifully done. And do you know what? Kramer got out of that fight, and then he jumped straight back in, chose to try and make the play for the game. Didn't work out for him, and now LGD pushed against the ropes in this one. They're 10,000 gold down. Infernal Soul in 3 minutes, but they've got to deal with Baron first.
And it's not really that we're looking at rookie in this game for IG. It's Puff and the Shy who are so far ahead right now. You've already got that the Death Dance, the Ruin's Hurricane. Almost got that Death Dance as well completed for Puff. He's going to be so difficult for Langxing or Peanut to try and take down. So you're relying now on trying to kill Shy, Ning, Southwind, while Puff is just free firing this whole time. But for LGD, they don't really have the damage to very quickly burst down these men.
And I mean, we saw the damage out of the Shy on Peanut during that fight. This Gangplank is monstrous at this point. We're going to have an inhib tower falling already here for IG as they just muscle their way into the base. It feels like LGD don't have much to say about it. Flash from Southwind.
The poke is working though. Look at the poke from Kramer. They're trying to see if they can keep IG away from this.
Peanut, get out of the fight. The Shy says no, kicks him out as they take the inhib. And now they get to go wherever they want on the map.
IG playing this so calm and collected. Not, as you said, the style that we were expecting, but still this pick-orientated composition working for them in the early stages. Now that we've got to the point where Puff and the Shy are fully online, they are happy to team fight. Rookie, the engage tool alongside Southwind, and it is so difficult for LGD to fight back.
And I love that we're seeing this adaptation out of IG, because clearly they've figured out how to make it work a little bit at least, because this game is looking good for them. Against a team that we know for, Kramer's been caught. Does manage to get himself out with the Arcane Shift here. Ning can't find a Sonic Wave in the meantime. Peanut has to sacrifice himself to save the AD carry.
And how many times have we talked about Kramer getting caught out? Poor positioning, walking in the wrong place the wrong time. Once again, he ends up gifting a kill over. It's Peanut who ends up paying the price for him getting caught.
And he's going to be in a little bit of trouble again there. Cleanse used. Mikhail's still available. So he is still Ezreal. He is still practically invincible. Langxing is not, though. Taken incredibly low and forced out of the fight. Redemption here to keep everyone from IG nice and healthy. And just this limitless pressure is unrelenting from IG.
And it's not going to stop. You can go for this bottom inhibitor now as you force LGD back. You've got this dragon that's about to spawn in 40 seconds. So you've got options here as IG as to how you want to go. I don't think they need to try and force the issue right now. You just back up and go towards this dragon. I mean, you're even going to get the Shy clearing the top wave.
And we could see IG try and threaten in this bottom side, threaten onto Nexus Towers to allow the Shy to get on towards. Oh, they don't need to. They're going on Langxing instead. He's already so low on the croc there, but he walks away with his life. In the meantime, the rest of IG Gonna walk away. Final chapter's not really been hitting the mark here, pun intended. As Kramer has to back away from this one. Flash from Rookie to try and start the fight the way they need to. Kill onto Xie. Ning doing all the work on the back line as IG has set up for success here with the all-in composition. Kramer forced away and they're on towards the Nexus Towers here. Peanut wants to make a miracle happen, but he's not got the HP to work with. And the Shy is large and in charge, walking this one home as IG take game number 2 of Fight Night against LGD.
IG will push us to a game number 3 off of what was very coordinated early game play to set up these picks, find the plays on towards Longxing in the top lane, giving that goal to the Shy, giving the opportunity for them to scale, and then you get to the point where you've got a massive Aphelios, a huge gangplank, and you are going straight for that Nexus.
Yeah, and do you know what? We saw a good amount of fighting there from IG, but Dagda lost faith in Fight Night. Where's your tie, Dagda? I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in you. But we did see IG coming back, and let's talk about this style difference from IG, because this is late game coordinated team fighting out of a team that we know for lane dominance. But this split, the lane dominance, has looked a little bit shaky. Clearly, they've said, look, this is no longer the style we're going to play.
And it is bringing about a very cool IG to watch. You're looking at the way Rookie's like, okay, even coming into this, we said Rookie was the guy to watch. 32% of the team's damage, massive carry in the mid lane. He's gone on to 2 utility-focused mid laners to set up for the rest of IG, saying, hey, look, you can't just ban me out, which is the plan for LGD in this game. And especially when we're looking at Xie, who has gone, I don't want to interact with Rookie in this game. Rookie saying, fine, I'm just going to enable the rest of my team to beat you guys anyway.
And the big question now is when we look at the draft, obviously, LGD had to ban away the Varus this time, so they couldn't get 5 bans onto Rookie. It meant this Lissandra was available for Rookie. So now I'm expecting LGD to want to swap sides again. I'm expecting LGD on the blue side, which does bring up the question of, can Rookie get a mid laner? Does he just get 5 bans again, and is he just forced into this rough situation?
And I haven't the biggest fan of this Karma being paired with the Ezreal. It feels nearly like it's a takeaway in certain situations. If you're going to go for this full poke style, I do like the Karma because she enables you to kite back. She enables a lot of what you want to do. But when you're going for this team fight and you're going for a very mid-orientated focus on your game plan, or sorry, mid-game focus orientation, you need something that's going to provide a little bit more damage. You need something that's going to be able to push you across the finish line, and Karma just hasn't been that.
And look at the Shy's damage right here, topping the table. And I mean, in those late game fights, it's not surprising, honestly. His cannon barrages were on point the entire game. But once we got later on, every single time Peanut or Longxing tried to step forward, it just crit him for a third of their health.
It was absolutely disgusting. That's why you see this full crit gangplank. You know, if you're going to go full late game, hey, might as well pick them all up and make sure that we're having a great time. And speaking of some of those item builds, again, I'm not the biggest fan of Xie's decision to go for the Magi Soul Stealer here. Already was on 0 stacks when he finished it. Meant that it delayed his Ardent Sensor, meant that you couldn't have some of these more mid-game orientated team fights we wanted from them, and it felt like there was a lot of messing about kind of on LGD's side.
LGD not able to make this composition work for themselves, and now we go back to the drawing board as we head towards game number 3. And it does feel like this series has been a decent amount about draft, but here in game number 2, we have to give huge credit to IG for consistently finding opportunities to expand their advantage, especially onto Longxing on the top lane. He was just getting bullied by the mid laner and top laner.
Especially just as we praised him for how well he was doing. Getting the solo kill on the Shy, looking clever, like, let's go, this is the Longxing we want. And then IG were like, no, we don't want that at all. They just shut it down instantly, setting the Shy up. And again, we're not seeing much action down towards this bottom lane. We did have Kramer getting that 1 kill onto Puff, but either way, it's still just this free farm in the bottom lane. So oftentimes with these very slow-paced games, it's the Aphelios, it's the Gangplank, it's these late game scalers that are coming out on top.
Honestly, if the game goes beyond 35 minutes and you're building crit, you're in a great spot. That's pretty much the rule of League of Legends. But we're going to 3 games. Fight night continues. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
人马绕后了，这个位置看起来还可以。 哎，火点中招，盯到了这边的 Wink 交了一个秒躲了一个精准弹，精准弹后面的话人马进场效果非常爆炸，直接控制到了3个人，瞬间后排全烂掉了。
转瞬即逝。
打得好，到我了，对吧？
但后面有一个 TP， 这样的话威武在这边形成了一个大战
来了！
哇，小东北的支援太神奇了。
泰博这边交出自己的闪现，
但是四兄弟被憋在了这里，蛇虐来了。
但这四兄弟的撤退可以往右边。
小东北怎么办？
小东北可能要被卖了。
小东北先这一波躲开了一个沟。
你不想玩吗？我会逼你的。
小东北在想又换一个，怎么说？操作
坏掉了小东北。
果然想操作。
我就是过来打个招呼。
领教下俺老孙的本事吧！
东北闪到来了，下路这波就是要抓死暴贼的，但是
这个布隆顶了很多伤害。
DQ 抢到了3个人，应该是。
大招给急了，不过中路索叶来了，先拉一个飞星。
俺一个人头108000里。
他一次血没有死，猴鱼及时赶到。
这波猴子招打太好了吧！马上直接被撞死。
鳄鱼这边有点难受，定住有没有？
又被坑了，这波文明有点炸，
有点炸了。
这就是他们的本事。
你胆子够大。 刚好够我打上一拳。
巴斯一个大招先冲进来保护一下队友，JDG选择先往后拉扯一下，做的非常推到了2个人。马老师闪现进来藏到了2个人，不过后补没有人管，一直在跳。
起飞了！
看一下后续的时候，看到逆袭是一个人过去，
冲过3个人。
哇，但是救梦的一个输出好像没有人在理，触发自己的一个致命节奏。正面的团战在马老师以及逆行2个人双重进场，一个接力开团的一个控制给到以后，大 B 顺利的打赢了这波团战。
没钱时间休息一会儿，然后再回来打。
这波看看啊，一控是控到了一个卡萨，卡萨这个位置也被找到，但是他自己是比较灵活的。
如你所愿。
这个时候大兵已经兵临城下，临近了防御塔。这波对于RW来说，机会能不能抓住呢？
肃静。
要看这个节奏啊，一个麦芽塔，2个麦芽塔，快速的扫掉，打的是很快的。看一下，又是一苹果，先踩到一个大叶，但是不管不顾，先推主基地，能不能推掉 ？A 的速度非常快，还差2下左右。看看有个复活甲压起身，张无忌只 A 出一下，夸抓 Q 卡萨丁。 这个时候差一点点，有的时候差之毫厘，谬之千里。
正义将会得到伸张。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL. We're racking on forwards through week number 4, and we're in our 3rd game now between LGD and Invictus Gaming, and a very different version of Invictus Gaming has come to show today. And as you can see, I got my jacket back on, he's got his back. Look, my tie is ready, it's here. If Fight Night kicks off again, I'm ready to go. But so far, this hasn't been Fight Night.
It hasn't kicked off at all. This is the problem.
This has been slow macro night.
Yeah, and it just doesn't have the same ring.
This isn't what I signed up for.
We expected a lot of brawls. We expected some fighting, but both LGD and IG looking to play a more coordinated style, more macro heavy. I mean, look, it is good League of Legends. It's just not the League of Legends I expected.
Ultimately, I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
Like, I was hoping that IG were just going to do IG things and pop off and brawl and et cetera, and I was hoping they would drag LGD down to their level. But what's happened instead is LGD have elevated IG, and suddenly we're seeing these two teams playing this macro style, playing this late game team fighting style, and testing each other. And suddenly, sure, we have a bit of a slower early game, but later on into the game, we get to see these insane team fights.
But it does give us a better idea of where these two teams sit against each other, right? If we ended up in just these mass brawls of scraps and fights and teleports everywhere, well, we'd be sitting at the end of this going, what a game, but I have no idea what these two teams are. And now we're getting to see, okay, we're getting IG with Rookie coordinating these macro-orientated plays, making these picks happen, making plays towards that top side, much more roam-orientated, is definitely a struggle for LGD right now.
Utility Rookie instead of just bodying someone in the mid lane. But let's look at our MVP for game number 2 before we jump into the draft. It is going to be Rookie in the mid lane. 94% kill participation. Not too shabby.
Definitely not. And was that key component in setting up this early game for IG, because there was the risk, very much so, of this Karma, of this Ezreal getting to the mid game, running away with it. But Rookie did such a good job in getting onto Longxing, making sure that he was useless when it came to these team fights. Peanut not really getting into these scraps either, and from that position, IG could scale to their later game components and make sure they could take over.
I'm starting to feel like this Ezreal Yuumi combo is a little bit overrated, honestly. It feels like against a good Aphelios and a team that's going to protect an Aphelios, the Ezreal Yuumi doesn't seem to have quite the same kick, doesn't seem to have quite the same... I don't know, it's like carry potential, but it seems to rely on your opponents messing up more than... The Aphelios can just literally annihilate people.
Well, I think I'd like to see this paired with different champions in the mid lane, not just this Karma. If we can get to Zoe's, LeBlanc's, Oriana's, Syndra's, you can do a lot of work. But as we go to the bans, Syndra, Oriana, Karma is banned away though, so we won't be seeing this Karma in the mid lane anymore.
I'm expecting the LeBlanc to be the 3rd ban here from LGD. That's what they did in game number 1 when they were on the blue side. But it's going to be Lee Sin taken off of the board. And let's bear in mind, IG could have blind picked the LeBlanc last time around. They didn't, so LGD just saying, look, we don't think you're going to do it.
Curious to see now what we are going to see is this last ban from IG. Potential to see like the likes of an Aphelios ban, but you are then leaving LGD open to go for the Ezreal, and then you end up in that lower tier of AD carries. But it is going to be the Twist of Fate again, being the stalwart one for Xie. Get rid of that. And Aphelios will be locked in, which means it'll be Ezreal traded across to Invictus.
I don't think it is. It's going to be Ashe Dagda. I'm calling it. No, it's not. It's probably going to be the Ezreal. Trundle locked in here, and Ezreal hovered as well. Standard draft so far. Is Ning going to be on that troll duty? Over on the other side, LGD now have to decide what direction they want to take this draft.
I think the Graves is their best option here. You can do very well against the Trundle, and this is not going to be the Zac, or at least it shouldn't be the Zac, because
this is just
when you jump in...
This is a call to the past.
There you go, yeah. When you jump in as the Zac, you end up stealing all your stats away with the Trundle, but we are going to get the Galio locked in for Xie. You still have the potential here to flex that for LGD if you wanted to, but they just lock in the Nautilus for Mark straight away and just say, no, we know what we want, this is what we're going for.
This is just pure comfort on the side of LGD, honestly. As you rightly said, we've got the Galio for Xie, looked great on it. In fact, got MVP on it in game number 1. We've got the Nautilus for Mark, which they're kind of synonymous with one another. Now on the other side, IG lock in Zoe for Rookie. This is the perfect blind mid.
And there's the champions that I wanted to see. This mid-game spike with both Zoe and Ezreal. A lot of poke that can come from these two, but they just work so well in these mid-game team fights that you can go for something like a Wukong here for the Shy, or any of the champions that can at least set up for these mid-game fights, and IG should be able to carry them relatively nicely.
Now with the Graves ban in the jungle, the Shy's and Jace is going to be banned in the meantime, but the jungle pool is actually starting to shrink a little bit. We've got Lee Sin and Graves removed, now Kindred removed. Ning already has the Trundle, he's good.
Which means you're kind of in this awkward situation now as Peanut, where you don't want to go for something tanky, but with the amount of jungle bans we're seeing and also having this Galio here, Peanut could just go for a Jarvan and you've got this big combo between those two champions, but we'll have to see what he wants to go for with the Graves. As I said, the Kindred gone, the more carry-orientated style is off the board for Peanut.
Well, Meowth was banned away there by LGD, so no Team Rocket, just going to be Jesse and James from IG. And it looks like they're moving towards their support pick here and making sure that the Shy gets his counter pick in that top lane.
Bard could work super well here, as we said, for IG. Just, again, this flexibility to go double down on this full poke style comp if they want to go. Well, I was going to say for Jace in the top lane, it's actually banned away by LGD, so we more than likely will be seeing some sort of engage from the Shy here. Potential to go towards an Ornn, and you've got this full heavy engage tool that you can use between the Bard and that Ornn to try and win out in these mid-game team fights. Looks like we are going to get Peanut going towards that Nidalee though. So going to be trying to get very aggressive, similar style to what we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, very much a composition that wants to be fighting, especially around that mid game.
Oh, there we go. Shy instantly locks in the Quinn. So with IG here, you're now looking at obviously the Quinn being that big split pusher, trying to take over in this side lane. The issue that you have for IG, the rest of the 4 though, you don't really have a huge amount of getting away. You've got that Bard who can at least try and disengage that little bit, and you've got a little bit of maneuverability on the Ezreal. But when you've got the likes of this Nautilus who's going to be gunning for you, going to be having this Galio who's trying to flash in on top of the rest of the team, they need to make sure they're positioning well to avoid that heavy engage from LGD.
Well, we've got a Quinn in the top lane, Dagda up against Renekton. We've seen what the Shy can do on this pick. We know he is a lane-dominant player, and he's got a lane-dominant champion. Langxing's work is going to be cut out for him in this game, because we just saw his Renekton struggle in game number 2 of this series, and that led to an IG win. Now as we head into game number 3, it's going to be a lot of pressure on him once more, but he's got Peanut behind him. And Peanut has been very much in charge of the early games so far in this series with the Nidalee. We'll see if he can keep up his first blood rate.
So there is very much LGD again trying to run this. Okay, let's have our top laner be this engage tool for Xie and try and get in on top of IG, but it is going to be a little bit of a struggle. This Renekton is going to be very far behind from the laning phase unless he gets some help again from Peanut. And even then, the Shy can continuously just bully out this Renekton. So I'm not entirely convinced here that there isn't going to be just issues for LGD in that gaping hole that has been left in the top lane.
We're heading on into the game, though. We're heading on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3 here between LGD and Invictus Gaming. And what a series it has been so far. A surprising series if you're just joining us. We've seen Invictus Gaming moving away from the lane dominant style into much more of a team fight, late game style composition. But then, as if just to subvert expectations, we get into game 3 and we get a Quinn in the top lane, we get a Zoe in the mid lane, and we get to see the Shy popping off.
Honestly, I'm surprised to see Langxing going for this Renekton pick. I saw the Wukong was still open and thought we might have got this coming through because it synergizes so well with Xie and just setting up for these front-to-back fights, which is what LGD are trying to do. But this Renekton now, we'll have to see if he can get it to work, going for this press the attack because he knows, hey, look, I got to get in here. I got to get a lot of damage down very quickly against this Quinn if I'm hoping to kill her or at least survive these trades.
No shenanigans at level 1, though. We are going to see LGD actually doing a leash here for Peanut, which I feel like leashes are relatively rare in the LPL these days. Quite, like, I'd say most of the time we do see the junglers having to start leashless. But LGD happy to give away the knowledge of where Peanut is going to be starting.
This just wants to accelerate Peanut, so then he's clearing as quickly as possible. You want to try and get Peanut in towards the enemy jungle, try and get him towards some of these scuttle crabs as well.
It begins.
Yeah.
Langshing dared to step forward and try and CS. The Shy is having none of it.
This wave is going to be in a fairly poor position, though, for the Shy, where there is the opportunity here off of a Peanut to clear both the blue and go towards Gromp, hit level 3, and try and gank top lane. So you can see the Shy being a little bit wary, trying to play towards River, see if he can spot out this Nidalee.
We'll see if anything happens up towards the top side from Peanut. But the Shy has played this matchup many, many times, and I'm sure he's well aware of that lane positioning. So we'll see if he's going to get caught out. He does have a ward in the river, so I think he's going to be all right on that one. And you can see Peanut moves over towards his wolves instead of this top lane.
So for Ning now, this gives you a pretty definitive part of the map that you're going to be controlling. Rookie is going to shove in against Xie, the Shy is going to push against Langshing. So as long as Ning is playing towards this top quadrant of the map, he's going to be safe from Peanut trying to be obnoxious and invading in onto his camp. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ning just play towards top half of the map. You've got Puff and Southwind who will be relatively safe in the bottom half of the map because it's Ezreal and Bard. And they can just look to bypass Peanut having this strong early game and getting to a point where they can have these 2-item spikes with Rookie and Puff.
Nicely done there from Xie to get that CS with the Justice Punch, but ultimately he's going to be under a lot of pressure from Rookie. And we've been talking all day about how Rookie is this lane-dominant mid laner that picks things that will win. He's been banned out, but now with the Zoe, we have to find the bottom lane though. So we've got, oh, the spear actually didn't quite land onto Puff, I don't think. It hit Southwind in the end. It means the Puff will walk away with his life. Both flashes burn though here for IG.
And you have the teleport here for Puff to get back to lane, but Ning and Rookie now looking to answer for this pressure.
Oh, the stun via the Scuttle Crab there onto Peanut. He does get away, but it cost him his flash. Smite comes on down. Rookie forced to flash as well. Everyone flashing from IG. Is Ning caught on in. He's the only one with a flash available, and that's gone down as well. Spear not quite going to land as Mark steps on in, gets a route onto Southwind. They can't quite finish any of these kills off. Spear goes wide, and LGD have to back away.
Trouble Bubble will land just as an annoyance for Mark trying to get out there, but all said and done, it's LGD still coming out on top. You're pushing back IG. You burnt a bunch of flashes on that side. Ning did get double scuttle, which is fantastic for this Trundle, but we'll have to see if LGD can make use of all these flashes being burnt.
It's like Dagda, I don't want to say too early.
You're not allowed to get the tie yet. You're not allowed to get the tie.
We could have a fight now.
We could, but
game
I don't
number
want
3.
Look, I set up the fans, I set up the viewers in game number 1 saying this is going to be scrappy, this is going to be a mix, and...
Well, it is so far up in the top lane because Langshing is getting kicked out of the lane. Look at the CS numbers right now. Double as Xie flashes on in. Fight Night is back on schedule, and Peanut keeps his first blood rate up. The Shy, in the meantime, gets a solo kill.
Just managing to eke out enough damage to teeter off to the side and not die to the tower.
Look at all that CS dying.
I know. It is heartbreaking, but this is what you get when you blind pick Renekton against the Shy. He will happily lock this in every single time. Now you've got a kill for this Quinn. A 20 CS lead for the Quinn. A Cole still to get popped for the Quinn as well. IG are looking to control this top lane match.
Let's take another look at the solo kill quickly. Blind in. Nice flash from Langshing to try and turn it around, but with Triumph, Shy gets it. And you know what? You mentioned earlier, Dagda, on this LGD roster, it felt like maybe we had a bit more Xiao coming in. He had some resources, but this game, with the matchup, it feels like Peanut has said, look, mate, you're on your own. You're Langshing again. You're back at RNG.
But it's not Peanut's fault. There's not a huge amount he could do here. Because Rookie and the Shy control this top side, it's close to suicide to go in on your own, but he has Xie this time, and now they're trying to make a play on this top side.
They're going to try and go for a dive onto the Shy, who does still have his flash available. He's trying to clear the minion wave if at all possible. But I think they realize that this is not going to work with Ning waiting around as well. And the Shy, while he knows the entire team is up here, is still going aggressively onto Langshing.
And that's why we love the Shy, understanding his limits most of the time, and being able to push Langshing back. Doesn't mean too much at the end of the day. You still had Langshing wanting to back to try and get as much of this armor as possible for himself. So you can see there, Ninja Tabai completed, makes this laning phase a little bit easier.
The Shy actually waiting a minute there before going in to push the wave, so playing a little bit safer than he has been so far in Spring. I think realizing that it's serious now. They got to make it to Worlds.
Well, with Scuttle Crab up on this top side, you would imagine that Peanut is going to be playing towards this top lane. So still waiting until he knows for certain that it will be safe. You can even see Ning teetering off here just to make sure that, okay, Shy, you're safe. You're going to be able to punish Longxing under tower. And
I think a lot of the eggs for IG are in the Shy's basket right now. And they are they're Eagle eggs, apparently, because it's going to be Valor that's doing a lot of the work up on that top side. But let's take another visit to the mid lane here, because we mentioned how Rookie finally has a bit of a carry in his pocket right here with the Zoe. So far building himself a decent CS advantage.
And this is why we're talking about it being so difficult for Peanut to actually punish on this mid lane. You have Rookie controlling the mid lane and Zoe, same with the Shy on the top. So Ning is having a super easy time comparatively to where this could be if you had a winning top and a winning mid. So this is kind of been where IG are most comfortable with these winning solo lanes, where they're able to bully, where they're being the ones that can command the map. And that's why LGD are struggling right now. As we say that though, the gold is even. Which, when you think about the CS lead that's in top and the CS lead that's in mid, you might, and boss, is pretty surprising.
Yeah, but a lot of it will obviously come down to things like turret plates as well, but also it's 1 kill apiece, right, so far. Peanut actually got first blood, so that's an extra bonus 100 gold for him. So ultimately, the way that the game has gone so far, it is still going to be relatively even. It's just the advantages are starting to be built by these solo lanes.
Still need to see what Xie can do now on this Galio. Has that level 6 available, looking to work in conjunction with Peanut, and especially see if they can... Ooh, hang on.
Like Shig has been kicked out of the top lane here. There's no way back in. He knows it. Slices and dices back over the wall to try and get back in, but ultimately, it doesn't get much better for Renekton in this matchup. It's not like he even scales into it.
And that's the problem. That's why this pick is so strong and why the Shy is happy to take it. But now we get LGD starting to be a little bit more proactive again.
Rookie gets a good amount of damage down onto Xie. Heal used, and it forces the flash out of Rookie as well.
But this is the problem. LGD haven't been able to do anything in the early stages when those flashes were burnt initially. Now, though, they're trying to play towards this top side and see if they can get this ripped out. A lot of members from IG are here. But Longxing is pushing against Puff on the bot side, who still has teleport. This is a bit risky from LGD.
LGD going to commit to this as Longxing is alone on the bottom side of the map.
They're going to kill him. They're going to look straight for Longxing now. Look at all those IG members gunning for the Croc.
Longxing. Tempered Fate keeps him still. That's going to be the bind as well from Southwind. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and I don't think you get away from this one, my friend. Although, they can't really dive. Like, they're not tanky enough for that one.
We're quite able to get down fast enough. It does mean Puff can at least get one of these turret plates, but you've now got a Rift Herald, which is going towards that top lane, with all that gold being funneled into Kramer, and this Aphelios is the one that has the scaling advantage in this game. So if you can get Kramer to a nice point, he can take over this game.
We do have to bear in mind as well that the Ezreal is still very strong in the later stages of the game, and we have been kind of poo-pooing Ezreal a little bit in this series, but ultimately, it is still an incredibly strong carry in the right situation, and Puff certainly has the mechanics to pull it off.
It's just relatively Aphelios, right? You don't see the Aphelios things from Ezreal players. This is why it's Aphelios
sometimes you kind of
things.
do these days,
Fair,
honestly.
But it's not quite as potent, and they're still going to be looking for this.
LGD looking to make moves on the map here, and they should be able to find themselves a tier 2 off the back of this play with the Rift Herald. Very nicely done here from LGD. And obviously no answer from Ning. He's still on his wolves on the bottom side of the map.
So again, the Shy is the one that's accelerated here for IG, whereas LGD are trying to accelerate the rest of their map. And we've seen that sometimes this can go the way of IG, sometimes the Shy will not be able to carry as effectively as he wants to. So when we get to this mid-game point and when we get to the later stages, it will very much come down to, can LGD engage on the 4-man unit of Invictus Gaming, or will the Shy be too big and push too quickly?
Look at the gold difference between the Shy and Longxing right now. He is over 1,000 gold up. It's about 1,600 gold in the Shy's favor. In the meantime, he's nearly getting a solo kill. There is absolutely nothing Langxing can do to influence this matchup at this point. The rest of his team moving in, but Mark can't find the anchor. Peanut is here, but ultimately, the Shy's going to be fine.
I am having serious deja vu to watching the Shy play this pick in spring, because it was very much the similar situation where teams are trying to get on top of the Shy, but you just can't quite do it. The cleanse making it super easy for him to escape as well. And right now, LGD trying to play keep away with Langxing and the Shy, gets some gold, something back in favor of this Croc, but unfortunately, with him moving around the map, yes, he can soak a bit of experience, but it's that gold he's severely lacking in.
Rookie's doing well in the mid lane as well. He's 30 CS up, so we've got 30 CS advantages in either solo lane. The Cull was finished by the Shy, which means he gets his boots and Blade of the Rune King finished now. In the meantime, we are going to see Puff recalling, and I'm expecting him to be able to grab himself a sheet.
I'm pretty happy we took the ties off, because this has not been the fight night that I expected.
Do you know, I was getting excited when we saw the early action, but we do have something happening now, because Langxing, he's got Flash and immediately drops that one, but Ning is here on the Trundle, and that means Langxing is done for. Another kill for the Shy on the Quid.
LGD are in a position to trade, though. You can see Peanut has moved down. Xie not going to be able to join, though.
I'm going to try and trade, but the minions are dead, and that means that LGD have to back away from this one. And let's bear in mind, Nidalee, not the greatest at diving. It's pretty squishy.
She has a lot of burst, though.
She's got a lot of burst. If Mark can tank, they might be all right. Xie
trying to set up for Peanut. Not quite able to do so, but we do have a dragon now coming up in 40 seconds, and LGD want to add that to their collection.
This is the thing about IG solo lanes. We were saying it about the Shy earlier, like, he knows they're on Herald, he's still going aggressive. Rookie knows that Xie's trying to start a fight with him. He's got a ward in River. He knew the whole team was there. He still just jumps in and gets a little bit of extra damage.
He's got the cleanse, he's got that unsealed spellbook, the flash would be available straight away after, so he's fine, he'd be all good and dandy. Still though, Dragon, 15 seconds, LGD on this bottom side. It is giving a lot of time. Ooh, damage. But it's giving a lot of time for the Shy to get this top lane turret, and this is all IG are trying to do is get this Shy rolling.
Uh-oh, Rookie's in trouble here. No flash available for him. Can cleanse the taunt, and he has a heal as well, so he gets away with his life here. In the meantime, the Shy gets the tower. That's all they need.
Xie fairly low, though. Will have that teleport available just to get back towards this fight at Dragon, but it's already gone. IG aren't even in a position to try and scrap for this.
No, and Rookie doesn't have any mana either, so they realize that this is not a fight that they can really take at this point in the game. So Rookie's going to finally get that recall off, finally be able to spend some of this gold. Because when we look at the turret plays, it's pretty even here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Puff's in trouble. I don't think there's much you can do about this one. Holds onto his flash, and understandably so, because that ain't saving you.
It ain't, but in this top lane, I don't think Langxing is going to be saved either. He's going to be trying to push back against the Shy, but you can't even approach this wave anymore. It is so strong for this Queen on this side lane push.
I love how the Shy has even gone over hill, so we can get a couple of bonus hits on the turret and happily tank a shot there. Kramer is going to be sticking around, but moves away. Trouble Bubble not going to hit. And now we kind of have a bit of a reset here as we have some significant advantages across the board. Kramer way, way far ahead of Puff, but the Shy even further ahead of Langxing. He's 3,000 gold up!
Yeah, LGD are trying to pick the Shy right now because of how strong he is. And to be honest, with this back coming in, there is the opportunity for the Shy to join in for this Rift Herald fight. And you have got a very strong Invictus game.
Watch this. As the Shy recalls, he has to have so much gold. He just straight up bought a Phantom Dancer outright. The Shy has just spiked so unbelievably hard.
And that's why I think you will see them fight on Invictus Gaming side for this Rift Herald. Use the Shy's pressure. You've now got Zoe and as well Puff, who can do a lot of work with the items that they picked up.
And the poke is really going to start to hit now. We're getting towards 2 items here. Rookie's got his Ludens. We've already got the Mana Moon on Puff, and he's got himself a Sheen as well. I think he takes a good chunk, but that's Trouble Bubble onto Mark. Will walk away with his life. True Shot Mirage across the team. Used very early here by Puff. Now a little bit of damage onto the tower. Dragon not up for 3 minutes here, but as you rightly say, the Herald is here. These Trouble Bubbles are good for Rookie, but a little bit too far away to follow up.
Again, though, it looks like Rift Herald may not be the play here. You can see that Ning has walked all the way down. He wants a piece of Ning, or of Langxing.
Langxing is just He just wants to play League of Legends, man. Shie's going to help him do exactly that. And they get onto Ning. Flashes away from the taunt. Peanut's here, though. And actually, the Shy can't get over to his jungler. Very nicely done here by LGD.
Really well played by LGD, because they realize there's no way IG can turn on towards this Rift Tower, which is the big...
Oh, the Shy jumps back into the Javelin. He's flying away, though. He's going to be fine on the back of Valor. But that was a little bit closer than he should have been.
You got to be careful as Puff now, though, because you know LGD are going to collapse on this mid lane. They're either going to get the tower or turn towards this Rift Herald, so they're starting to back up.
Ooh, that was close for Puff. Does dodge away from the Javelin here. Southwind going to be rooted by the Gravitum, though, and I don't think he can get out of this one. Flash to safety, though. And I think they actually might be able to protect this tower. There's only 2 minions remaining, which means Puff can more confidently step forward, but Mark's happy to tank. And the tower does go down.
Slow and steady here on both sides, with Gold staying dead even. And it is coming down to how LGD play this map state. This is the test for them, because this has been their issue throughout Summer so far.
Isn't it just the most IG thing ever that you are 3 towers down to LGD and somehow even in gold, just on sheer CS deficit alone? Look at the mid lane, 50 CS. Look at the top lane, 50 CS. The Shy and Rookie are doing exactly what you would expect out of IG. This is their classic style. The Shy trying to get away, but he's taunted, has to use the cleanse. Spear doesn't quite land. He gets away with his life while his team gets the Herald.
Not invested there, though. Shie did use the teleport to get in there. The flash as well to try and get on top of them. So LGD not able to go for the Rift Herald. Now invested a lot to get onto the Shy. Unless they can follow up on that play and make a pick, I'm pretty happy with that as IG. Now I've got the opportunity to give that Rift Herald to the Shy and punish massively.
And Rookie's just going to continue to hammer away up towards the top side as well. Langxing would love to just recall. He'd love to clear these minions, but he's so afraid of the potential of what Rookie can do.
Exactly, and IG here off of Rookie shoving in top. Yes, you could give that Rift Herald to the Shy, but I think as well, cracking open this mid lane turret just enables the Shy so much more. You've already got that top lane turret down. Just putting the Rift Herald in mid gives time for the Shy to get this bottom lane turret, and then you're in great shape where you can just play between all the vision that you're going to be able to get in the LGD jungle.
Herald down in the mid lane here for IG. They're going to be able to finish this tower off before it charges. No, they're not. Charge goes through, and it means that the Herald is low. It will be finished off before it gets anything much done. Peanut, take it down to half. And this is the power of the combo, right? Even if the Trouble Bubble's too far away, True Shot Barrage can still hit.
Peanut, though, will be able to heal up all this. So there is the opportunity for LGD to potentially fight here, but Mark's taking a lot of poke.
This is so aggressive. The Trouble Bubble is there. Dredge Line gets him to safety, though. Nicely done there by Mark to keep himself safe, but this is surely going to guarantee the Dragon teleport being channeled here. Are they going to burst the Dragon for this one? Stun onto Langxing, who is just removed immediately. Has to jump on over. There's a Tempered Fate as well. This is going to be the Dragon now. IG maybe want to start the fight as well. The Shy trying to move on in. Rookie pretending to be there. Brings an auto over to his team as well. But ultimately, IG get the Dragon.
Langxing is not having a good time. And I mean, we talked about seeing some of these top laners when they get so far behind, they do start to see the mental go a little bit. And felt like Langxing going in aggressively there, gonna cost him now.
Oh my goodness, now he's under turret, has to flash. And you know what? Of all of the advantages he can get, the Shy is going to be over the moon with a flash out of Langxing. It just increases his pressure in the side lane. He's going to just have to scoot away on the back of Valor to get elsewhere on the map now.
And think about it now. You have the Shy who can play down towards this bottom side. Langxing is a non-factor even if he gets the teleport in. So he's damned if you do, damned if you don't for this Croc. And the Shy can continually shove in bottom lane, start to pick up more of these turrets, create more pressure for Invictus Gaming. And LGD haven't been able to find the engages what they want to try and bring this game into order.
And LGD are starting to fall behind in gold now. It's not a significant gold lead, but when you consider the position on the map, when you consider they were the ones to get the first 2 Drakes, they were the ones to get the first few towers as well. The fact that IG has a gold lead while they're down in kills is a bit concerning. No. Langxing doesn't have a flash, and he's not going to be given any mercy by the Shy, but Shy very, very quick, and we'll be able to get away for now. Taunt's going to come on through, though. Cleanse isn't available, and maybe the Shy's going to go down on this one. They're trying to finish the kill. A spear would do the job, but he dodges away from it. The Shy's mechanics are not good enough because Peanut pounces and finishes the kill.
And the rest of LGD are keeping the reinforcements away from this fight. Now LGD can turn towards this bottom tower. This is a fantastic play to punish the Shy's confidence.
And now they're going to be able to get themselves a tier 2 in the bottom lane. IG are trying to answer in the mid lane in the meantime. As you can see, Pup already has that Iceborne Gauntlet. He's got his Muramana as well. That Trouble Bubble is going to remove any chance of clearing the wave. And this tower should go down. Great trade from IG.
And they'll exit out up towards the top end here. Peanut, though, running straight into Ning.
I don't think you won this fight, my friend. You're completely alone on this one. Subjugation, Peanut forced to flash. And you know what? Subjugation for a flash will take that trade.
I don't think Peanut was expecting to run into Ning. In IG's books, you enter out towards that top side, exit out through Baron, because there's always a potential LGD are just running through the jungle directly in to try and catch you in mid lane. But Ning actually,
that's
as
the
a result,
secret. IG are happy for that.
I mean, yeah, apparently. So this is going to be the pick here. You can see as they're starting to move in here, as IG are trying to support the Shy. The rest of LGD, where you've got Ning, or not where you got Ning, where you've got the Nautilus and you've got the Sibelius, keeping IG away from this bottom lane, and LGD get the pick. They managed to burn a flash though on Peanut, and at least they're punishing though for what IG are trying to do.
I honestly feel like if Peanut hadn't showed up as well, the Shy maybe would have tried to 2v1 that. The way that he was positioning, the damage he was able to get down onto Xie right at the start. Once again, like, I mean, I feel like I've said it a lot of times this game. Langxing just doesn't get to do anything in this matchup.
See Southwind now getting vision control down here to allow the Shy to continue here, but Langxing at least will be able to pick up the wave, but it's dragged everyone from LGD down, giving Puff the opportunity to back get onto this map, and next time that play happens from LGD, then it's Baron for IG.
Mark's got a Trouble Bubble on him, damage out of Rookie. It's not quite enough, and it's actually going to pull out the depth charge as well. And IG, they've still got control of this Baron area right now. Xie, just this punch away to keep himself safe. They're just buying time though, because the Shy's on a tower.
That's all they need to do. IG just playing this poke, keeping the everyone in LGD at bay, giving the time for the Shy to keep shoving in here, and there's nothing that LGD can do, unfortunately. This is where you can just come back and look at the draft. This is why in a lot of regions we talk about the Renekton not being such a strong pick. There's a lot of counterplay to it. There's a lot of ways you can play it. And especially when IG have got this poke comp, when you're looking to, well, at least these poke aspects in their comp with the Zoe, with the Ezreal, where they're comfortable to just play it back, try and poke out Kramer, Xie, Peanut, anyone else who's trying to make big plays.
This is the way though, right? The Shy doesn't have TP, so try and make something happen elsewhere on the map. Langxing going to be forced to recall as we see Kramer wailing away on the turret. In comes Xie as well. Tempered Fate to buy time here from Southwind. The rest of IG are arriving as well, but Xie picks up the Baron at the end of the day, and they grab a kill onto Ning as a bonus on top of it. Peanut's low, but he walks away. The turret going to force people back as well. In the meantime, Langxing, oh god, he just can't do anything, can he? I don't know why he keeps stepping away from his turret, honestly, but at the end of the day, they get the Baron. That's what matters.
We have to see what they can do with this Baron, though, because the Shy is still pushing. If there's no Langxing to give the Baron creeps or Baron buff to the creeps, well, then it doesn't matter. The Shy is still going to keep doing what the Shy does.
Now he gets some bonus Krugs on top of everything else you can see in his inventory. He's had that crit cape and pickaxe for a little old while now. And he's going to turn that into an Infinity Edge when he recalls, I'm pretty sure. He's even going to move over and help his team get this Mountain Dragon as well.
It's not looking pretty for LGD right now, even with this Baron. There's no...
Oh, maybe it is, though. Puff's in trouble. Peanut can't quite get in range of the pounce. It means that Puff survives. He's got no mana, though. Ning cannot defend this on his own. So this is going to be at least a tier 2 taken by LGD.
It's last the tier 2s as well, so... Maybe they're finding these moments with the Shy back in base that they can continue this push forward. Now, IG not really in a position to defend this, actually.
TP from Langxing. He's finally useful as he keeps the minion alive, and it means that the tower goes down. Trouble bubble onto Peanut, but the minions are there to block any kind of follow-up. The Shy is coming in from the side. He's got a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, we're going to get the stun onto Xie. The trouble bubble's there as well. The inhib still surviving as the Shy flashes away. They have found one kill onto Ning here, but it's traded for Xie, and the Shy is kiting everyone on the side of LGD. Now IG are going to start to try and collapse onto this squad. They're going straight onto Kramer. He can't do anything because he's blinded, but they finally finish the kill. It's answered by Rookie though, and IG are collapsing. They're bringing the jaws closer to LGD. The slow is there from the Iceborne Gauntlet, and Langxing falls again.
There's not enough that LGD can do. IG chasing them down the lane, stopping the inhibitor going down. And now, with 20-second death timers, they can look to take an inhibitor of their own.
How on earth has this happened? How on earth did they manage to pull this one out? The inhib survived in the mid lane, and now they answer at the opposite side of the map.
And there's nothing you can do here as Peanut. You will have Xie being able to come up in a couple of minutes, or a couple of seconds, so LGD will force them back. But IG
honestly,
playing this so well.
I didn't expect them to leave there. I feel like they could have stayed and just forced the inhib.
See here though, with where the Shy is positioned, Ning does a really good job here as well of just forcing LGD back and buying space for the Shy, because if LGD had just turned onto the Shy, this becomes a very different story where they can force IG back, but with the Shy consistently pressuring the back line, LGD have to back away. They're not able to finish off that inhibitor, and even though the kill goes down, it's bought enough time for Puff and Rookie to catch up, to get the poke, to get the damage, and finish off some of those low health marks.
And the chase down available from IG is terrifying. You don't get to escape from this squad, especially when you've got Southwind there as well. You know, we usually talk about the Yuumi giving a lot of movement speed. The Southwind with magical journeys.
Shirelia's as well.
Hang on, Rookie's been found.
That's a big error.
Big
oh,
pick for LGD. Xie looking for a taunt, and he's found two of them. Puff with a quick QSS keeps himself safe, but not safe enough. He goes down to Peanut on the Nidalee. Now they're onto the Shy as well. Gets over the wall though. He's got a lot of lifesteal. 3 members strong for IG, but it's 4 for LGD. Can they just close out the game?
They can end this.
Of all of the players to get caught out, the man in the mid lane that we cheer for every game, Rookie caught, and LGD want to punish. They want to make this happen. The Shy pulled on in by Mark, and he can't survive the onslaught. Another kill going the way of LGD now is Ning. He's just playing distraction.
10 seconds on Rookie though. Ning is trying to keep the creeps away from the base.
Ning's going to go down though. This is going to be another kill going the way of LGD. Langxing the one to grab that one for himself. Now the minions flood on in. Rookie has respawned. Can he clear the minions is the question. I don't think that he can. Mark is going to block the damage, and LGD have done it off the back of a huge pick onto Rookie. LGD take the series.
I am gobsmacked. Of all the players, of all the times to make that mistake, Rookie gets caught out and gives the opportunity for LGD to close out that game in one fell swoop.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe it ended like this.
Oh, look at the hug. Peanut grabbing Langxing, saying, it's okay, buddy, you're out of that hell.
I love watching Peanut. On camera, he is always so happy. He's always so bubbly. On the other side of the board, though, IG, sullen faces here, and understandably so. That is not a fun way to lose the game. LGD, though, they've done it. They've taken down a top team. LGD are climbing those standings again.
And they looked... It was very difficult. We said it in game how it was really starting to become a struggle for LGD with how big the Shy was, with Langxing not being able to do anything in that lane, and IG just had to keep playing this style of going all over the map, making sure that there's no opportunities for LGD to fight. But LGD did a really good job of catching the Shy out, investing those TPs from Xie when he's got the speed up, the home guard to get on top of the Shy, getting a bot lane tower, clearing out all these tier 2 towers, and giving themselves the opportunity for, if that one mistake came through, if that one error happened, they were able to close out that game.
Ultimately, they forced the Shy to group up. As Quinn, you don't want to group up. The Shy did not want to be in these fights. He wanted to be off on the side of the map just taking towers. But Rookie getting caught. I'm kind of just mind blown. Like, this is completely uncharacteristic for Rookie, and obviously everyone makes mistakes, right? I don't think that he should come out of this one like having a tarnished reputation or anything like that. But ultimately, LGD, they're willing to pounce on that. You give them that opportunity, as we've just witnessed in front of us, they're going to take the game.
Yeah, and just barely managing to eke that one out. You can see the death timers coming in, Ning trying to hold back the waves just so that you just can't quite kill the Nexus turrets, but they do eventually get there. And I have to give dues to LGD. Look, whatever about Longxing struggling, and I'm not faulting Longxing, that is a horrific matchup, but finding that opportunity to pick off the Baron, getting some of these early dragons, Peanut doing a good job as well on this Nidalee and getting some of these kills, accelerating Kramer on this Aphelios. It meant the world when it came down to that last-ditch effort.
And you know what, Longxing was in a really terrible matchup for the whole game, but ultimately, when the time is right, when they get an opportunity in the mid lane, Longxing is there to TP on the minion, make sure that the tower loses its armor, and his team can take the inhibitor, or nearly take the inhibitor at least. But, you know, he's still there. He's still a part of the team. He's still present in all of these situations. And, you know, as you rightly say, rough matchup for him, but it's kind of understandable to fall behind in that scenario. Same in the mid lane as well. We saw Xie on this Galio. Against Zoe, the laning phase really sucks. Against rookies, Zoe, it's even worse. But he's able to weather the storm. He was down a lot of CS, but he still had a huge impact. Look at that gold graph. That's how close this game was the entire time.
And it really did feel very back and forth. And it's literally, as you saw, the trades for towers going back and forth, the goals shifting between both these teams. But the Shy's damage at the end of that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to just free fire onto Longxing the entire game long. And then a bit of a heartbreaking loss here for IG, honestly. And it's a bit of a trend now, honestly, that we're seeing this style for IG not really paying off. This lane dominant style that we know them for doesn't seem to be the way to win anymore. Maybe need to actually start to look towards this macro style that we saw them win game 2 with.
Yeah, I agree. I think that macro orientated play worked very well, and it was unfortunate for the Shy where going towards this Quinn, it didn't look bad. It's not that it was him that even got caught out in these situations, but it is these compositions where if you're not trading overly advantageously, well then you give the opportunity for one mistake to shift this entire power dynamic into the enemy team's side, and they're able to close out these games so quickly because you don't have a tank. You don't have the opportunity to find a quick team fight, find a quick pick in the same way as you would with a different style of composition.
Hey, fantastic day here for LGD though. I don't know about you, Dagda. I'm starting to get excited for this team, and I've been told by many people, don't get excited about LGD.
I have them as 4th. I've been excited about them since I saw this team on paper.
It's coming together, man.
Yeah.
We've got Longxing stepping up in the top lane, having a rough series here, but IG were playing to give him a rough series, but Xie looking great. Peanut getting first blood every single game, and then in the bottom lane, Mark and Kramer looking great as a duo. Kramer getting caught out a couple of times each series, but if they can just tighten things up a little bit, they're seriously looking like a top 4 team.
And we're starting to see a little bit more of the macro plays coming in. I'm not saying it's clean, it's fully there. I'm not saying it's fully clean, but definitely their decision making has started to clean up. And we're starting to see at least some semblance of shot calling, rather than, as we talked about in their first series way back against the likes of Victory 5, where they were just going for everyone TP to this place, or even especially E-Stars actually was the big one. Everyone TP in top lane, everyone is fighting, and you're like, guys, there's a dragon in like 55 seconds. Will we not just keep the fight, or keep the TPs and ults for this fight?
It felt like they were quite often just starting fights for the sake of starting a fight, not necessarily with an objective in mind. It does feel like they've kind of wound that in a little bit, and they are starting to play much more about these objectives. I mean, especially you saw that in game number 3, right? They were able to get the first 2 Drakes for themselves. They were able to get Heralds for themselves. And obviously, I mean, that game, most of it came down to a single pick, which is kind of I'm a little bit sad that this series has ended in that way, that we didn't get to see the giant 5v5 at the end of the series. But ultimately, LGD, you can't take anything away from them with a win like this. And I'm just excited for what's ahead for this roster now.
It's crazy, though, the style of series we got. We did a whole thing on it, the fight night, getting these scraps going, getting everything. And we got a very different style of game. Now, I am a little bit sad that we didn't get these ultra high moments where we can play, like, have a highlight reel for a lot of these players, but still, this is styles that these teams have now shown that potentially they can both play to on either side, where we don't have Rookie going for these carries that he needs to go for. He can go utility style, he can bring the Karmas, the Lissandras, and on the opposite side as well, we're seeing LGD starting to make some smarter decisions in the late game. So I think it's been growth on both sides, which is what we inevitably want to see from the teams in the LPL.
And you know what? Despite being banned out during this game, Peanut picked up the Nidalee, and he made himself a highlight reel in this game as well, because it didn't look like he got banned out. This felt like a pick he was more than happy to go for.
I mean, we love seeing Peanut on these carry-style junglers, and he gets his hands on the Nidalee, the Graves, the Kindred. A lot of these were banned away, but still, Peanut's got something that he wants to bring out, and he will show up every single time.
Certainly will. And the Shy doing his best to try and find a win in this 1v3. And he even dodged the spear, but ultimately, Peanuts on Nidalee, you can always chase people down.
And this is the pick here, just Mark with the long-range engage, managing to set up this pick. And the instant collapse from LGD was impressive. Xie teleport without even a second thought to get onto everyone here. But Peanut, at the end of the day, 5-0-5, the Nidalee helped out so much in securing this victory.
The crowd favorite winning things out in the end. And what a performance coming out from him across the entire series. Like, even in the game that LGD lost, it didn't feel like this was a Peanut issue, right? It felt like Peanut was still performing on all cylinders.
Yeah, 100%. And it's good to see him back to performing on all cylinders. This guy has had a lot of attention put onto him, a negative attention at that, because he hasn't been able to reach those super high highs that we used to see from him on the world stage when he was on teams like Rocks Tigers, the expected results when we came over onto SKT as well. But now finding back onto LGD, a little bit of more of a home and getting to what we expect from him.
And it feels like there's a team around him now, because like last split on LGD, he still looked pretty good, honestly. Even though LGD as a team failed miserably, Peanut individually still had some insane moments. Now he's on a roster that has support around him. He has other people that can carry the game as well, and it feels like it's a new lease of life for him and for this entire squad. I'm just excited for what's ahead. I'm excited for him being able to potentially make it to playoffs, make it even. It's possible they make it to the world stage.
Very likely. I mean, LGD looking super, super strong, taking down Invictus Gaming. And it does mean that, okay, they've given Top Esports a run for their money. We have a very lackluster JDG at the moment. FPX coming back off a couple of losses that we expected them to pick up. There is a world where LGD just shoot right up until that top of the table.
I mean, as of right now, the other top teams don't look that great aside from Top Esports. So it's, and I mean, we've just seen them beat IG. Yeah. So things are looking good for LGD in the future if they can keep this form and just tighten a few of the weaknesses up. But that's going to round out our day. So our results are as follows. We started things off here today with a 2-0 in favor of JDG. Yes, they did manage to get a 2-0, but it was a little shakier than maybe we would have hoped for against DMO. And then, as you've just witnessed, Fight Night occurred, but there wasn't as much fighting as we'd hoped. 2-1 in the end to JDG, to LGD.
Look, it has been a long, drawn-out series in this LGD IG, but still, as we said, LGD finally picking up another victory. Well, finally picking up another victory for themselves, putting themselves 4-1 now in the LPL, and really off to a strong start at that.
And it's important to mention as well, IG were actually above them in the standings at the start of this. They were both 3-1. IG was 6-3. LGD was 6-4 in games. So IG had them on game difference no longer because LGD have stepped up those standings just a little bit further. And we're going to look at what's coming to your screens tomorrow as well. We've got OMG versus LNG. This is the matchup that Lyric was so excited for. And then we're going to round things out tomorrow with BLG versus Top Esports. And BLG, fresh off a win versus E-Star. Maybe this is a new version of the squad.
I mean, it's going to be a big one you've got to take against Top Esports because, hey, look, I mean, yes, they did pick up a win, especially when E-Stars forgot to take Smite in that first game, but Top Esports is a very different beast, and they will certainly not be forgetting Smite in that series.
The thing is, it's BLG, right? And game number 3, we saw the glimmer of BLG, where they just have one game every series that they look amazing. They look like a top team. It's just they can't seem to get that to happen often enough. So, I don't know. We'll see what kind of BLG turns up tomorrow. LNG as well is a team that I'm excited for right now. Middle of the table, looking a lot better than Spring.
Beating FPX, beating RNG. Yeah. I mean, you got to kind of go, hang on a second. Is Chen Lun the magic for this team?
I don't know. I can't tell if it's just a couple of flukes or if this is something that we can get excited about. I guess we'll find out tomorrow because OMG, one of the easier opponents for them. That's going to be it from us here today, though. I've been Munchables. This has been the Daggertron on my left. And make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. We'll be there in Twitch chat. Make sure you join us. We'll see you there.
wish I could bathe in